Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. Oh, that light is right behind me. I forgot to move it. Uh-oh. Give me 1 second. I'll like fix the light and then we'll come back in. Give me 1 second. I'll just fix the light. It's not going to be there. I forgot to turn the lights on. Like, oh no, huge mistake. Oh god, I'm gonna be really upset about it. Give me one, give me 1 second. Relax, it's fixed. You don't make such a big deal about it. Oh god, I make one mistake. How's everyone doing? It's April 28th, 2025. We're starting a bit late today. Notably, it is Canadian federal election day, so I went out and voted in the morning. If you're watching this as a Canadian and you haven't voted yet, turn this shit off. Go. Anyways, then come back and watch it. It'll be fine. You can watch the VOD. Hey Dan, acting skills cracked. Thank you. Juilliard. Got here and Andre's roasting me for some reason. No, it's all fine. There was no problems with like the lights or anything. Solom, how you doing? It's a disaster. Aldo, how's it going? Hello, great hello chat. Floating fast. How are you doing? How's your? It's a Monday. It's a Monday afternoon. Phil, you gone out and voted? It's the grid. Lucille, how you doing? How's startup been? No knives in the dish pit. I don't want to have to tell you again. How's it going, Droids? Bink Buckle. Pickwin. Imagine we might have been voting. Pretty sure. Changeling also, how you doing? Lazy, shout out to the folks. Dab, I have several knives in my sink. Please don't ask why they're bloody. It actually ruins the knife if you leave it in the sink. Water makes your knife less sharp. You want to kind of avoid that. So much streaming, amazing. Did you vote? Yeah, I just voted right now, which is why we're starting about like 45 minutes late. It wasn't that hard to vote, but you had to pop out, do a thing, talk to people, go do a thing, put a thing in a box. But we're good to go. It's like an important election. Like obviously all elections are in terms of like Canadian elections. If we can say one good thing about the landscape of current American politics is it's really swung how the predicted vote was meant to be in Canada for this federal election. At least that's what the numbers say, but the numbers are obviously like fickle. But things were looking kind of, if you'd ask me, not the way that I wanted them to be. And now, obviously, since things are a bit different down in the States, the sentiment has shifted massively. I don't think I've seen such a big like sentiment across all of Canada changing as kind of drastically and as quickly as it has over the last couple months, right? Like the party that is currently favored to win the election was very far from that just like 3 months ago. It's really, really, really interesting. I'm about to vote after lunch. All right, have fun. Go get your politics up. What's up, David? How's it going exactly? I recently realized that they changed the rules so I can vote as an expat, but I was too late to get the voting kit in time. Oh, no way. I have no idea how that works. Hopefully it's going okay. Living on the haterade? The Conservatives found someone less likable than Trudeau, I guess. They've had their candidate for a long time, but the problem is like he was, okay, maybe I'll use different words. He was like really leading in polling going into this because this guy, Pierre Poilievre versus Trudeau, wasn't looking good for Trudeau. For what it's worth, I don't think Trudeau was polling particularly well, particularly at, you know, the last couple months. He's no longer our prime minister. He did step down, and we have Mark Carney, who's running for re-election. But I think the sentiment around Trudeau really did go up at the end there, as his like response to what happened at the beginning of the Trump campaign was seen as pretty positive, and he had some really good messaging and has done a lot to, I think, bring a bunch of the provinces together. And Mark Carney is, I think, for many seen as the candidate who can, you know, help Canada in the times that we're running into right now. Does it not bother you that the party that's ahead in polls is behind because of massive scandals? No, I don't think so. The party that is ahead in polls, like, look, I'm not incredibly politically plugged in for what it's worth. Like in terms of the scandals, I live in Quebec, so like the Canadian politics here is already really different than the Canadian politics anywhere else. From what I've heard specifically from, you know, the person running at the head of the Conservative Party has like some pretty, you know, regrettable platforms, and like I just don't see how I can support that regardless. So I don't know. Hey Veronica, I'm a bit tired trying to figure out what to bring to the Utrecht District Championship, which still uses pre-elevation card pool and ban list. Yeah, the end times for districts championships. That's gonna be interesting. I would recommend that you need to understand what your goals are going into the event if you really want to like take that win. Hey Nanico the cat. Or whether you want to just play some of the stuff that you're most going to want to play before rotation. So I would recommend that probably. Like for me, it would be like, oh, I think I'm going to miss playing, you know, Personal Evolution for the last time in a long time and maybe just get that done. Love the Canadian politics corner crossover. I'm like really uncomfortable when it comes to Canadian politics because I'm like very much not plugged in. I do think like being, you know, an expat from from Ontario in Quebec and not really having a fluency in French makes me not as interested in local politics or even like Canadian politics. I just feel like I don't exactly belong here. It's kind of weird. The Trudeau-Carney switch worked better than the Biden-Harris switch, probably helped by Trump being a belligerent narcissist. Yeah, there's a lot of things definitely not helping and helping. I should be working with the Métropole Beckons. Daria, how's it going? I gotta watch some of your gameplay on the Koga stream, the tournament from his perspective, and saw some other games. Your game versus Man in the Moon was really fun to watch. Man in the Moon's deck was really, really interesting. But it's been really fun to see like what people are building in the meta. Daojin, how's it going? Andre, you're skirting around being a major block, major terror sicko. I don't know how, so like even the neighborhoods in Montreal vote really differently. Of course they do compared to the rest of Quebec. If I'm not mistaken, it's not either this riding or the riding next to me, but one of the local ridings here was Trudeau's riding. So they were voting Liberal. A lot of NDP ridings around this spot, but I don't think they're doing as well. But it's like Bloc Québécois is something specifically that I think only has seats in Quebec, as you might guess the name. But it's not like even that big of a thing in Montreal, the city. It's probably a bit more further out there. Some of my friends went out to Zurich district last weekend. It's really unfortunate that these are happening at the dregs of the old meta. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. And I think Organized Play locked in their schedule, obviously sooner than the release date of Elevation was locked down. It did get moved a couple times. So I think people originally were excited to get things done in the new meta, but it is what it is. I know in Gatineau, they had a district just this weekend on Saturday. I wasn't able to go. We were streaming and there was like 12 people coming out. It looks like it's still a fun time. But yeah, I do think like the last couple months of Organized Play were kind of a bit low on energy for a bunch of reasons. Block majority government timeline. My tribe is mostly located in Quebec, so I do watch Canadian politics somewhat closely. Oh, no way. That's kind of interesting, huh? I'm looking at Asa Group for my last chance. And then Hoshiko with checks to see if anyone from NL is around Stargate instead of twitting. I think it could be fun. If it's good stuff, Hoshiko, right? Like your MU, you have to make sure that makes sense. That's one of the differences of twinning. It's also a multi-axis pressure card that you can power while setting up, obviously with companions, which is kind of nice. So there's a couple things you can do on that front, but I honestly think Stargate's kind of underplayed and really fun. Even with the election, people are still talking about NHL playoff more than the election. Hey, Maxime, I don't know. I'm not like a big hockey guy, so I'm also not plugged into that, but there's a chance. I don't know if Montreal's still in the playoffs or not. But when I went down, the place was busy. Like, for what it's worth, in Canada, we also had a holiday on last Friday, which was the first day of opening early elections or early voting, excuse me. And from what I read online, they had really, really good turnouts, like millions and millions of people showing up to vote early because it lined up with a holiday. So people, you know, it's easier for them to schedule that in. They're not doing anything particular on the holiday. So I'm assuming that turnouts this year are going to be really, really good. I think federal election turnouts are always worse than anyone would imagine them to be, almost regardless of what country you're in. But yeah, it's going to be obviously a bit of a tense evening. I'm not sure at what point the election is going to be called. Do we know what time we're expecting an exit poll? No, I'm not sure. It depends how close it is, right? If it's like not close, they can call it on the evening, usually. If it's going to come down to the wire a bit, it usually takes a couple days. Sometimes it's a couple weeks before it gets locked in. Hey, Ba, been enjoying catching what I can of you recently. The amount of content is impressive. Thank you, Ba. Glad you've been enjoying it. I know you're streaming today. I feel a bit awkward of kind of, you know, taking that time slot on top of your stream. If you want to play some games and like do stream versus stream and like get some games so people can watch both sides, let me know for sure. I'm going to be playing some Jinteki on Corp side today. So I don't know if that overlays well with what you were intending, but hopefully you're well. I'm really excited to see what you've been brewing too with the new cards. We did an Elevation Cube draft after Swiss to get a new card fix after our districts this weekend. Would 100% recommend. Yo, that's wild. Blurby, with just Elevation? That's not enough cards to build the deck. What else do you do? That's really cool. Or do you just draft cards that you can add to like whatever decks you're already playing? Maddie, Andre, do we do Arkham tonight? Oh, hey, Maddie. Hey, love. With Daniel, yeah, I'm down. I'm totally down. I was a bit of a shithead, I think. We played Arkham last Monday. And I was up all night the night before doing a spoilers video. And so I was so tired. And a bit of Arkham Tangent spoilers. The new box is called The Drowned City. And we were 2 scenarios in. I was way too tired, so I got grumpy. But the bad thing happened. the bad thing happened. So firstly, I'm not sure what I think about this box so far. I'm only 2 scenarios in. One thing that's only somewhat spoilersy, but not super spoilersy, is this box has really bizarre pacing. Scenario 1, you're in Arkham. Scenario 2, you're suddenly like floating above some sort of mystic city in the like it goes from, you know, Arkham, you know, street crime level stuff, one last job, we're talking with the mafia, no surprise, into like suddenly you're in the end of the world. I'm only one scenario to the drowned city, no spoilers. Okay, well, you know that. If you've done one scenario, you know this, but it's like it's the pacing is strange. The second scenario, so it seems like there's a fork that you can choose what your second scenario is, but your second scenario had setup and rules that rivaled the complexity of some of the final scenarios in earlier Arkham history. So like you have to set something up, you have to read these rules, you have to make sure you're doing the rules every round. Then there's like, you know, edge cases because the rules engine never works. I feel like the language I've seen them use is really not great so far, and that thing really frustrates me. So quickly frustrates me, where we end up in a situation in which you have a new rule set that you have to understand quickly so you don't spend 30 minutes setting up your scenario. But then the Arkham rules team seems to use language in a way that is not incredibly elegant. I'll show one example maybe. So, oh, this example really gets me. Sorry that we're gonna do a small Arkham tangent here. Let's do Arkham Horror. Let's do Holy Rosary, I guess. No, candles. Let's do candles. Did you go with Hot Girl or Guy? I think we went with Hot Girl. We went with Girl. We went whatever way that girl goes. So check this out. So this is Candles. Candles is a fine card. It's from the core set. It doesn't see a lot of play. But it says after, and these are different symbols that you can pull from a bag. So in Arkham, when you do a skill test, you pull a token from a bag. And depending on the token you pull, and it can also have different symbols on it, or numbers usually on them, something will happen to your skill test. So this card says after one of these symbols is revealed during a skill test you're performing, you get +1 for this test. So it just makes these symbols a bit less bad, because +1 is good, -1 is bad. There is a setup instruction that asks you to pull symbol tokens, and the text is after and then it says a specific symbol. So this one says the elder sign, but imagine instead of skull, it says after a skull, it says after a non-skull symbol is revealed during this test. That is the word it says. It says after a non, and then pick one of these symbols. So let's say fish face. After a non-fish face symbol is revealed during this test, you're performing do action. Okay. So after a non-fish face symbol is revealed during this test, do X. When do you do X? It turns out you do X when you reveal a symbol that is not fish face. But the way that a lot of people read that, including myself, and maybe this is just me apologizing for how it makes sense, is that you would assume, because the thing is like they don't say, when they would say after a fish face is revealed, they don't say after a fish face symbol is revealed. Notice here they say after a type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4 symbol is revealed. If they were normally writing on a card, they would say after a fish face is revealed. But they do non-fish face symbol, which one way to intuit that to be after a symbol that is not a fish face, or another one would be after a just not a fish face. I feel like I'm doing a bad job communicating this, but it is just not very clear that they wanted to fire after only a symbol is fired that is not the fish face, which I think writing non-fish face symbol is confusing because fish face is a symbol. That's minor, whatever. Another thing that comes up is it asks you to reveal cards from the bottom of a deck, and then you reveal the card. It says look at the bottom cards of the deck and then reveal one of those cards, or reveal cards from the bottom deck to reveal the card, except those cards have when revealed text on them, and then you don't know whether they should come in play revealed or not, because revealing is used 3 different times in different ways in the same sentence. Really frustrating. People online agree that it just wasn't worded well, but I'm already frustrated that the rules explanations are getting more complicated, but getting less clear, which is something I think we've ran into in the last couple Arkham boxes, where like they're getting pretty ambitious with the setups and their ideas, which sometimes works out really well. And you get like really interesting scenarios with cool mechanics that are different than other scenarios, that's sure. But then how they explain them and onboard you are not clear, and how you're meant to interact with them are not clear. And that causes obviously a huge disconnect between people's experiences, because some people might be firing X ability way more often than they shouldn't, or they should, because the reading clarity is kind of They're trying to drive you mad. It's ludonarrative consonants. Yeah, it's wild. It's strange. I would love to, but unashamed plug. We are doing our first half of the tier list today, starting at 8:30 p.m. UK time. So that's in like an hour and a half. Okay, Bob, that's sick. I'll be sure to tune in after. Definitely feels like the change in devs meant that the language got a lot less consistent. The language is so much less consistent, it feels like. I'm not digging it. I get really frustrated when I'm trying to struggle to understand what the author wants me to do with the thing they're given, and that I'm not playing it the way that they want me to. Just like small rules inconsistencies or like type inconsistencies bother me probably more than most. That might not impact your experience, but like last Monday, I was struggling for the setup. We missed a bunch of triggers. I had to do them again. I had only slept a couple hours the night before because I was getting out the spoilers video, and I was just an ass. I was really, really unpleasant. So I'm a bit embarrassed to go back, but we'll figure it out. Is it similar to UAV's non-virus Trojan clause? Interesting. What's it called? Urban. Arkham stream, let's go. Hey Eris, how's it going? You may add one installed non-virus Trojan program. Kind of, yeah, it sounds like that, but this one doesn't trip me up as much. And that's because they use a symbol, right? Like, it's as if a Trojan had a symbol, and then they do the Trojan symbol, and then they say program after it. Like, in theory, there's no reason to say program here because it says Trojan. So it's kind of like this, but this one, for some reason, doesn't get me. And I think it's because they mix words and symbols. Because in theory, when you're meant to read this, you're meant to read after a skull symbol, a cultist symbol, a tablet symbol, or a fish face symbol is revealed. Because this is the shortcut for a fish face symbol. So when it says after a non-elder sign symbol is revealed, do something. That's how you're meant to read it. Because the shortcut for this, it has symbol in it, which is just an ugly sentence. After a non-elder sign symbol is revealed. So it has to be a symbol, but not an elder sign. Ugh. Anyways, that's me. I love so much and hate towards Arkham. I have so much love and hate towards Arkham Horror LCG. Oh, Leo, I have way more love than hate, that's for sure. I feel like some things modernly have missed a bit more than others, but it's a really cool game, and I'm glad that it's like we have new content. It's been a long time. I understand your frustration. It isn't confusing to me, but that's not a fair bar since I went way too deep on the rules in Arkham. Yeah, it's like the old ones. You can't comprehend the rules. I love Arkham, but it's feeling lately that they have had to make rulings that make cards no longer work intuitively to how they are read. I feel like people have that criticism a lot about FFG stuff in general, like FFG's wordings, and then like they have to errata and then change the rule structure for games like Marvel Champions. That is something that people consistently gripe about, particularly when they're trying to make content about it, because then playing accurately is incredibly important and it gets judged publicly. When it comes to like how does retaliate work, or like does the on engage ability of quick strike happen before you can widow's bite, like these sort of niche cases sometimes are unintuitive, and sometimes you can argue they're consistent, but how it worked 2 years ago versus 1 year ago changes because they changed the rule structure. I think it's really difficult. I don't feel like just do it vibes based is like a good enough solution. It's particularly for some card games more than others. Like maybe, yeah, a solo card game, a cooperative card game, you can just do whatever your group thinks is good. But it's like, it's kind of a catch-22. And for what it's worth, we're gonna be looking at that today. There was rules changes recently to Netrunner, and I do think there's some consequences that are like kind of interesting. It may not be entirely intended, and that might be a problem. So it's just the hard thing is as soon as you try and deconstruct something to make it as rules accurate, you run into really ugliness, like very, very big ugliness very quickly. Fish-based symbol. I don't know what it's called, Jello. How's it going, by the way? Kindred Souls, I'm also bothered about this wording. Yeah, it's bad. It's not good wording. They have some wording problems. You're revealing cards from a deck that have when revealed text, and then you meant to put them into play revealed. It's like, why are we using the word for 3 different things in the same sentence? It doesn't make any sense. Like, please stop doing that. It's like when people say ATM machine, yeah, or pin number. That just happens. Gotta do more Arkham. It's fun. Yeah, Manuel, I'm really excited to do more Arkham for sure. I just got absolutely blasted on last Monday. I was such a grumpus. I was really, really bad. Rules team did great work. I'm excited to see it. Deep love for the LCG, mixed feeling about the management of it at times. Yeah, I think like the whole out of print, in print standards, well, it's not great, but we'll be fine. Not rules as S syndrome, rules as 5. What is RAS syndrome? Cold Lava, how's it going? Did you hear about the stealth rules change to Plutus for Genesis FA? Yeah, London, this is what I wanted to talk about, and I'm glad you brought it up, so I don't feel like I'm leaking secret tech here. But the rules team made a change that actually has some pretty big implications on the power of a very powerful combo you can play in Jinteki. From my understanding, the combo wasn't playtested like this. And so between playtesting, where they signed off on the power level of a card, and now what the card is right now in the public sphere is massively different and incredibly more powerful, as much as it is in a niche use case. Oh, redundant acronym syndrome. God. Do tell. Okay, yo, Bunga, how's it going, by the way? So let's find the rules changed specifically that happened. So we have the 2505 rules, I'm pretty sure. I don't know why it's not on the front page, but there was the rules update to the comprehensive rules. Maybe it is the 2504. I thought it was 2505 that have all the changes for the new set. Yeah, so this is probably it. I think it is 2504. Why would it be 2505? I don't know. So this is the changes, and at the top it's highlighted. This is an absurd amount of work just to make things make sense. So like you have some basic stuff. So updated list of subtypes, added unsubstantiated symbol, and expanded deepnet to new card types. This is a cool one. Update section to cover how terminal operations interact with action phase ends trigger. So this one came up, and a lot of these actually have to do with the new card Plutus that has a really important and interesting timing. Plutus says that when your turn begins, you may play a transaction operation from archives. After it resolves, you remove it from the game. And so this is going to come up twice in this conversation. The first thing that's going to come up, and this matters for a bigger card pool like Eternal, what happens if you play a transaction that is terminal itself? So is it ultraviolet or violet? It's violet. So violet level clearance is a card that sees a lot of play in Eternal. It is not in the standard card pool. And it says basically you pay it for 5, it's a transaction, and you gain 8 credits and draw 4 cards. However, it's terminal, and terminal, as you know, is the same text that it is modernly. After you resolve this, end your action phase. However, if you play this at the beginning of your turn with Plutus, you're actually not in your action phase. You're in your, I think it's called your upkeep phase on the corp side, which means that you're not in your action phase, so you don't end your action phase. So people were asking, what happens? If you play a violet level clearance with Plutus, do you immediately end your turn? Or does that not have a downside and then you just start your action phase like normal? Because again, Plutus doesn't fire in the action phase. It starts in, I think it's called your upkeep phase. It's called the draw phase. Thank you. Okay, it's called the draw phase. It's not a term that shows up on any other card, so people don't know the names of it, myself included. But there's technically 2 phases on the corpse turn and only 1 phase on the runner's turn. I'm not sure why it's asymmetrical like that, because the upkeep phase, the draw phase, it's just about the mandatory draw, but that's when you do start a turn triggers. And so now it says, a player's action phase can be forced to end by certain card abilities, okay? A current step of the action phase ends, all remaining steps are skipped. Any currently open priority windows close. Any currently resolving actions cease. Conditions related to the action phase, great. After completing any reaction windows opened by the checkpoint, whatever. But they added this. If an effect attempts to end a player's action phase during their draw phase, their discard phase, or another player's turn, this effect does nothing. Which means you can now violet level clearance with Plutus clicklessly at the beginning of your step and not worry about that. So that means if you have any more transactions that are terminal, you can cheese the hell out of them with Plutus at the beginning of your turn in Eternal or anywhere else. That's a good ruling. I think that's a cool ruling. That's an intuitive ruling, is that you can't go to the end of your draw phase. What's the rule? The words on the terminal? It would be end your action phase. If you're not in your end action phase, how do you end your action phase? I think that's intuitive. Wait, Oppa Research. Oppa Research doesn't matter because it's not a transaction, and Plutus can only specifically play transactions. If Plutus could play any operation, yeah, then you'd have some problems. But yeah, it's not a transaction, so no problems. Now, there's another Plutus type ruling that I'm not sure has a note here exactly, but it happens with I think removing from game and trashing cards. So let's talk about how are we going to find it? What's it called? Petty cache? Is there a ruling for petty cache somewhere? Control F, no petty cache. So I think we have to find the remove from game section. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, in 4.9, we'll try and jump to this. It's in there. Do you know where it is, the remove from game petty cache interaction? So the short of the long is we have this card called petty cache, right? And petty cache is a very, very powerful card. No HHN at the start of turn. No, you can't do it. It's a change to the steps of playing a card. Okay, so I have to look through playing the cards. I don't know, Lucille, if you know the actual number attached to that rules bulletin. So petty cache says that, okay, you only play this if you haven't finished an action yet this turn. So again, you can play it on your draw phase, but you can also play it as your first action during your action phase. Notably, action in Netrunner means anything that says click, colon, and then an effect. So you can fire paid abilities, you can res cards, you could trash cards and instant speed that have text, but you just simply, if you want to play petty cache, you cannot have spent action, colon, click, any amount of clicks, colon, some effect. Now, when you play petty cash, you pay 3, you gain 5. And if you play this operation from anywhere except HQ, gain a click. That's mysterious, but then it makes sense here that you can spend a click to play this from archives. And after it resolves, remove it from the game. 8.66, thank you. So the question is, when you play petty cash from your archives, where does it go exactly? The petty cash, when you play it, I'm assuming it goes to the in-play space, the sort of like limbo space where cards resolve. There's a name for it, a technical name. It doesn't show up on any card, so you can name it whatever you want. After it resolves, does it trash itself and then remove from the game? Or does it just straight remove from the game? Or do you just play this from archives and then does it trash itself in archives and remove itself from the game? Or does it just remove itself from the game? And it turns out that it just removes itself from the game. So if we go to 8.66, it clarifies what happens in this situation. In certain circumstances, a played card is not trashed after resolving it, okay? If a player card is no longer in the player area when 8.6.7G is reached, it is not trashed. I think this is the part that matters. If an ability that plays an event or operation also contains the nested condition ability, after it resolves, remove it from the game, the event or operation is not trashed. The card remains in the play area until the conditional ability removes it from the game. So that means that this card is actually not going to be trashed. It's only going to be removed from the game. And that seems not important. And yeah, it kind of isn't important. Petty cash does not trash itself when you play it from the heap. It just straight removes it from the game. Now, why is that important? Well, firstly, petty cash is really important with Plutus because if you have a petty cash already in the heap or technically in your hand, you can res petty cash. Sorry, you can res Plutus and trash your petty cash if you trash 3 cards. And then clicklessly, you can play petty cash. And when you play petty cash from the heap with Plutus, you gain a click. And because you spend no clicks playing the petty cash, you functionally enter your action phase with 4 clicks. And that's really important because you can install advance, 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 and score out an agenda from hand. Now, this is one of the most powerful agendas right now in the Jinteki card pool. It's Regenesis. And it says, when you score this agenda, if no corp cards have been added to archives this turn, you may reveal a face-down agenda in archives and add it to your score area. The downside to Regenesis is that you cannot play an operation to fast advance out Regenesis, because if I played a Biotic Labor or modernly a Nano Management to get an extra click, that operation, once it resolves, ends up in archives. So you cannot do Nano Management, install Regenesis, advance, 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 score out, and then flip up a 3-pointer in archives to score 4 points. You can still score out the Regenesis, but it'll simply be a 3-1. Now that's totally gone here. That means that because of the way that this ruling works, is that say that you start your turn and you have a Plutus on the table, say that you start the turn and you have a Plutus on the table, and the end of the runner's turn, you can res a Plutus. When you res that Plutus, you can discard 3 cards. So at a minimum, let's go ahead and discard a card that we have in our hand, and it'll be discarded face down, mind you. This is, oh no, it's not. This is reveal and trash. So you have to figure out how to get the thing in the bin, but this is reveal and trash 3 cards from HQ. Regardless, if you res the Plutus and you have in the bin, you have to have a copy of, say, like a Fuji, which is a hard thing to run archive sometimes because it does 2 damage and you can stack a bunch of these. But basically, if you have a Plutus on the table, the short of the long is that when Plutus is res in Jinteki, you can play from your bin and you can discard this. You can play a copy of Petty Cash. You can now have 4 clicks. And notably, because this thing did not trash itself, it just removed itself from the game. You can now go ahead and score Regenesis, and you can functionally fast advance out a 4-3 from hand. That's very powerful. That is incredibly powerful. The idea that on some board states, if there's a Plutus in the remote server and there's already a petty cash in the bin and there's a 5-3 in the bin and you can figure out other ways to get the 5-3 in the bin at instant speed, is now Jinteki is for 1 credit able to fast advance 3 points. Under the old rules, that didn't happen from my understanding. I'm not sure if that worked. From what I've been told, playtesting did not test this way. Playtesting was told that Plutus would not work, or sorry, Regenesis would not work with petty cash. That petty cash would be trashed when it was played and then removed from game. And so that was not something that playtesters had to worry about, because that is like not exactly makes the card more consistent, but there's a really sharp power spike in what you can do with Plutus and Jinteki alongside Regenesis, petty cash, and this. And now this works. And I have no doubt we're now going to see a bunch of decks that try and capitalize on that, whether they're playing Oko, because Oko can get cards into the bin and find these combos quickly, whether they're playing Atea specifically, because you can do that quickly. It's really, really wild. Yeah, Regenesis is a face down, and that's important. It means you can't res your Plutus to throw out the agenda, but you just need to get your agenda into the bin, which is not that difficult. Jinteki has so many ways to get their agendas into the bin face down, whether it's Anemone or Hansei Review or discarding to hand or Anoetic Void or Botu or just over discarding. In theory, you can't do it with Oko because Oko will fire on your draw step and then a card will enter archives, which means you can't fire Regenesis. But there's like, getting a Regenesis in or getting a Fuji in the bin is not the most difficult thing you can do. What was the change here? Was the wording changed to petty cash? I think the change was not the wording to petty cash. I think the change was just clarifying how it works when you play a petty cash from archives, that it's not trashed then removed from game, it's straight removed from game. Because I think people thought after it resolves might have assumed that it meant it trashed itself. Then after the resolution of it, then it removed itself from the game. So my guess is the difference is whether or not the card was trashed before or after. And obviously trashing a card versus not trashing a card is the most important difference when it comes to Regenesis. That seems to be the change. And I'm a bit nervous when rules changes happen after playtest and playtest works in a different rule set. Like obviously that's important that those two align. Rules is a lot of work. It's very difficult. So it's hard to get everything working at the same time. And then it's like the battle of making something that's rules concise versus making something that is maybe, I'm not saying this is going to be more or less fun, but like, it's not how it's play tested. That's kind of frightening. Why would it be trashed in RFG if it was already in the bin? Because I think you play it and I think you play it and goes into the liminal space of where operations resolve and then it gets trashed. And then it's like, I honestly don't know. I've just heard that that's not how it was play tested. So I'm not sure. It is accurate that after resolved used to be after it hit the bin. Yeah. So after resolved used to be after it hit the bin. Now it's not. We'll see. Again, at some point, if this becomes a problem, this can be reverted. I don't think that has massive impacts on any other card really in the format. But yeah, the problem was the competition of it resolving and it being removed from the game. Yeah, it's weird. We're gonna definitely try it today because it seems really powerful, but that is it is definitely a thing you need to be aware of because Jinteki now for 1 credit being allowed to fast advance 4 points is like obviously a bit messed up, and it's up to us to figure out how consistent that is or other ways how you can interact with it as a runner. I want to do shout out that if you keep some virus synergy on the board, one of the fun ways I've seen to play around with Genesis, and I don't think we're at this meta where this is a way that you can write this off, is you can play Augustina, install a virus, and then have to sabotage, and that's kind of fun. But yeah, it's maybe a problem. Maybe problem. The space where operations go while they're resolving is just called the play area. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Helianthra stocks keep going up. Yeah, Helianthra seems like maybe a way, but the problem is like Odd Radish, I think you can play around Helianthra because the idea is that you don't actually have to play your petty cash. You can just discard your petty cash when you res Plutus. So it's actually very difficult to play around it. Admittedly, some Jinteki decks might petty cash on turn 1 and you can turn it off. But in theory, if they're playing around the potential Helianthra, they can just petty cash from hand when resing Plutus. If Terminal doesn't end your action phase when Plutus, how can you add a click with Plutus since it's not your action phase with petty cash? Well, I don't know. When do you actually gain your clicks on a turn? I think you gain your clicks during the draw phase though, not during the action phase. I think you get your clicks. I'm not sure when you gain your clicks. When do you gain your clicks? Yeah, you gain a lot of clicks before start a turn. So Plutus fires here. So you have clicks already. So when you gain a click, it goes onto these clicks and then you spend them in the action phase. So no, that seems to be totally fine. Because it's the first thing that happens when your turn starts functionally, which happens before your turn starts functionally. Because turn start and turn start are two different things in Netrunner. You can run archives much safer. Yeah, you can run archives much safer. Yeah, you can disarm Fujis. You can run archives, but still tricky. Still very, very hard. Very weird. Very, very weird. Yeah, gaining your clicks is literally the first thing. That's good. There's a problem in Arkham, mind you, with gaining clicks, is that there's so many cards that say like lose a click that you can draw during the Mythos phase, and you don't have clicks on the Mythos phase. Like, what the heck? The card doesn't work. Why is this like this? I think they eroded it so it makes intuitive sense, but like, oops. Anyways, we'll see if that's an issue or not. I'm imagining it will be. That's something that could be reverted, no problem. But yeah, I'm a bit nervous when rules changes do not line up with playtesting. Because obviously playtesting is a lot of effort, rules is a lot of effort, and they need to be a bit more in harmony. Okay, other changes. I don't know if there's anything super, super necessary. What's the map judge called? Nothing needs to be in the bin if Plutus isn't rezzed. You need Kyle, you still need the Fuji in the bin. Because when you res Plutus, it trashes it face up, and Regenesis only works with face down agendas. So you need to figure out a way to get the Fuji in the bin. I thought you could res a Plutus, you can't just straight. Kakarembo flips it down? Oh shit, yeah, if you want to add another combo piece, you can technically, okay, so you can Plutus, you can throw out your Fuji, you can throw out your petty cash. Then you, in theory, can Kakarembo the Regenesis from hand or from bin. This flips all the cards in Archives face down. And then you can advance the Regenesis. So yeah, if they're playing around archives, Kakarembo fixes it and allows you to, it doesn't allow you to trash your Fuji, but allows you to trash your Fuji with Plutus and flip it down. So if your hand is Petty Cash or Petty Cash and Bin, Fuji, Kakarembo, Regenesis, and Plutus on the table, like that seems a bit less consistent, but that is one way to play around it. If you really need to force it, a Kakarembo can force it. Yeah, and Kakarembo notably also RFGs itself, so this does not hit archives. It just gets removed from game, so Regenesis is online. That is already something I think pretty intuitive, but maybe that had to be clarified. If you're accessing 3 cards in HQ and the second card you touch them a virus and you're at Helio on the table and they purge, you need to call Judge to resolve everything. It's like Maw on steroids? Wait, why? Can't you just dice roll your way out of it? Don't need Petty Cash with Kakarembo? Yeah, you do. Wait, what? No, you do, because you don't have enough clicks. Was this rule change necessary? Roberto, how's it going? Any reason why this could not be fixed immediately? Fixed immediately? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see what the feedback looks like. We'll see like it works out. I don't know what the other consequences are for it. Maybe it could. I'm like not a rules complete person to know like if you change this, if there are other knock-on changes. Usually with the rules, that's the problem, is like this impacts a bunch of other cards. Yeah, I'm not sure. How can you just Kakarembo with Petty Cash? But you can't play this with Plutus. It's not a transaction. You don't know if the card was trashed is one you previously accessed or not, and you're not looking. Taking the basic action, spend a click, Plutus doesn't. All right. Yeah, and you can't just straight Kakarembo. You can Kakarembo in, what's it called? In Gemelang Kakarembos. Do we know why there wasn't a Clot near Plant? No. Why? No. I think it'd be interesting to talk to NSG and see like what their thoughts are on having a Clot reprint or not. My guess is twofold. My guess is sometimes having these sort of like, you know, tech cards might not be necessary to be in the evergreen set, and they can come and they can go. So different standards can have different ways to favorably interact on the runner side with fast events. I think that's kind of cool. I also think Clot, if it's a virus, we're now in a meta where you don't have a virus in the startup or the core card set. So it's like harder even to deal with a Clot-like effect, as much as this could be different. I think what we have been beginning to see, which is kind of interesting, is a moving away from required tech. I know this was a talking point that came up a lot with I forget the name of the testing team, but like Bridgman, Peter H, Brandon, and Soccer were talking about this, and I kind of like the idea behind this. Is like classically we were in a meta where the tech cards were doing so much of your heavy lifting, right? Like Miss Bones is a messed up card. When you install Miss Bones, it is a 10 credit econ card that allows you to trash all these assets at once and basically like roll over the asset matchup. Whether you drew or played Miss Bones versus didn't draw or play Miss Bones is the biggest impact on any game. Whether you played it well or didn't play it well, it's more important did you draw Miss Bones. And I feel like that sort of Netrunner classically has made me pretty nervous. I don't like the sort of metas in which like tech slots win games or lose games. And specifically, we've even seen more egregious things like, oh my God, have I played what's it called? Off-campus apartment decks, and then my opponent just plays for meta concern reasons, but not this reason, plays a best defense. Right? Like these are the sort of board states, and there may be two different problems here that I just hate it. I just makes me too stressed to go to tournaments and make a bad choice and lose the game before the game starts. I don't want the game to be defined before the game starts. Not a great example, but the sort of things that make me anxious. And I feel like we're seeing that a bit, where it's like we're printing less of these, you know, busted cards that just roll over a certain archetype, and then hoping that every identity has tools that help them deal with that archetype, but require, you know, thoughtful play and understanding the matchup. I think that's where most people would like the game to go, whether we're there already or whether we're going in the right direction. That's up to us to decide, of course. But the idea is that like Azamat has a downside to it. One upside is that it's a one influence card, so anybody can play it if they want to, but it's a much harder card to play. But sometimes that might be the right choice. Like I kind of like the design a bit better, where it's like it's accessible, but it's clumsy. So there's trade-offs, but it doesn't win the game on the spot, as opposed to like, oh yeah, every criminal deck can play 2 Miss Bones and have 24 credits for trashing cards. Mixed bag. But I think we'll see whether we need a Clot or not. I'm hoping that we have other ways to interact with fast events. If it comes down to it that like Nebula is cracked and like everybody can score out a 3-2 from hand for +1 credit, like yeah, we'll have problems. But I don't know if I'd like a meta where it's like, oh, Nebula is cracked, but the only way you can beat Nebula is playing Clot. It's like, I don't think that's a better spot. I think I'd rather just fix Nebula. And I think, yeah, maybe Nebula will have to be addressed. I can't tell. Hey, Aku, how's it going? With a Fuji already in the bin, a Plutus on the field, a Regenesis in hand, and a Petty Cash in hand to the bin, you can fast advance 4 points basically. Yes, exactly. And it's one concern to say like that's a problem because that's powerful. And it's another concern to be like that's a problem because playtesters were told that that interaction explicitly didn't work, so they didn't playtest for that interaction. I'm more worried about the latter than the former. I don't know if we have confirmation of that. I've kind of heard rumblings of that, but like I'm more worried that playtest doesn't line up. Really felt that they need to save a bunch of cards from the FFG pool if they want to put them in elevation. Having no Clot or Acid Hate in the card pool is such an open invitation for disaster. I don't think we have no Acid card pool. I've seen a lot of decks playing Azamat and it doing relatively well. Shaper, it's much easier, but for one influence, that's pretty cool. I think the Gourmand decks are pretty great. I feel like the Criminals just having good card draw and good economy is fantastic. For what's worth, I think like Davey is like one of the best asset shapers. Like this is a really good ability to deal with assets if you're dealing with assets. I do think you need to be cognizant of assets. From what I've seen, again, I haven't played against op assets too much. We're going to build Oko assets and we'll see how overbearing it is. But I think I'd rather assets be dealt with good play and strong economy, as much as I hope decks are not like still have to be 70% economy, but somewhere in the middle. You can have the Fuji in hand too, not necessarily. Having the Fuji installed, you can't have the Fuji installed either, Spark, unless I'm missing something. Helium of Virus plus 3 or more access is truly a cursed situation, and I'm glad the Heli is a bad card. Clot is too hard of a tech. I like the Disarm HQ wave addressing FA. I'll be okay with a softer Clot. Plascrete is such an unfun card, yes. And I do think we've also seen the tech cards become a bit more nuanced. I do think Clot is just a stop right now and play Mavirus, which is not really fun as much as it adds a bit more like, oh, you have to challenge upgrades. But I'm glad we're not in a world where we see tech cards like this. I'm glad we're not in a world where we see tech cards like this. Like this is the worst design to me, where it's like, oh, you played this one influence card. Okay. Admittedly, this one's expensive to keep to be like sustainable, but like this is awful. This is like not interesting. When someone drops this and I'm playing my core damage deck, I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I lose. Great. Like, no, I don't like that at all. And I think like, yeah, maybe there's other ways to interact with fast advance, right? Like source is probably not the source, but like there's some cooler ways to deal with fast advance than Clot. This one's kind of fun. This is a much more of a downside as much as this does promote passive runner play, and that could be a problem. I like the idea of traffic jam that immediately just like hurts agenda suites, but you can play around this by like just forcing the issue. I think I'd rather see effects like this that can slow down, that can hamper fast advance, but not just say you can't fast advance. Maybe that'll be good because we'll be frustrated with the Nebula, but I can't tell. I think there's an interesting discussion about Clot with NSG, but I don't know what was said publicly and what was restricted. So I'd love if someone would reach out to Dev and talk about it. Yeah, like we'll see. We'll see if we need it or not. But I don't think Clot and just like simul-chip lock is actually as interesting as we want it to be. I think playing decks that are vulnerable to tech cards is a meta choice like any other. You'll similarly have choices for how to kill or miss bones. It's a meta call whether you play them or not. For sure. And I do think in a card gaming list, people should be rewarded for good meta calls. And I think no matter how the game is going to look like, you're going to get that. But I do think like the power level of Miss Bones compared to what she does versus the cost of including her is a bit messed up. I don't know. I am someone who gets a bit nervous when it comes to making the right meta call when that feels to be more important than how well you can play the game. I know I get frustrated when I go to an event and I brought the wrong deck. And even if I play perfectly, I don't have a chance. I don't think that is a defensible take. I think a lot of people would be like, bro, it's a card game. Like, what are you talking about? That's just how it is. And like, yeah, I get it. Like, this is my problem. But I just want to let you know that I slant more on that side, where I like to be able to play whatever I want well and have a good time, as opposed to be like, okay, the meta is super narrow. You have to play these effects or you're cooked. And I do think most people fall somewhere in the middle. I do think I'm on more extreme on one side, and that's totally fair. Hey, Roshni, how's it going? Happy Monday. How you doing? My only issue is I wish Azamat was Anarch. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that being like a cool win. What's really interesting is all the one influence cards in the set are like arguably smashable, arguably cool, but we have a lot of like interesting one influence runner cards, which I think is a great spot to be in. To be honest, if you need Azamat, you don't need all your MU in that matchup. Azamat is strong. I agree. That's I think what we've seen. It's like a lot of decks where they're not forcing out breakers. You can get away with spending 2 MU on Azamat. I don't understand why Azamat's so good, but Scrubber wasn't. Shaper. Shaper's the big thing, is that I can get the Azamat down on turn 1. That is huge. Was the Scrubber underplayed? Arguably, Scrubber might have been underplayed, but compared to Miss Bones, like it makes sense that Scrubber's underplayed. I do think we're like reevaluating a lot of stuff because the context has changed. But the big thing for Shaper is that I can get my 2 credits a turn to trash assets on turn 1 as soon as possible. And then for Anarchs, it's like Fencer Fueno is a credit a turn, but the problem with assets is you need to deal with them now or they snowball. And so a credit per turn is like kind of comparable to the other things you're doing, like Mystic and Paladin and stuff like that, and just other econ cards. But the big thing about Bones and not even Scrubber, who's not credit positive, is that it is credit positive, and every turn 2 free credits is a lot more than 1 credit a turn. I think Fueno is definitely more playable than she's ever been, but 2 credits is a lot of money. When a lot of corps can put out 1 or 2 threats every turn, that is an absurd amount of money. Bones was messed up though. Like a 10 credit econ card in a matchup that doesn't require you to make any decisions is a lot. It's a lot. Plot specifically was rough since you could pull it at instant speed in any pay ability window. I missed that. I missed pay ability window shenanigans. I feel like the videos I put up talking about like priority, like Sanjay has that Clot video too. It's like, oh man, this is kind of cool. You can Kakarembo, it disables regen. Kakarembo RFGs. The new rules say that you can Kakarembo. It does not trash itself. Blessed little guy. Yeah, Asamat is tutorable and Scrubber ain't too bad anyways. Trash costs are lower now. Playing against Faster back in the day felt like a coin flip in my experience, so I'm a little worried about the not even weak anti-FA tech. For the folks who played back in the day, so back in the day, we used to have AstroScript pilot program. This was a 3-2. You got 2 copies in your core set, so you bought a second core set. This limit 1 per deck, you notice how the text looks kind of silly and a bit under resolution and kind of misaligned. And that's because this was added in Photoshop. The original card just had this text. And this was really powerful because if you scored out 1 Astro, you can now chain the second Astro for 2 credits. And then the second Astro could score the third Astro and so on and so forth. This was the Astro train. Very, very, very powerful. And then NBN back in the day had other 3-2s that had no text functionally and had a 2-1. So it was really easy for them to spend minimum amount of credits. However, back in the day, the way that those decks worked is they actually did build a board state that you could interact with. The big way that they scored their first Astro, or every Astro after that, was also with Sands and City Grid. And while this was expensive to res, you could trash it. And so like getting into the remote server and trashing their Sands and City Grid put them in a situation where the only other thing they could do is biotic labor out and pay 7 credits. I think those decks also didn't run a lot of ice, where it's like maybe they afforded 1 toll booth, but like they had a lot of pop-up windows. And I went back and watched really bad gameplay against early decks where people were figuring out Netrunner, and the faster biotics felt a bit like a coin flip, but so much of the deck was about getting the right pressure at the right place, forcing their money, and I think it gave you more ways, it feels like it gave you more ways to interact than what I think people fear that Nebula could feel like, because they didn't glacier up. They had trashable assets and upgrades that were important to the game plan. Their money was valuable as much as they could score out for free with like shipment from Sansan. It was like, I hear you, but it's also, I think that the runner felt like they had more agency. And I feel like, again, we need somewhere in the middle. Beating Astro by bribing FFG to Errata Astro, it took a long time, that's for sure. Shaper with Azamat seems overwhelming against assets. Azamat seems really good. Clean Gateway is also pitched as better into assets. Yeah, Clean Gateway is really good into assets for a criminal. You can also play like all the other run-based synergy stuff, like Side Hustle is really good into assets, but Clean Getaway is like such a big upgrade into asset decks. As much as I'm still nervous to Clean Getaway a server and turn out it's a Spin Doctor. I really don't get how Davy is even playable. The ability just seems so hard to fire for a little payoff. I played exclusively Davy yesterday and had the most fun. Like, I want to be very clear. Jeff left a really nice comment, which is like the arc of dreading this to actually having a good time was like very, very satisfying. And I want to be very clear. I'm not convinced what I've been told to pronounce as Dewi is particularly competitively exciting compared to some of the other Shaper options. But in terms of like the brain burner, oh my God, this was fun. And the payoff was like, doesn't feel like it matched this amount of effort you had to put into the engine, but it was good. It was attached to running and touching cards, which was good. I had way more fun with this than I thought I would, which is such a success. I really enjoyed this. Would I bring it to a tournament? No. Would I sit down and refine the list and bring it to casuals? It seems like this is the Shaper I want to play in casual settings. Yes, this is just a ton of fun. I think this is also really good into assets because you play Azamat really well. And if they're just playing assets, you run all the time. If you're playing against Gamalang and Nebula, yeah, that's harder, but at least I'm playing 2 Cheswas. I don't know. I enjoyed this way more than I thought I would, which is like a huge success. But I agree. This doesn't seem easy. It seems like a lot of work. It seems like a deck building problem. At the end of the day, the payoff is good, but not like great. And you have to spend a lot of time thinking about it. But if you're a Netrunner player who enjoys thinking about your things, like have a one that makes you think about your things. It's fine. We found a way to make Andre like DZMZ, and it turns out Maggie is even better for that. But yeah, I don't know. I honestly was like into this. And if it's not competitively viable, I don't care. It was kind of a treat. I played through so many years of asset spam dominance, and they were impossible to beat even with silver bullets unless you were on tier 1 Anarch. I just don't think the game is built for asset spam. I agree that I don't think this game is... The conversation's really strange, right? Inherently, the math around assets favors the corporation as long as card draw is good. So the idea is that if the corporation spends a click to put something on the table, the runner also has to spend a click to check it. And while the runner and the corporation functionally have the same amount of clicks as long as the corporation draws every time, the runner has to check this, and then the runner also has to spend money. Now, spending money is important because if they're clicking to check their assets, that's so be it. And also technically you don't have to res a lot of the assets for the runner to feel like they need to trash them. So if I could have a deck that was only assets and no agendas, then I could just put assets on the table for every single click as long as I have the card draw like near Earth Hub or whatever. Yeah, the runners are probably going to fall far behind unless they can, pivot to centrals, keep enough of the important things trashed and make good decisions. But inherently, I feel like the action of putting a card on the table, the runner spending one of their clicks to run as well and then spend money favors me, who only spent one card and one click, while the runner spends one click and 2 to 4 credits. I don't know. I think assets have to be important and valuable. I don't think I like metas where there are like the 22 asset decks. I don't think they're fun. I think I've had good fun into asset decks, but when that is the majority of the game, so be it. What's really strange is at the end of the day, the runner is just spending 45, 50 credits in a game. And if I was playing, on sale 1.0 and I was playing, what's it called? And I was playing Leo Construction, you would also spend 40 to 50 credits. Just the way that you spend those 40 to 50 credits is different. And yet people like it way more when they install their icebreakers and break ice than when they spend the exact same amount of money solving a different problem. It's strange. And I think a lot of people just don't like assets. They don't like playing to assets. But at the end of the day, it asks something slightly different out of your deck, but it might actually expend your resources in the same amount of ways. Well, different ways, but the same amount of expend. It's strange. It's really, really strange. But you can check like how many decks you play against Glacier do you expend X money and how much money do you spend against assets? It's like kind of all over the place. But I do agree. Like I feel like it's more satisfying to run into ice, figure out what it is, break some subroutines, steal agendas. And maybe one of the big problems is that asset decks don't feel like they're built around agendas where these sort of decks are, where the agendas are not the forefront. And I do think that is a problem. Is that if the agendas are not the forefront, the game does kind of fall apart. What we need is a near pair of the source. I think the asset decks right now are interesting to deal with or without, assuming tech. We don't see all out spam in the vein of CT Megagarden anymore. I think we will. I think we definitely will. I think full asset spam Oko looks really good. I think Op is going to be asset spamming with a kill combo to it. I do think we're going to see a lot of asset decks. You're just not seeing it on this channel. And I think people are playing Nebula sooner than anything because it seems like the least amount of effort into the strongest deck in the early meta. Source should be reprinted just for the Azyaf Op Baz interaction. Cursed Source Azyaf interaction. Oh, that is so cool. So if you're playing in Eternal, so Baz says when an ice is rezzed, you can install a thing, right? You can install a resource or a connection, which means in theory, what happens is that if you're playing and then they score an Azyaf protocol and then they trash any card, if it's a res card in Op, they can install a piece of ice and say they go out of their way to install their Kessleroid, which I'm hearing is seeing play in Op decks, which like good for y'all. And then you get the source down. Can you score the agenda suddenly? That's so weird. You paid additional cost, but suddenly it becomes a 4-2. I don't know what happens. You can make Plastic chargeable and be more interesting, like play to charge once a turn type of deal. We had that card in ONR. It was some sort of like medical insurance thing that it came in with only 2 counters as a Plastic, and then you could spend a click and some money to put more counters on it. And I would argue that's still not fun. It's just a card that the opponent puts on the table. You're just basically increasing the trash cost, or sorry, the install cost. Not my thing. I'm not sure. I don't know about how to do about it. I hate Pinhole Threading as a card, but I feel like I've been forced to include 2 in every deck more or less since it came out. Yeah, I'm somewhere in the middle of that too, as I always play 2, but I kind of dislike that it exists. Scrubber was underplayed because the Enter card pool is absolutely wild, yeah. Catching Gama chat. You have to Kakarembo but put nothing in archives. You dump the Regenesis and Fuji when you res Plutus or the runner's turn. Yeah, you can Kakarembo for nothing just to flip the cards, but then you're missing a click usually. But Kaku technically works now. Now it always works with Regenesis. Astro was the game back in the day. It was one of the most powerful decks for a while. It did have things that beat it. What's the cheapest way to score 3-2 out of hand? Like 3 credits in Gamelang with a greasing the palm? No, you can make money scoring at 3-2s. You can genuinely make money, I think. So the low end Z-Bag is that you play in Gamelang, you play from the bin. What's it called? Petty Cash. Petty Cash is gain 3. Sorry, you gain 2. Then you do install advance, advance, advance. So you pay 1 credit. I think key performance indicator actually allows you to gain credits because you install the agenda, you gain 2, you advance the card, and then you do advance, advance. So you spend 1, I think, as well. Oh, you pay for the KPI as well. So yeah, I think you end up spending about 1 or something like that. I think those are some of the cheapest ones. I don't know if you can do cheaper than that. Greasing is really cheap. Mind you, actually, greasing is probably the cheapest. If you greasing from Plutus, you gain 2 credits. So it's a bit cheaper than KPI. And if they have a tag, but obviously if they have a tag, this is messed up. So it's relatively cheap. You can score out 3 2s from hand for very little. Kakarembu for Stoke the Embers in Gemalang is kind of messed up. Because Kakarembu is 2 credits. And then if you install Stoke the Embers from Archives with Kakarembu, you gain 2 credits. Yeah. And then when you score this, so you have to do... You spend 3 to advance it, you gain 5. So you actually make credits scoring a Stoke the Embers. It's not a 3-2 though. So it doesn't answer your question. But you actually can make money fast advancing a 4-2 in Gemalang. I feel like Clot Chip becomes a little, you 100% need the counter tech. Yeah, I don't think I like that. Will you be making a video about elevation card rankings? Daniel, totally. Me and Jeff usually do those. We were looking to schedule a recording on the weekend. Looks like we might have to reschedule that, so we might be recording it a bit sooner, but it usually takes us a while because one of the videos goes up on 1 week, one of the videos goes up on another week. So the first video hopefully will be out maybe mid next week or the end of next week, depending on who gets the video and who's editing it. I think I would edit it faster than Jeff, so maybe I'll edit it regardless. I'll find out. I've been playing with Vladgrid, Babu, Nebula. Bao Nebula, business as usual Nebula. And the matchup into Crim feels like 2013's ETF versus Andy. It's a fun time. The FA Sansa and ETF decks. Yeah, I think Criminal does something to Nebula, which is kind of cool. Excited for the art and theme of this card. I'm glad it's been fun for you. Which one exactly, Roshni? For Dewi? I feel like if a Dewi turns out to be competitively viable, we're in for so many games that go to time. I think the more that you play it, the faster it goes. Like, if you're watching me spend 5 minutes figuring out my Dewi turns because I played 3 Dewi games. But if I'm bringing it to a tournament, I know what I'm doing. Do you have the link to the proxies for Elevation? I know they were talking about this in the stream last week. I don't have a link to the proxies. I have the link to Lucille's proxy generator. Let me get that for you. Someone might have already posted in chat, but someone also might have failed to post it in chat because chat stops you from posting links. Dave, here it is. Mind you, since this, Lucy's worked on it a fair bit. It's a lot better. Oh, you're talking about Dewi. Okay, fantastic. This generator seems really quite nice if you don't have your elevation cards. I know Montreal, a lot of people have gotten them today. But the idea with this is you can type in any card. So NC English, let's find Dewi. When you add this, adds both sides. Pretty sick. I think you have to hit the plus button. Okay, I did it twice. I was impatient. How do you remove? Remove. And then you can just basically get a deck into here and proxy it yourself. Then when you go to PDF, so let's add some cards. Let's do an Azamat. If I hit enter, it works. Yeah. We'll add some Muses, 1, 2, 3. We'll add SMCs. This is really good. This website's slick. And then if you go to print and TTS works, you can actually upload an NRDB or JNet code, it seems like, so you don't have to do what I'm doing. And then if we do generate PDF, it makes a PDF. Really good. Genuinely very good. Can't ask for better. Does Proxy Nexus still work? I think it definitely still works. I'm not sure if it's updated with the new cards because I don't know who runs Proxy Nexus or how quickly it's updated. I've never used Proxy Nexus myself. The art scans on this are also not bad. They're definitely not bad. If you want to find out Proxy Nexus, you can just Google Proxy Nexus. You'll find it. I think it's proxy-nexus.net or something, but I haven't used it enough to be confident about it. Oh my God, I'm behind on chat. Play Wheels. Yeah, Wheels is good. I feel like Dewi should be competitively can be competitive with a few more run discount payoff effects. The ID seems actually potentially very good into assets, but crushed by Glacier compared to Lat. If you're locked out, it's a lot worse than Lat and Maggie, that's for sure. I'm not sure what it would take to be better than Lat and Maggie. Installing icebreakers and breaking ice is what Netrunner is. That's why we all got into the game. I hear you, and I think that's the biggest problem is people have an idea of what Netrunner should be, and it's installing icebreakers and breaking ice, not clearing your 17th tag for CTM. And it's it's a lot of things too. It's damage, it's kill combos, it is assets, right? It's just I think what a lot of people entered, they want the game to look like Anoetic Managar PD, like I do to some extent. But I think it's nice that there's alternate win conditions and other ways to express yourself. I just think people would be happy if you don't go to an event and it's 80% asset spam. Then clearly something's gone wrong. I do think the core Netrunner of agendas and remote servers is very, very compelling. And if that is a good thing for the corp to do, that's generally a good game for everybody. So you just need to be careful that if that doesn't seem tenable, people move away from it. They don't play assets because they enjoy playing assets. They play assets because they don't think the other thing works. Asset Atea or Asset Earth Station? Asset Atea is only slightly reasonable, but you have problems, obviously. IMO, it's because ice positioning and the interaction with the breakers is more multidimensional than just card has 4% in the corner, get rich kid. Yep. But then it comes down to like, what do you have to trash? But the problem is if you're in a meta where you have to trash everything, okay, then it doesn't become an interesting question. But like we were playing against Poetry yesterday and there were certain things where like, we're not trashing that and deciding like, do you trash the auto campaign or do you let it fire? I like that decision. I think that's really cool. Do you hunt down the humanoid resources that you're pretty sure they reinstalled or do you let it fire? Like that's kind of cool. That deck had ice though. But I do think if the choices are a bit more interesting, everyone's happy. Of course. Maybe because you aren't playing your deck, you're playing it into assets. The same thing that made me dislike PE. Yeah, if you build your deck too much about breaking ice, then your deck doesn't work. But I do think a lot of people will play their Hoshiko deck into assets and allows them to play their Hoshiko deck. That deck has like 7 cards that care about ice. As much as assets seem like their corp favorite on the face of it, ice is the same. The corp has to install and pay for it once, and the runner has to pay for it every time. Yeah, that's another fine way of looking through it. Looking at it. Also, you have to find your icebreaker before you can interact, and so there's a lot of weird things going on. So maybe it's always disfavoring for the corp. I don't know. I think the reasons assets are so disliked is because runners are emotionally very invested into their icebreaking solutions. Oh yeah. So many decks from newer players are like, here's my 27 card combo that allows me to break an Atini for 2 credits. And it's like, okay, you're going to have problems. But it's like very easy to think that the goal of Netrunner is to break ice as cheaply as possible, which is why like things like Hyperbaric and like these sort of cards I get very quickly overvaluated and very quickly adored by a lot of players, because the goal of breaking ice as cheaply as possible is like technically not the goal of Netrunner, but very easily can be seen to be the goal of Netrunner. It's like, that's not the goal. Same thing that I don't think the goal of Netrunner is to see as many cards as possible in the shortest period of time, but it does work. It's just like, I also don't think that's the goal of Netrunner, but technically that isn't a more effective strategy than like getting your breakers to be as cheap as possible. With Source, you failed to score the Azief even though you paid the additional cost. Oh my God. If Baz runs into plan B with 3 advancements, Op uses that to score an Azief, fetches an ice, then Baz installs Hermes since it's the runner's turn. Does Hermes defuse the plan B before Azief scores? Res the plan B. Just res the plan B, Spark. We won't have to worry about it. I honestly don't know. IFA to Fuji with Plutus for neutral money with some asset support. Yeah, that makes sense. I think you can do it. Yeah. Account Siphon was a reliable way to stop FA decks back in the day. Now that Siphon is weaker, there's so many cheap ways to FA, it could be problematic. I'm more worried about the cheap ways to FA issue. I think Siphon being weaker is like kind of a mixed point because you get access and accessing is strong into FA. But for a while, like people could score out agendas from hand fast advance for 0 credits, right? Like Sansa, oh, I account Siphon D to 0, install Astro, Sansa and Astro. It's like there were weird edge cases that weren't that edge casey where people scored out for no money. So like it's a mixed bag. Obviously Nebula does it way more consistently, but yeah, mixed bag. I left for a few minutes, come back, and my generator has been linked in chat. Heads up, you can remove the -11 from the URL now. There's a redirect on the old link will work, and the old link is more ugly. Oh, sick. Okay, so it's actually proxy.nro. That's a nicer URL. Well done, Lucy. Good stuff. I'm so happy as long as the game isn't being dominated by asset spam. Yeah. 45% asset spam, 45% measure response, 10% everything else. Yo, Jeff, I don't think people have to trash everything, but it's easy to strawman an environment where that is true. Yes, and for what it's worth, I think we're further from that point where you have to trash everything. I feel like we were in metas where you did feel more like that, but it's arguably a strawman. But yeah, we're definitely further from that. I'm surprised that I haven't seen people play HB play like the Wage Workers, Warm Reception, Working Prototype combos. Those seem like they're much trashes in HB. I think people are trying the new cards and playing Auto Campaign and Humanoid, and like you can let those fire. That is totally fine. But if you have on the table like a Warm Reception and a Wage Workers and a Spin Doctor, like you are messed up if you don't run those. I think this is like a new shiny card syndrome, but I don't know why people are not playing the good HB assets. They're playing the weird new ones, which are like not bad, but like Auto Campaign fine. I want to say the generator seems to make the cards smaller when you add those white space margins, or how should I call them? Is that intended? Hey, Yuri. It's sized so that when you cut down the lines or along the marks, which you can turn on, you'll get something that is sized to fit in a card sleeve. Oh. Only 10% Pluto's Black Flip decks. It lets you cut less accurately and still have a usable card without having any weird overlap. Oh, neat. Bumble into the stream right up when Plan B shenanigans are up. Sweet. Joe, how's it going? Did you go vote today? I think you can let wage workers survive in a lot of states. Yeah. I think from yesterday, we never trashed the wage workers. It's like, this is good if they're threatening in a remote server. I feel like we weren't seeing that many 4-2s in the deck we're playing. This card's definitely good. And there was a turn the Corp fired it twice in our limited game experience. But yeah, this is fine. It was fine. I like my criminal philosophy. My goal is to never have to break ice, honestly, except every time I play aggro crim, my opponent has 15 credits of economy and 2 brutal ice in hand on turn 1. Yeah. To me, the criminal game plan is like getting a bit harder when people are just rezzing Maskarovkas for 1 credit that I break for 4. Like, I generally don't know what to do. It's like I'm trying to be aggressive and the face check cost 1 credit and I can't get through this for like so much more money. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm making cool criminal kickflips when they res a brawn and overextend, but like criminal doesn't feel good into mid-range ice anymore. I don't know what to do. It's specifically barriers. It's like, okay, you res a drafter, fine, I'll shoot it with a gun. Like, that's okay, it costs me 2 credits. But when they res like a Maskarovka, I'm like, Window's cracked and Baz, but that's the same point. It's like window of opportunity to de-res a Maskarovka is kind of useless. But window of opportunity to de-res some MIC or a Brawn or an Ansel, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gaming. But like, this is the card I can't deal with. I don't know how to deal with this. Mid-range barriers are really great right now. Yeah, I haven't been hit by the border control. Sorry, the boomerang on an unresed dice into a Samak Saman, which is like just gonna happen sooner than later. And like, this is a totally cromulent 1 influence tech card. If you're frustrated with botches and boomerang, like play this. This is totally good. But yeah, I don't know. Did criminal ever feel good into 2 or 3 cost gear check board advance ice? I mean, if they res an Enigma, they spend 3 credits for it, and I'm okay. I'll run last click. But when they res a 1 cost 3 strength barrier, I'm like, what the hell do I do? We'll vote later when I've checked in with my boss how early I can leave the office for it. Nice. Payoff Chesva? Just boom it? I just feel like the boomerang only goes so far when the deck is running 17 Maskarovkas. Man, this card's good. Atron. Stream as well. It is election day in Canada. We're tense. I built a sig deck that breaks a teeny for 1 credit. Still has to play into assets that play X1, X Hannah, 1X Azamat. Maybe that's good enough, Lucille. I think that's actually in a reasonable spot. All right, let's do some deck building. We've been talking for a while, but we're going to be doing some deck building. This is good stuff, lat. I think this is like when Jong's lat. I've like reverse constructed. It's missing cards. Don't look at it. I think good stuff, lat is still really good. But this Dewey on the other side. Let's do Corp deck. All right. I've been avoiding this because I don't think I enjoy the Jinteki identities. I want to be very clear. I don't think I enjoyed Personal Evolution, and then I got to play like Loud, which is, you know, tempo type deck, and that I really liked. There are 2 Jinteki identities in the set. There's no place to move my head for it to be safe. One of them is Oko. Oko is the egg, personal ovulation, egg infusion. I've heard some really good names for this. When you do damage or trash 1 or more cards from HQ, and it's whenever you place a power counter in here, and when your turn begins, you can trade 2 power counters to draw 3 cards, or look at 3 cards, draw 2, trash 1. Now this is trash from the top of R&D, so it doesn't cyclically fuel one or the other. I would say that this identity is just very strange. I feel like in terms of the elegance of all the other identities in largely in Elevation, this one seems like design and dev really struggled to get something that made sense and was balanced, and they came down to a lot of different numbers and a lot of different words on this. This makes op look simple, if you ask me. I'm pretty sure when we play this, it's going to be a bit more intuitive, but it's like, I don't look at this and it doesn't really spark joy. Now, do damage whenever, that is a cursed sentence. It really incentivizes to do whatever damage we can, and that's worrisome. Trash 1 or more cards from HQ. There's a bunch of nice ways to do that in Jinteki. And then in response, we're going to be drawing functionally 3 cards at the start of every turn. 3 cards is a lot. And I think the easiest thing you can do with 3 cards is just put more assets on the table. So anytime they take damage, we basically get card draw. And I think the majority of Oko decks we've seen so far, and I've not played into it luckily, are just like really, really scary asset spam decks that are doing a mixture of damage and fast advance and threatening you on basically every angle. Where their ice could be Seisenton, so you can't face check safely. Whether you have to play around Mitra, I'm not sure. I think Mitra is really good in this deck because it can throw its ice into archives, and that's a good way to get Mitra to fire. Then they have assets that you have to deal with, like Fat and like Reaper Function. They can play Bladderwort and Hostile Architecture, and it is just going to be a bit of a mess. I think this is going to be a fire hose of assets that are going to hurt you. None of those words are in the Bible. The Jinteki IDs and Elevation are such head scratchers. Their effects are bad, but they're difficult to trigger. Why do I have to work so hard for these weak ass effects? I think this effect is busted strong. Drawing 2 cards, 3 cards at the start of your turn for an asset deck is messed up. The question is whether we're going to run to that ob issue where we're burning the candle on both ends. It means also if we draw agendas, like what are we going to do with them? My guess is we're going to discard them into archives and regenesis for 4 points off of a Plutus. But yeah, very, very powerful. The PT deck, I'm pretty sure you don't fire your ability that often. You just play Jinteki Glacier and fire it a couple times in the mid to late game to score out. And maybe you get your first like Charlotte on turn 1. That's hard to tell. But both of the Jinteki identities are like the least obvious what they want you to do. They're the most mysterious. Maybe you want that, but like they're the ones I'm least excited about in the whole box. It's fine. For an acid deck is a crucial provisio here. Yeah, I know for sure. It's really strange as like Hansa and Cohort and stuff to install, but also want to damage enable more installs. It's kind of strange. I think every turn you just install 3 cards and just say like deal with my shit. And like Cohort is busted because it like fires this 17 different times. It's gross. You can also like very notably with Cohort is that if you use the first clause on Cohort, you trash a card from HQ, and then that can put the power counter in Oko. And then because you're still the start of turn ability, you can then fire Oko. So if Oko is on 1 power counter and you fire Cohort, you functionally draw like 4 cards at start of turn. Yeah, or is it 5 cards? 4 cards? Like, seems rough. Like you have to deal with it, right? ID isn't cursed until you're firing 1 damage clearinghouse for more counters. Yeah. I don't know what to do with this. I've not seen anybody's others decks with this. I have an idea that you just play like Asset Tempo Jinteki, and I think you're going to actually score out while you're going to have a threat of damage. Like, I don't think we're going to kill the runner. I think we're going to have a threat of damage. Well, that means that we can score out our Blood in the Waters. And this you can score out with touch-ups relatively easily, I think. And then you can do like fat tricks and stuff like that. YDL's an auto-include this ID for sure? No, I'm pretty sure you don't play YDL. I don't think you're going to have that many cards in your hand because you're going to be dumping your hand. Maybe you can play 1 or 2. I wouldn't say it's an auto-include. I think it's something that you can keep in mind, but I think your influence is going to be stretched out. Stone Chip Chart Room to power the Oko. Manuel, what do you mean? Oh, you want to charge it? I've been playing Oko locally, went 7-1 at our Elevation launch party. It was basically loud plus front company plus hostile for extra pain. Yeah, Duckling, that's what I'm imagining. And I think it's an identity that it's like, it was like cool because it's the same reason why PE is cool, is that there's many ways the runner can make a mistake and lose the game. That is a big thing where I play LEO construction. It's like the runner can make a mistake and still win the game. They can actually win the game accidentally, but there's not that many identities where if you make a mistake, it costs you the game. And I feel like that's like Jinteki, that's NBN, and maybe that's why people don't like playing against those. It feels like as much as others, but like 1 mistake costs you the game. Plus res to trigger Oko, yeah, and then we'll score out a Regenesis Fuji and win the game. Like, it's wild. I don't think there's a way to put power counters on a corp card, but it would be cool. Yeah, I don't know what the text is on Stone Ship. I'm assuming it says 1 of your installed cards. Yeah, 1 of your installed cards. You used to be able to advance runners cards. So we used to have a Tenon Institute, which was like, it's funny to compare this to Nebula, but it says when your turn begins, if the runner did not make a successful run during their last turn, you may place an advancement counter on an installed card. You can advance the runner's identity. You can advance the runner's hardware and programs. It technically was legal. And then you had cards like, well, does this one actually work? It's the other one that works. Gain 2 credits for each card with at least 1 advancement token on it. I believe this counts the runner's cards. So like, this wasn't a good play pattern, but you could do it. Oh, you can't advance the ID anymore? Is the ID not installed? I guess the ID is not installed. Yeah, that makes sense. So this didn't say installed. You can place 1 advancement token on a card. Yeah, so the old FFG text didn't say installed card. So yeah, you can't do that anymore. But you can still advance the runner's cards. They just have to be actual installed cards. Helium 3 deposits Synergy ID that literally can't play it. Helium 3 I've never seen C play. Like there's some bad Wayland identities or Wayland agendas that saw almost no play, but that was one that actually saw no play. Imagine if you target cohorts as if they are Sensi Actors Union back in the day. Yeah, for sure. I can't self-growth their ID. Cringed. The perfect scrubbed tech. All right, let's make sure we're gaming in standard. Let's build a deck. Blood in the Water. I think we have to play 2 or 3 of these. We have to win on points. This is the MCA informant on corporate troubleshooter problem over again. There's an entire video on this channel just talking about that interaction, which never mattered, but it was just like more about people being upset about the subtyping. That seemed inconsistent, and they changed that eventually. And we really want to draft Helium 3 in Iswak deck. There's no way it works. It says installed card. Oh my god, it doesn't. You can win the game in draft Helium 3 in your Iswak. That's really wild. I mean, great. Is this art good? It's a Rodriguez. Shit, yeah, it is good. It's hard to tell because the watermark really eats a bit of the action. That's cool. 3 hybrids, 7/3/2s, and 3 moonpools. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to do the Regenesis. I think I'm going to do Regenesis Fuji. I don't think I'm going to go full Fast Advance London. How's that a 4/2? So back in the day, 3/2s, couldn't print more of them because we had enough of them. 2/1s, we had enough of them. So every agenda they had to print was a 4/2. And like 5/3s were like maligned. People didn't play 5/3s because they were really bad. So basically every agenda that came out that had to be a 4/2. And so it was just the grab bag of power level. I don't even know if Wayland had a good 4/2. Has Wayland had a good 4/2 until Oaktown? Has Wayland had a good 4/2 since Oaktown? I don't know. Not you. Sorry, that's a game loss of Canadian Nationals. You. Regenesis is tough because you can't use your ID or cohort or moon pool on the same turn. The ID struggles to defend archives. I don't know. I'm gonna try the Plutus interaction. Slash and burn. Oh yeah, but I mean modernly. Back in the day, they didn't have any good 4-2s. Advancing the runner's console was a classic move. 5-3s that were in Global Food were hated. Yes, for a long time. Well, before Global Food, the first 5-3 that I actually saw like play was the Future Perfect because it was their first like defensive 5-3. Before that, 5-3s were just like considered to be unpalatable, just not played at all. Future Perfect, I believe, was the first 5-3 that saw consistent play. Then Global Food Initiative was one of the best cards of all time because the text on it is just messed up. Then Faction started to get actual playable 5-3s. SSL Endorsement was the other neutral 5-3 that saw play everywhere, got banned. Way too good. Aggressive Negotiation. A 3-1? I mean, I don't think anyone ever scored these. Eternal Banquet, the public agendas will be one entire deck. Yes, and it's a shame. There was that 4-2 that agenda that installed cards when you advanced it, I think. Oh yeah, you did play that. That was not Renovation. No, Underway Renovation is cool. The other one, the 4-2. City something? That you did actually play. You played the 4-2 because you could fast advance with the 4-2. It was the other Sansan 4-2. What was the other 4-2? New Construction, that's it. Yeah. This actually did see a genuine play because there was a fast advance combo with New Construction. It was a one of in a lot of Wayland decks because there just wasn't enough good agendas for that sort of archetype. So New Construction is installed face up. Whenever you advance this agenda, you may install a card from HQ in the root of a new server. And if there are 5 or more horsed counters on this, res that card ignoring all costs. I've never seen anyone do this text really. I kind of wish we had public agendas that had text like this that ramped up the longer they were on the table because that actually makes Bangun feel like it does something. I think that was a big problem with Bangun. It doesn't feel like it does anything. But what you did with New Construction is you installed New Construction for click 1. Click 2, you advanced it. And with that, you installed your, what's it called? Dedication, rig construction contract. Then click 3, you played a card called Dedication Ceremony that just placed 3 advancements on a card. So you placed 3 advancements on a reconstruction contract, and then you trash this at instant speed to move the counters back to the City Works, or sorry, to the whatever this thing was called, New Construction. That's the only reason it saw play. It was the worst agenda in the deck, but you did do New Construction into AAL to score it out. Or not AAL, Rococo. Bard Daylight had some fun kill lines. It never really did anything. This card is like, kind of feels a lot like Measured Response. It's like giving so many options. Oh, this is not even the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of the other one, which was 5 meter, 2 tags. I've seen Grinder play this, but that's it. Armed Intimidation. Yeah, Ba is saying it. Armed Intimidation never did anything. It just said like, oh, if your opponent didn't know this was in the card pool, they could lose, but otherwise, just have 5 cards in hand. Seamless should probably cost 2, but whatever, it's great. Yeah, Seamless might be undercosted. I bought 3 of that deluxe just to have 9 global foods and I didn't want to share cards between decks. I used all 9. Yeah, you really often did. 9's a lot. A lot of decks would only run 2. 9, you're going pretty hard. Atlas is my favorite agenda. My favorite Wayland 4-2. That's the truth. That is totally the truth. All right, we'll play Regenesis. We'll play Fuji's. And that is our combo. This leaves us on a couple agenda points. We could consider playing 3 Stings. I don't know whether we need to poison archives that much. Oko is technically like a whenever clause, so having a lot of small instances of damage makes sense. And we're technically personal evolution because we'll have John Batista. I don't think the pronunciation guide is out. I don't know what we could do, like a 3rd Blood in the Water and then 2 Stings. I don't know if there's an agenda that's obvious makes sense in this that we're not playing. I am assuming we would play 3 Stings and then maybe 12 agendas is too much. Hey, Evilon, how's it going? We're just trying to build our first Oko deck. I don't know if I said hi, Safer. I'm a little sad we never got a deck named after the architectural movement. Rococo? I had like 4 Corp decks built at the time. I went hella hard into Netrunner at that point. Very cool. Longevity is pretty good. Yeah, Longevity might be fine to give us some recursion. False Lead is actually kind of interesting. I could see False Lead doing something. Maybe we do Longevity. I'm like suspect of this. This did not see, like, what is the agenda suite on Loud decks? I think we can just, why does it do that? Because I don't know better. Let's search cards used, Loud, decklist name, Loud. Let's find D's. Sting, Regenesis, 2x, 2 Hybrid, 2 House of Knives, Fuji, Blood in the Water. So we lost House of Knives. That would be really powerful in this ability. So this is a slot that we're missing. So we might just do 2 Regenesis. I feel like Regenesis is incredibly powerful. So this would be a more elegant agenda suite though. If we did like this, no, it's not more powerful. Yeah, we'll just try that. It's fine. think a third Sting actually scales better than the Regenesis, but I want to do the Regenesis Fast Advance for sure. It's Zwan Batista, roughly. Zwan. Cool. Bautista. You armed Intimidate on the upgrade that tutor stuff and then hit them with the Neurospec if they take 5, and with a boom they take 3 tags. That'd be a shame if someone had a Steel Skin and a Stone Chip and an Onicom and all the other stuff that was played of that meta. Would Flower Sermon add to the tutoring potential? I don't think we need it. Flower Sermon's like getting more and more niche, it feels. Without Jinja, this doesn't actually do anything in Untaian anymore, I don't think. It's not an awful ability, but like scoring out of 4-2 is really difficult for this deck. I would be surprised. Hey, Me Theory. House of Knives did rotate. Yeah, Altar Binder is all wrong. I'm so sorry. I played Mushin Armed Invitation Jamison. Intimidation. That would work. Any chance it's right to play an extra agenda point in any situation? Yes, there are some reasons it's right to play an extra agenda point. I think the most compelling version or reason to do that is if you're playing a deck that's running 7 3-pointers, because then you hit 21. I think some decks that have agendas or identity text that fires when agenda is scored or stolen, it can be worth playing another agenda point. And if your agenda suite is so perfect that playing 21 versus 20 is actually that good, yeah, okay, you can argue you can do it. From my naive math that I've done on crunching agenda densities, having an extra agenda point in your deck means you generally lose as the corporation a turn faster. It takes usually 1 or 2 less accesses, fewer accesses. So like that's not great. But certain decks, like they just can't access that much, so you don't hit that number. 2 Regenesis might be fine because there's only 1 good target, and Blood in the Water and Longevity are consolation prizes, yeah. You also play an extra gen point if you're in early game and the late game because drawing agendas are better for you. Yeah, maybe. Sometimes it also helps if you just need to hit 7 and like certain breakpoints don't do well, right? Like that's the awkward thing about playing, and I don't think this is a reason not to do it, but if you play like 10 2-pointers, you have 20 agenda points, but then scoring to 8 or scoring to 7 is very difficult. You have to functionally score to 8. I think if that's the point though, you'd cut 2 2-pointers for 3-pointers or even play some 1-pointers. But just keep in mind too, like certain agenda suites can hit 20, but suck at scoring to 7. If that's your goal. 3 Bacterial, 3 Fuji, 3 Regenesis was good in Ag for that deck, 21 points, yeah. Or you could play 2 Regenesis if that was up to you, but certain agenda suites hit weird breakpoints. I just think for the generalist, you want to hit 20 or 18 because you just have less points in your deck. All right, Reaper, get it on the table, we win. Prana Condenser, I honestly think we don't play this. Do we play this? I don't think we play this because then we cancel the damage, which means we cancel Oko. Sometimes this card is right, but I'm pretty sure the thing that Prana Condenser does now, Bautista now does. So we'll play 3 of this and we'll have to ice this up. Tea's loving Mitra and Mersha, though. I would definitely see Mitra. I don't think I would see Mersha because I don't think the deck is playing more than like 6 ice. We definitely play Moonpool. Do we think we ever get another super aggressive Jinteki identity? What do you consider aggressive? Like damage based? I am convinced that they can reprint Personal Evolution. You can reprint Personal Evolution, but instead of saying do 1 net damage, you just have to do the text on bring them home. You just have it shuffle the card back into their deck. That's it. Just say, whenever you score a steal an agenda, shuffle 1 card from the runner into their stack. That's it. It still does Personal Evolution, but you can't play Grinder, but you can still play tempo damage. Is this uninteresting? Is that going to be too much shuffling? I have no idea. But yeah, I'm okay. I feel like I'm okay if I don't get ground, but if you can't make plays. That means PE can't kill? No, that means that PE can't kill. If you don't have cards in hand. Oh, it means Personal Evolution itself can't kill. Yes, you can't kill with PE, but you can kill with the other stuff. So that does also carry as a downside. I think drawing cards is an aggressive effect. Yeah, I do think this is a very aggressive ability. Front company we could consider playing. I think it depends on how much ice we have. I think running centrals when our HQ is going to flood up might not be the most obvious thing that we want to do. So I'm not sure if I love front company. We definitely play 3 cohort. I'm pretty sure we could consider playing a Charlotte or 2. Maybe we don't need the card draw, and we definitely play 3 Bladderwort. Other assets that we definitely want to play, I think we want to play Spin Doctor for sure, and I'm pretty sure we want to play at least 1 or 2 copies of Hostile Architecture. Would stop it triggering Steel Skin, which is fun? Yeah, it really would. So this is like a very important card, not only so we can res it to duck the Bladderwort, but this protects everything else that we have got going on. This puts us at 9 influence. I'm not sure what other influence we want to play. Let's just go through the ice suite. We want to discard cards from hand and do damage, so an enemy seems like a very obvious inclusion. I think playing Tithe is fine. Tattoo Bola is just good as long as we have ice in hand, and I'm worried that we might not, but maybe we're playing Mitra, so we will have ice in hand. Hostiles meet damage too. It doesn't matter for Oko. Oko just cares about damage. It doesn't care about the type of damage, so we're totally fine. But that being said, meat damage is still damage, and that means they won't have cards in hand, and that's how we can like blend the water and do this other stuff. Hey, Conrad, wage workers for more asset spam. Yeah, I think wage workers is a consideration. Easily showed up in a lot of these decks. I think the other card we want to consider is maybe touch-ups. I think touch-ups is really good, but actually it's likely that we'll cut wage workers and touch-ups and just play 2 Plutuses. Congrats on the set, by the way, Conrad. I don't know if I've said that. We can like play 2 Plutuses and then have our fast advance option and see how bad it is. This is your chance for some Maximum. Yeah, I like some Maximum a lot. I think I might like it better than Tattoo Bola. We'll see how important money is, but like some Maximum seems fine. And then Codegate slot, what do we play? Like Diviner? We also like could consider, I think in these sort of decks, you can threaten to play some amount of like Lamplighter and just have tags matter. Because you could just play some amount of tag punishment. And by tag punishment, I mean, you could just exclusively play Mindscaping and they have to worry about that. Thanks, been enjoying catching on the stream. Weekend VODs. Hey, glad you've been enjoying it. 23 assets. Yeah, that seems good. Okay, so if we're playing Plutus, we need at least a couple transactions. I think it's easy to play Hansei Review, but I'm pretty sure that we'll play Peer Review because it's a bit cleaner to play. I don't think we have to play too many of them. And then we can definitely, the most important card I think for us to play is Petty Cash. What are the transactions are you playing with Plutus? New Gift and Petty Cash? Yeah. And I don't know if you heard early in the stream, but they changed how Petty Cash worked, boss. So it doesn't trash itself when you play from the heap. So you can Regenesis out when you Petty Cash, which seems a bit important. Jaguar Wendy, I don't think I like, this is the problem is there's so many cool sentries that you'd want to consider playing. Like, would this deck be sick with Drafter? Yeah, it would be sick with Drafter. But the biggest problem is you're playing Jinteki. And so people are well aware that you can be holding Sice and Taunt in hand. And if you're holding Sice and Taunt in hand, they run, they face check, and they flatline. So they never allow your Drafter to fire. They never allow your Jaguar Wendy to fire. Trust me, I heard. Yeah, okay. Good. Hey, Hexnet. Cody, Front Company. I don't like Front Company because I do think we're going to flood up. I think it protects archives, which is kind of neat. That actually might be the most powerful effect of this. But I don't think we're going to have enough ice to ice up centrals and then have this to be a click tax. They have to trash this for what it's worth, which is kind of interesting. And they have to spend a click running centrals, which can be interesting. So it's worth considering. Maybe we play one of, maybe we don't play Charlotte. That probably makes more sense. So this doesn't seem so cursed in Oko. Yeah, it seems really, really good. I just don't know if people are going to respect it or not. What do we do as a code gate? Do we just play Diviner and say that's good enough? Not a change to Petty Cash's second ability, is a change to how operations remove themselves. Yeah, 100%. It's the way that the operations remove themselves is clarified. They don't trash and remove. They just straight remove from the play area. Wait, we have more slots we can play. Atini, I'm worried we won't have the money to res the Atini because we're trying to like Bladderwort Edge. Like, I don't think we're going to have a lot of money. We could maybe play Bring Them Home as like a tempo card. Just to say, oh, you trash something, have 2 fewer cards. That does matter with our game plan. That seems pretty cursed. We might not have enough money. Maybe we should just be playing Mitras. The problem is like, I guess we just have Mitra for anemone cycling and then use that to get credits too. Bite. So surprisingly, we could play maybe 1 bite. A lot of these sort of decks didn't play a lot of bites. It's nice that to know it's around for sure. But a lot of these decks didn't actually play that many bites. I think we could easily play 1, but it is very expensive. Where's Kakurembo? Why do we play Kakurembo though? I don't understand it. Warlock, how's it going? Like, why? Makoto Grid? Oh, Makoto Grid's probably worth playing, honestly, because Makoto Grid protecting Bautista is actually really good. I'm confused about this Petty Cash Plutus biz. Okay, so the short of the longest, all that changed, Solomir, is that they clarified that when you play Petty Cash from the bin, it doesn't trash itself, it just straight removes itself from the game. Which means that if you play Petty Cash with Plutus at the start of turn, you have a 4-click turn and no cards have entered archives because the card was played from archives and leaves archives. The way that RFG just doesn't trash resolve, basically resolve means after the card does its text, not after it trashes itself, which means if you have a 4-click turn, you can just do install from hand, Regenesis, advance, and score out a Fuji that's already in the bin. And it's not like playing a nano management or other fast advance tricks, right? You get to FA 4 points, that'd be worth a slot as a haymaker. But how do you do it, Warlock? Maybe another peer review? Are you going to be unhappy to draw that? I think showing the hand with peer review is a bit cursed. I think it's a bit more cursed. Drop a spin? Yeah. Oh, powers is good, but yeah, I don't want to drop a spin when we're playing with Genesis and we're trashing ourselves. We could try the Front Company's probably better than the bite. Let's try the bite. Plutus, Res, and Toss, Petty Cash. Plutus, Res, and Toss. Petty Cash for Genesis Fuji. Play Petty Cash with Plutus. Oh, yeah, right, because you can flip the cards down. Yeah, that's probably worth something. Okay, so the idea is that you still need all of the cards, but you can Kakarembo to flip the Fuji down. Yeah, right. I forgot we talked about that. If that's the case, like probably, I honestly think tempoing up Bring Them Home is actually really good. Right, this is -3 cards for a click. That's really, really good. You have moon pools, you'll be fine. We have actually probably too many moon pools. I think 3 is too many. Yeah. Maybe with this identity, that's not the truth. Maybe not. I have to make sure res Plutus on the runner's turn. Yes, 100%. If we're gonna not forfeit an agenda, which I'm assuming we're gonna not forfeit an agenda. Moonpool seems really good in identity. I wonder if we don't have the money to res it, but this card's just really, really good. I also think with 3 Moonpool, you're worth playing a single Urtica, because if they ever res the Urtica, you can move counters to it at instant speed, and that's obviously like going to be a problem for them. Are we trying to do the elaborate Plutus Karembo combo? I think it's an option. I don't think it's our main condition, but it's a thing that we have to keep in mind that we can do. I really think Bring Them Home is actually good in there. Does Hansei review triggering ID matter more than peer review? It might, but the thing with peer review is that it triggers Plutus. So we can Plutus to score out a Blood in the Water maybe from our hand. It's hard to tell, or a Sting. That might be worth something. But it's less so that we have the... It's more so that we have the click compression synergy. I don't think that triggering identity might be that hard. If that's the case, we could try Hansei. I think Hansei is like a pretty natural inclusion. I think Hansei makes a lot of sense. These decks were running Hansei, weren't they? No, not even. Ha, weird. I mean, we'll give it a shot. Eternal is dooming on Plutus not ending the turn with using terminals. I don't know how big of a deal that is. That seems powerful. Obviously, like that's makes it stronger, but I don't know in hindsight if they, like it only matters with Violet level. And I don't know if you're playing Plutus in CI. It's hard to tell. I'm not a big Eternal. I'm super curious to try Blood in the Water with touch-ups. That doesn't seem like this deck. Actually, Conrad, I think it can be this deck. I think if we drop Plutus, we do play touch-ups because let alone it's a tempo card. And so touch-ups into Blood in the Water is really cool. Touch-up into Sting is cool. Touch-up into Regenesis is cool. Like I do think touch-ups actually makes a lot of sense in this deck. You might need to move yourself around to have like Urticas or like an advanceable ice or two, which I don't know what you do, but I do think touch-ups is like probably direct inclusion or for this slot if we don't like this slot. Oh, you do think it plays out? First shot at egg. Let's give it a try. It's been confirmed that you can't end your action phase if it's not your action phase. Yeah, we read that at the beginning of the stream. I just don't know how much that actually matters. It goes straight to your action phase because it doesn't say jump to the end of your turn. It just says end your action phase. And if you're in your action phase, how do you do that? Taya is still on top. Nice try, Oko. Touch-ups into Regenesis doesn't seem to work. Oh my god, yeah, of course. Obviously that doesn't work. But touch-ups into the other stuff works well. Touch-ups mind you into scoring out a Fuji into like a Fat is like super lethal as well. It's fun about Plutus terminals. Yo, Pat, how's it going? Yeah, they figured that out to yesterday, I think, for the rules update. We'll make the cut in CI, but there are going to be a lot of decks that want to try Plutus VLC, like Blue Sun, maybe Op. Ooh, neat. I don't know if Zvicky is like eternal playable or not. As a shout out, in 4 minutes, if you want, Ba and a bunch of friends are streaming on Ba's channel, like a tier list video, where they're going to do a live tier list of some of the cards. If you want to pop out and watch that, please don't feel bad about it. We're going to be streaming today and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. So just so you know, that's there. If you want to watch it after the case or you want to watch this after the case, do it. But like, obviously, yeah, that is going on in about 3 minutes, give or take, as long as Ba's on time. It's your shot. Eternal's like, yeah, I'm not surprised. You open your turn with terminals, amazing. Yeah, but it's only a terminal transactions, which there's only like one in the game. So just watch out. It's not super important. 1 hour and 4 minutes? I thought you said 8:30. Oh, you're only 5 hours ahead. Right. Okay, sorry. It's an hour and a bit. So hold on. Don't go anywhere. Also, hey, everyone. Happy election day to Canada. Canadians, yes, we did go out and vote this morning. Pat, I'm pretty sure you voted early. It's nice to have some maximums. The rest of this hand's not fantastic. Thanks, you too. I think we'll do Diviner R&D, some Mac on HQ so we don't get boomeranged as much as like Moosely Hot doesn't play boomerang that much. Greatly appreciating the content. Thank you, Theory Break. Glad you've been liking it. I feel like the feedback's been really good. I don't know if this is sustainable specifically, but so far the numbers have kind of made sense that we might continue to do more streaming going forward. We'll see how it goes. If you go to the tier list, you can get your hot takes and it'd be immortalized when you're right. Advanced voting was super busy last weekend. Yeah, that's what Pat was saying. Hey, Hexnet, are you Hexnut? Is this the same person? Or are you two different people? Because there's another Canadian I know from the East Coast with that name. Or a similar name, right? Are we playing against Big T? Big T, she wants to run. We'll make the run stop. So this is our end the run. I think Diviner on R&D is fine. I don't think we have a huge tempo play here. I did advanced voting and it was a long wait. Yeah, I waited not long. We can just put this on the table. If it's trashed early, we don't want to res it, which is not great. I think we'll just do a spin doctor because if it forces like a what's it called, a clean getaway, we're like kind of happy. DST moment. Stock buyback, IPO, and violet level clearance. Oh, that's true. Yeah, there are a couple. I guess you could IPO. Did you know some maximum doesn't trigger OCO? Fuck. Because you don't do damage, the runner suffers damage. I thought we moved away from that. Wait, is that intentional? End the run unless the runner suffers 3 net damage. So the runner is, we're not doing damage. The runner's taking damage, so it doesn't trigger OCO. That I don't like. Ooh, Penny Shaver is going to be a really good console in this matchup for our opponent. Very good console. All of our cards got 1 cheaper to trash. So if that's the case, I think we need to get our cards on the table. That was a really good economic start. We're going to have a fight. This is why this console is really good. Functionally, everything is 1 credit cheaper, not in a super way. We met at East Can Nats 24. Remember misspelling the name of the name? Yeah, we played. I thought your name was Hex Nut. It's Hex Net. Oh my God. Sick. Okay, how's it going? How's the East Coast? You're exactly who I thought you were. Okay, that's the good turnout. So cohort's really important. If we put the bladder on the table, it gets trashed for 2. I want to get more money before we put the hostile because we really need to res the hostile. Moose Hat has 3 cards in hand. It's going to be really easy if we were playing. I think we're going to take a credit. We need to res some of our ice. J-Net's not running well today. Otherwise, Topon versus Oko would be silly. Oh, that's for sure. It's just like, why is my corp card not doing it? Overclock, that's really, really bad. That's really not good for us. Yeah, Samak is the corpse card. I think that's the big difference. You see, they're teched for assets. This is going to be a harder run. So if they make this run, they make a credit. They can trash our spin doctor. I think we're happy with that. It gives them a penny shaver credit. I've doubled my local scene since then from 2 to 4. Yo, let's go. That's a whole tournament. You can play like Winston Draft. Why not pre-install ice? I don't have a huge incentive to. Sometimes they can like punish you, but we need cards in hand to be able to do this thing as well. So start a turn. So we're going to get triggers here. So we're going to hit cohort. J-Net's running really poorly. So we'll first cohort. I think the bladder where it makes the least sense. Actually, their money's not amazing. Are you winning? I don't know. Side hustle represent. Why is J-Net so much worse? This is difficult. 5 cards in hand. Okay, so we're at 1 counter. We could put 2 things on the table. We have to res the hostile, which will drop us down. So we can do hostile. We can ice the hostile if we want to. The Reaper function will go down for functionally 1 credit. Yeah, J-Net's so nice over the weekend. The Europeans have logged on now. The whole weekend, there's more players than this, and it was like running really well. Like, I can't install cards. They are very teched for us. I think we're going to ice the hostile. I think that's going to be more important. Yeah, it feels like it needs a reboot. You cannot prevent the net damage on some maximum or will end the run. It's the exact same wording as Funhouse because it is a cost. Unless you suffer. So if you don't suffer, you don't not end the run. Rotate, all right. Biobands, it feels like we're playing against entirely Acid Tech. Oh my god, every card has been Acid Tech. I think it's pronounced Sun Conchal. Biobands into the Samaxamun. So firstly, they have enough credits. We're going to res this. They're just playing run events here. So if they want to go through, they take 3 net damage, which means they can't trash the hostile. They want to install their breakers so they don't lose them. But this is an interesting choice. If they make the bad choice here, they're going to be really hurt. This is why this card is kind of cool. Oh yeah, excuse me. You think they take the 3 net damage? The overclock. Oh my god. They lost a shred, a propeller, and a jailbreak. So if we res this, they can't trash it. They waste an entirety of an overclock. We'll have no money, but the cohort will stay too unless they do draw, run the cohort. We'll be bankrupt though. Wow. This card's good. Otherwise, I think we have to res this. We might have a problem, but I think overall we're in a good spot. Notably, we did not get a counter from Oko because, again, they did the trashing, not us. Yeah, I think that they run the cohort here. We have no money. Airblades would work on all other sources of run damage. Draw, run cohort, you score blood in the water. That is our best case, but then we still just have 2 points. Biobands HQ. Ooh. Okay, don't hit the Blend the Water. A Sting would be lethal here. This is a risky run. Oh no, they draw first. Hit the Reaper, please. Don't hit the Blood. Have 0 cards in hand, hit the Blood? I guess they draw 2. Shit. And he also tried to hack Jaina to literally steal corp agendas. It can be just that easy. Okay, so at least we have the cohort here. I do think we can maybe get the Reaper on the table, but that was the best hit by a mile. They probably have to liberate the Penny Shaper. Wow. They're aggressive. I guess they need that side hustle money. It's going to pop next run. And 6 credits in a card is exactly what they need in the matchup. Cohort, I think they need to trash because giving us money is important. Fuck. I guess we lose. Now Fuji has no text. Wow, that's really bad. We are cooked. So we can at least fire Oko, which is good. So we'll trash the Reaper, I think. We could trash the Regenesis, honestly. I think the Reaper's more important, but they have a lot of money. And we'll look at the top 3. Anemone, Regenesis, Sting. So we have to trash one of these. We know they're not on... I think we trash the Regenesis. Okay. Yeah, Sting is only 1 damage. And they buy a Drew first, but there is some risks involved. Okay. Set up a fork. We can still win, but like they run and hit a Fuji, the game's over. It might be better to have the next cohort on the table, but we need a grinder. So sword. They have a propeller in hand, so they're running probably. I don't know how many propellers they're running, but they might be on Rising Tide. Excuse me. Maybe this is what I was saying about dealing with Maskarovka. Half a propeller is expensive, but it's also kind of cheap. Asako. It's we would love a fully op here, that's for sure. But like the Penny Shaver side hustle start, we had to ice up some stuff. They're gonna be on so many credits. Carpe Diem, Marcus HQ. I think we have to let this go through. Hostel is only installed cards, yeah. The Mac, nice. They're on 14 credits. Problem is, can they face check into a Size and Tonoma cameras? There's a propeller, okay. So we can cohort to get the Sting scored. That will do 1 damage and power up the other Stings. It won't do much else. It'll trigger Oko, but we can cohort to discard a card to trigger Oko, and then just triple advance. I think we need the money from cohort more than we need anything else, so I'm not going to score the Sting. 8 ice in the deck, and you drew installed 5. Yeah, not bad. So a cohort, I think the cohort. Wow, that is something we need to ice up. So I think we will try and ice this one up. Bladderword is something they also have to deal with. Maximum, they break. Fat is going to be important because we can Fat and Greed Sting, which is nice. Hard to tell what's more important here. I don't want to just put the Bladderword on the table. Emily, welcome. We're streaming like many, many days this week. So if it's been hard to find a stream, there's going to be some more. Glad you can make it. Another breaker in hand. So they have breaker redundancy, which is pretty good. They can be aggressive. Them being up at 4 points, I feel like they can really slow down here. I heard you like cohorts, so I cohorted your cohorts. You could draw another cohort. Okay, if we res this, they spend half the propeller. It seems okay. And trashing Fat is going to be damage. So were we fully off to draw 4 gain 6? Yeah. And then we're really off to the races. But we don't have that much ice for that to be like a consistent play pattern. Do we have to res this? No. So it's 1 credit, but half the propeller. Fat gets trashed for 3 and 2. That'll give us Oko. No, we get Fat. Sick. How do you feel about O so far? We are a couple turns in. We're only like 6 turns in, and so far not good. But like, this is just the kind of Netrunner I don't think I enjoy that consistently. Okay, so if we res the Diviner, we can res the Fat. How much did they break this for? 4 credits. Great. Got destroyed on stream last time. Determined to play better next time. That's the exciting thing. The next time you always play better. There's a lot to learn every time you play Netrunner. Feels like more than other games. Pays 4? Okay. I will res the foot because we're going to res this anyways. And so technically you can do 1 net damage. So a sting does 2 damage here. Fuji we lose. Okay. Do we win? I feel like the Diviner wasn't worth the res. It was 4 credits. It might have been worth it. Would we have won? If we didn't res the Diviner, we would have won. We were 1 credit short of winning. Oh, you res this when your discard phase ends. They still ran it, so it might have been worth resing it. Yeah, because you want to res it when your turn ends. We are 1 credit short of winning. Because we can get a free counter on Sting. Oh, that's annoying. If we didn't res the Diviner, we would just do advance Sting, and it would have done 3 damage. Okay. So we'll do Oko first, I think. Fuji's in hand. Imagine playing a measured response on this deck. I know, we probably should. Well, not afford it. We'll throw out the petty cash for sure. And then I think we'll throw out the Reaper. I don't think you can afford. No, we can't. We're credit short. Do you win off of petty cash? Holy balls. We went off of petty cash? Why can't I play this? Why can't I play the petty cash? Why can't I play the petty cash? Oh, we're short credits. Oh, we don't have 3 credits. Never mind. Okay, okay. Sorry. Very close, very close, very close. It's not subliminal, yeah. Subliminal would have been good. Okay, so the order of triggers is a bit awkward. So we want to get the Bladderwort and the Reaper on the table and then just not lose to HQ. So we need to have 3 credits. So we'll do Bladderwort. I think we just do Bladderwort credit. We'll draw once. Oh, so close. We were 1 credit short, yeah. Install 3 win, yeah, but install 3 they run HQ, we lose to Fuji. Like they're incentivized here to do a Siphon. We're not threatening Saisentan. They have a Revolver too. Table Urtica, yeah, I think Table Urtica makes some amount of sense, but I do think that if they deal with the Bladderwort, they take 2 anyways, so we don't really need the Urtica. We just need something. We could have done install double and done Urtica Bladderwort, and that would have been fine. But this Bladderwort turns on Oko. We just need to find a Spin Doctor because agenda management gets hard when we draw 4 cards. I thought Petty Cash cost 2. Yeah, it kind of feels like it. All right. So we lose sometimes here. Sometimes we don't. It's a 1 in 5 we lose. 1 in 5 we lose. Vertica, nice. I think we win here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we win. So we res the Bladderwort, start a turn. We'll Bladderwort first, charges Oko. They're on 2 cards. We'll cohort for an advancement. Look at the top 3 share. Ooh, Blood in the Water. That's kind of nice. We'll trash the Joan. I might as well Petty Cash because I don't think we're going to do any Plutus tricks. Advance, and this does 4 damage. Yeah, Tempo Acid's good. A good game. Things were looking really bad until they weren't. Yeah, I think I was just a cred short last time. You had a chance to hit the Fuji on HQ. I think running HQ is really important because we draw a lot of cards, but that was 7 turns. That burst did 4 damage, and we had a click left there to like score out the Blood in the Water. So even if our opponent's on 0 cards in hand, we don't have to win. Like if all we do is this and then say score, like we shouldn't have fired Oko, mind you, if we weren't going to win that turn. Yeah, that tracks. Your early running was good. That explains. all the breakers. But like at this point now, they start with 0 cards in hand. They have to deal with Bladderwort. They have to deal with Fat. They have to deal with Hostile. They have to deal with Cohort. And then they're just way too far behind. This is why I'm like a bit nervous about playing the fake dentist office, because running centrals is how we lose. Yeah, maybe not. Mitra into Sison. Not is a problem. This is the thing, is like our opponent ran this when we were not on a lot of credits. If this was a Mitra into Sison, we win the game on the spot. And that's not something that we've seen enough of, but like Mitra into an Ice is just like kind of messed up. Yeah, front company. We got so lucky they didn't have cards to tank trashing the Hostile. Yeah, I think that the run on the Hostile was incredibly aggressive. Like that could have been a Tattoo Bola, they would have lost their value, but I think they're just trying to push it. Thanks for the game. Yeah, but from here, they're in a really bad spot because Bladderwort's firing, Hostile's firing, Cohort's firing, and FUD is firing. And then we can just like continue to do crimes. We can maybe put an agenda in archives, throw into Regenesis. Hey, cheers. Opinions on reviving Spark, Lobi, Orca, and Pedma? Liam, I think it's interesting because you have access to Game Dragon, which is a really good Lobi card. I think there's a lot of 3 strength ice that seems in the meta. Overall, is that the best thing you can do in Shaper? My guess is probably not. I don't like playing Pudma because it feels very restricting, but it's definitely a deck I wanted to try. Mostly because of Game Dragon. I think Game Dragon is pretty cute. I haven't seen that much SDS either. It feels like a lot of Wayland decks are moving to fast advance, so you don't have to worry about the natural SDS Predator, which wants to eat your big things. Spark Logi Orca with 3x of each breaker to sell them to KK. That's really funny too. I know that like the 3x sell to Knickknack deck is kind of funny. The problem is you can't do much other Knickknack stuff, but actually maybe you can still play Knickknack. Hey, it's a Neuromancer. Fake Dentist with touch-ups? No, Fake Dentist is whatever that Run Centrals card is. Neuromancer plays a lot of Jinteki. I believe top world 16 playing Jinteki. 47 card, mostly hot. This is SDS slander. I haven't seen a lot of SDS modernly. I think a lot of people are playing like Slash and Burn and just going fast. And I don't know what agenda you're playing in. Maybe you are in Acid Op. You only get to sell one of them in Lobi Orca with KK though, since you have to reinstall one of them. You play the full playset, right? Like it's not going to be consistent. It's weird. Cold KK is good enough. You can play it alongside Spark Lobi. I don't know if you want to Spark into a Coalescence though, Tron. Isn't that a problem? Oh, sick. All right, this hand sucks. I'm nervous about this Kakarembo. This hand's not that much better, but at least we have things to put on the table. You said it's a gambling plan. Oh boy. Okay, Hostiles are unique, right? Yeah. So this is where I don't like pre-review because we can show our whole hand. The cool thing is if you have doubles, you show your whole hand. Yeah, I'm just going to do it. I haven't played this before. Gain 7, you may install a card from HQ. Reveal all but 1. Choose a card to keep private. Ooh, our secrets. Make sure you shuffle these up before you do this play. Jinkies, that's a really good hand. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage on the table. Peer review last, so you reveal less. Oh my god, yes, 100%. That was so wrong. Okay. This is because I have played some Celebrity Gift and I'm so used to doing a big hand, but we could have revealed so much less information by doing this last click and just showing a 50-50. That being said, peer reviewing early makes it less obvious, a single card, but when it comes to installing your whole hand, yeah, that's just absolutely straight nonsense. Yeah, play last for sure. I'm glad you're calling us Lunal. This is the bad thing, but we don't mind so much. It leaves us on 5, so I'm just gonna pre-res everything. 5. Oh, we're 1 credit short. 5, 6, 7, 8. We're 1 credit short. So I want to res everything so that a Naira doesn't have money. We can't fire the Bladderwort, which is what we want to fire, but like this gives you a tag, and you can't choose not to. You can choose to jack out, but we can only res these after our runner friend here agrees to access. It's a shame that we can't res the Bladderwort, which is like the most important card on the table. I don't think we're going to Temple Reaper. Carpe Diem Archives, don't need to make the run. That's the one card we mostly hot we know. I don't think you need to make this run unless we're going to get deep dives on turn 1. They jacked out? Oh, hey. I won't res if you jack out. Sorry, should have made that clear. They can't jack out. If they jack out, we don't res. I thought they would respect that. So you need to take the access/tag. Yeah, I would consent in paper. Undo turn. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, sorry, I didn't notice that, but they're meant to access for sure. Because what you say is, do you want to access? And if they say yes, then you res, and then at that point they've consented to access. They can't jack out. It's the last window that you can do all your shenanigans. So in theory, if I mess this up verbally, their opponent could argue against it. But I would only res after they committed to access. So that's fine. That gives them a tag, and they don't know that it might not matter. Would have been waited for the approach window for the reses. On JNet, it's a bit tricky, but I think we did in the right window. Our opponent should have hit the no action button first, and then we would have got the explicit consent. Yeah, the tag really does matter, obviously. Meteor window strikes again. Oh my god, was it the meteor window? I think you're right. Does the meteor window happen? Yeah, for sure. All right, it's going to be 2 damage either way. Here they can control the narrative a bit. And now they should also trash the bladder word. So that's the best side here. Actually, they should trash the hostile here because we're bankrupt. This is not that great for us. Yeah, this is a good play. They lost a mutual and a bravado. Yeah, it's probably the meteor window. I'm not happy with the meteor window. I don't think what it... In theory, they can't trash this. That's a good card. Ah! That's fine. So I'm not going to res this. I think the 1 damage is worth the secrecy and the ability to res the bladderwort. Mutual favor. Mark not being deterministic if he undo is weird. Yeah, there's no good way to fix that. Jailbreak HQ? Oh, R&D, okay. They don't know these 2 cards in HQ. Here we could res the foot to do 1 net damage. I'd rather do the bladderwort to do damage. Yeah, it's the meteor window that's getting me. Are we running 3 Blood in the Waters? I think we are. Maybe we shouldn't be. Ouch. So Meteor would have dropped runner to his no card. Fuji just wins? Oh, yeah, you're right. Foot, Fuji wins. That's actually probably worth something. I do think like slipping behind on early points is like not too far off from our game plan. Foot would have been lethal? No, Foot would not have been lethal because you draw a card with Jailbreak. This charges up Oko too. Like sometimes interacting is bad. Bladderwort. Lost the Game Dragon. Those don't come back. Look at all our ice. Sting Maximum Plutus. Call these decks the Foot Clan. I don't know what that is. Oh, Foot Clan. Okay, I get it now. Should he res the Foot on access? I could have, but then it wouldn't allow us to fire Bladderwort. I think we need to get our money back on track. I think there's a chance the Foot into 2 agendas was lethal, but Foot is first time, and Foot into Fuji. I think Anaira had 3 cards in hand. I might have missed it. We have a Spin Doctor, so I'm okay throwing out the Sting. I don't want to get goofed. We have Plutus into Regenesis Kakarembo. Yeah, it's only first time. So I don't want to get diversioned again. That's probably the worst case. We can leave R&D open, I think. Honestly, protecting the bladderwort might be fine. It's surprising that this is not a political. It feels like a political. Let's hope for the best. If you kill with a foot, it's called a foot line. The flat line. Oh, that's pretty good, actually. I like this card. I honestly think I like this card a lot. It was cool to see it this weekend. It was played in who was playing it? Eden was playing it in Op because you can get it consistently, and then like Aziev can do like 5 damage fast advance, which is kind of cool. Like maybe I'll hate this eventually, but like making Fuji Person Evolution into an asset, that's only 3 trash costs. I'm like, that's kind of neat, isn't it? There's a whole bunch of corp identities I would like as assets. Eden was doing asset. Yeah, I think that was it. I got a Fut kill in my Untaian deck for some reason. Oh, cool. Second server. That's like a neat thing to put there. The text on it is strange. It's like not the most intuitive writing. I do think this changed a bunch in playtesting as well. No, not at all. I get the same problems on my end. People who apologize for slow play, it's like, I slow play all the time talking with chat. It's like, I get it because maybe you're televised, so you feel a bit more self-conscious about it, but it's like, I get it. It's fine. No stress. DJ Fenner's corp asset. Try to run server 2 several times. Yeah, I keep trying. All right, this Bladderwort's going down. I think that tracks. So are the credits going down. Bladderwort's what, 3 to trash? Wow, what a day. No reason to res the FUT. We'll do it next turn. If we res the Plutus, we can dunk our whole hand in the bin, but peer review is 4 credits. So we want to get a Fuji in the bin. That's our goal here. We have no good way to do it. It's interesting the FUT has to be res at the end of your turn to be valid. Yes, I like that. That you can choose to hide it for 1 damage, but if you want it to do 2 damage, you have to pre-res it. Like, that's really cool. Yeah, getting rid of the Bladderwort was really good because we would have drawn 2 cards from Oko. Oh, speak about the lag. Oh, okay. We could show the hand. Unsubstantiated subtypes. Can you Plutus Kakarembo? No. Because Kakarembo is not a transaction. If that's what you're asking. I'm a little worried about Fep because I made people draw 2 to 3 cards every turn. It's pretty sad. That being said, he's cool as fuck. Nifty outfit and fancy vibes. Yeah. I like the art. He's like real crumpled sitting. Credit, peer review hostile. Yeah, it's not a transaction. It's weird that like Zwicky doesn't care about transactions, but then like the NBN one cares about transactions and Plutus cares about transactions. I feel like that sometimes gets people. I'm going to keep the Regenesis private. I failed to keep the Regenesis private. What did I even keep private? The Sting? You're an absolute monkey, Andre. What? Wait, what? What happened? It didn't offer me server choices. I can't build a server with this? Why can't I install the hostile architecture? Oh, I have to choose the card. Yeah, okay, sorry. yeah, fine, whatever. You have to click it, lol. Yeah, I know. I realized. My bad. My girlfriend made a FET made alter and it's amazing. Naira has a tag still. Ah, Carpe Diem Archives. This does a bunch of damage, actually. Now, Fuji is game winning on 4 points, which I can't say I love. But this is not good. How many stings are we on? We're only on 2? I feel like we should be playing the full playset. This turns on Oko, which is good. Yeah, we're on all 3. Great. We'll do Sting. Hit a Twinning. We'll remove counters. We'll hit a Carpe Diem and Alarm Clock and a Lie Low. Ooh, a Lie. Getting a card draw and tag remove was good. PR tripped me up so much because it's opposite of gift. Yeah, I know. I did that on turn 1. I was like, click 1, show my whole hand. I was like, what are you doing? I think it's 1 plus the number of remove counters. Yeah, you can remove 0. The text is a bit strange. So you can remove 0 counters. You always do 1 plus the amount removed up to 2 removed. So you can do up to 3 damage, which means Fuji can do 5 damage. We really need this last Sting to win. So our win condition is... So if we do Sting, it does 4 damage. So we're going to Plutus Sting. That is our win condition, is Plutus Sting. So if that's the case, we need more cards in hand. We'll find cards in hand. Yeah, I clicked what to show, not what to hide. Yeah, I'm playing it like Celebrity Gift for the same reason. I clicked on the Regenesis, which I was meant to hide. All right. So maximum Moonpool Codance, very good. I don't think we want the ice. I think we want... Actually, we probably don't need the Moonpool, but Moonpool helps us with problems we don't have currently. So I think we have to ice up FUT and get the cohort on the table. Oh, that's interesting too. The problem is that this doesn't do damage, and FUT is first time. And you can't score on the opponent's turn. So we can just say that Fuji's not real. I think we have to ice up R&D. If the FUT goes down, we'll have Hostile to do 2 damage, and that might be enough. Because this, when we score it out, it does 1 plus the number of copies. So this will do 3 damage. With FUT, that'll be 5 damage. We should ice this up. And just say Fuji no shot. The fuck? Wait, what? Oh, card number. Yeah, that tracks. I thought told you the card name. Yeah. Really surprised the fight has lasted this long. He feels like a must trash. I agree. I think he seems really good. Yeah, I do think anytime that you manipulate a card order on top of the deck, I feel like this ruling has changed a bunch. But if we look at the top three, we keep them in that same order as much as we're going to trash them. And we have to say, like, we're trashing the first, the second, or third. That is done in the public space. That is a ruling that has changed in and out across both FFG and NSG era, it feels like. But it does do her thing. It does do what you want it to do. So you can still use FUT for the see how they run kill? Yeah, I think so. No, but see how they run only does 1 damage? I think FUT doesn't have to be trashed immediately, but has to die at some point. If they're not interacting, the problem is if you're scared of fast advance, and that's why Plutus is kind of interesting. So again, we can do now we can do 5 damage. It's like Wage Workers would Tunneling can win the game. Uh-oh, so we could just lose if there's a Fuji here. Not much we can do about that. We could have iced R&D. Looks like there's a trashable in there, or a new card, or lag. See how they runs 1 damage, FUT's 1 damage, end of line is 4. Oh, yeah, with end of line. Yeah, that tracks. Spin Doctor, I think we can just res a hostile here. Oh, wait, we need to make sure we have enough money to do the combo. The combo is 4 credits, so we can't res a hostile. I don't want to shuffle because I want to see the top of the deck to see new cards. You can trash the Spin Doctor for 2. Issue with Oko starts scoring as soon as FUT sticks and the runner can't keep up. Yeah, I think you're going to be stuck in a hole where you're like, oh, you have to draw up. But if you draw up, if we res hostile, we might have got more card draw from Oko. So maybe if we top decked, oh no, but we can't play Petty Cash and then Regenesis. We can still Plutus. So again, I just want to check. Sting does 1 plus the number in the other opponent's score area. So this is 1, 2, 3. FUT does remove +1, so that's 5. So running archives, that's fine. So if Naira doesn't draw here. Another example, run 2 pinhole. No, I agree. But that was the same thing with like Prana Condenser. All right, we win. That should be game. Do you still have Sting if you don't kill? No, I don't think we do. I think we put more things on the table. But I'm pretty sure we win here. So we can res Plutus to trigger Oko, which is kind of fun. So we'll trash 3 cards. That triggers Oko. Funny enough, we could have actually fed agendas. It might have been right to feed agendas. That's a line we have to consider. And when you're running archives and you commit, we can feed agendas to drop an Naira to low hand so we can flatline with FUT. We actually might have had a flatline there. I can't tell. I think if the Stings were in our score, yeah. So we'll Oko first. Why not? Oh yeah, we got to make sure if we're going to Regenesis, we can't Oko. So we'll trash whatever. Play transaction from archives. We'll play peer review. We'll choose an HQ card to keep private. I'll keep the Sting private. We'll install a Sting into a new remote server. Then we'll have 3 credits. We'll do advance, advance, advance. And we'll flatline with 5 damage fast advance. Sting does 3. We should have done the FUT first to play around Steelskin Scarring. That is technically incorrect. And we will score a 7-point agenda. GG. Things look bad until they not. Yeah, the Fuji threat on the multi-axis is super real, but 2 early Stings, don't mind. Don't mind if you do. Does the JNet log not tell me which was described for Plutus? How odd. Should it? Those would be revealed and trashed. Yeah, they should. It should. Those are revealed and trashed. ML Grid as the anti-pinhole tech is cool. Yes, I think Makota Langid both increase the trash cost, but also to make it a 50-50 on like early pinholes is kind of cool. I think I might like this deck. Yeah, I think this deck is pretty mean. It's very mean, and people don't know what the lines are, so it's going to overperform a bit. It should show. Yeah, thanks for the game. Beans. Thanks for the game, eh? Clicking archive shows which are trashed in orange outline. Okay. I'm not sure why it doesn't show in the log. Oko seems significantly stronger than Epiphany despite the similarities. I think it's because the Jinteki card pool is specifically better at winning the game. Like it has a more direct win condition where I can win from 0 points. Epiphany, it's more of a fight, and if you do like tag stuff, I don't know if you're playing lethality or if you're just playing like IP enforcement. Played a lot of combo kill biotech back in the day. Mind you, Nairo is like a really big biotech combo kill player. This feels like a more reliable version, yeah. And this ability is just really good. Drawing 3 cards is exactly what we want to do, and all our cards are nearly must trashes. Like every asset in this deck is probably a must trash. I don't know if I love the Kakarembo, might not be necessary. I feel like a see how they run, or sorry, bring them home would be so much better in this slot. I feel like just getting cards out of our opponent's hand is the most important thing we can do on any board state. Maybe we play 1 fewer Moonpool. Maybe not. Moonpool is like really important. But I could see us playing 1 fewer Moonpool. Maybe we have to play more Moonpools because we're trashing agendas and we're not very good at dealing with them. But like, yeah, it seems good. This idea seems really, really good. Jinteki assets. Plutus is kind of nutty, having a hard time wrapping my brain around it. It is such a cool card. It's very powerful. Anytime you see a transaction now, you have to be like, oh, is this a problem for me? Which is kind of wild. We had the setup on that turn, mind you. If we had a Regenesis in hand, or sorry, we had a Fuji in hand, we could have scored 4 points. Like, all we do is we res the... Oh, no, we didn't have a... No, we could have. Yeah, we could have got... Yeah, we could have got... scored 4 points by, like, playing... Yeah, we could have done it. Medium. I'm trying out Jinteki stuff. Do you ever have a stream sniper? I've had people be like chuds, like people be assholes on purpose on the stream space. I think I've played games where I've been a bit suspicious that like their play patterns are like a bit on the nose, but honestly, like for how much we stream, it's been not even something I think about. Like a lot of people have to stream understanding that they are worried about stream snipers and they have to like, you know, take precautions. But the Netrunner community is like really particularly special. I've had like good players will smurf into me and not show their names. I feel like that bothers me more because I feel like I'd rather publicly lose or know that I'm playing against like a world's top player because I feel like it's more interesting both for content and so I can calibrate my expectations. That happens way more than like sniping is smurfing. I don't like smurfing. It feels kind of alienating. But yeah, peer review better than greasing the palm. There's some downsides. There's a trade, but we spend no influence, so why not? Oh, this is gonna be really fun. Dayweed's really cool. Clickless card draw while touching assets is really good. Heck yeah. Tron's really good at building weird shaper decks. Best of luck, have fun. And I do think like Dayweed's actually pretty reasonable into assets because you get all your good click compression like credits and drawing while touching, and they all trigger on successful run. So functionally, as long as you're on this side, every asset's one cheaper. Warm Reception might just, as much as Plutus in the list, might just go as much. You think Warm Reception in this one? I think I could see it. By world's top player, do you basically mean Whiteblade? No, Whiteblade doesn't smurf that much. I know I've run into other smurfs. A bunch of them are now I'm on the same testing team as them, so like they're friends, and I really appreciate them. But like I know I've run into a lot of smurfs over the history of streaming, and it's like it's not my favorite thing. I'm very clear about it. It's like, please, I want to play against you. I want to know who you are. It's way more fun. This hand's fine. If anyone can solve Devi, it must be the Eternal Tree Man. Yeah, we'll see. Dayweed, excuse me. It's very cool to hear Netrunner community best of the worst world confirmed. Yeah, like if I was really worried about it, you could do things. People like stream tournaments, right? Like people are streaming themselves play in actual online tournaments and they stream without delay. It's like, that's just how Netrunner is. It's also awkward because in theory, chat can help you. And if I stream in a tournament, I will disable chat so I can't see it and I'll check in between rounds because I don't want to be playing a tournament and then somebody says like, oh, you're missing this trigger. And then I get the trigger and I win the game. But like Netrunner is particularly pretty precious. Nice. Only 47 cards is an impressive start. Yeah, Tron's really figured out something to cut out the last like 7 cards. I can't decide what I want to do neither when playing or building decks. How's it going? All right, I think we can tempo peer review, but we should do it to show the fewest cards. So early FUT seems good. We'll do FUT Diviner. I don't think I care about centrals. Actually, I do care about Illumination, but I think if Tron dumps 4 cards from hand, we're not too upset. We have to ensure that we're playing against Azimuth, so like some amount of ice matters. But the successful runs on R&D are the important runs here. So we'll try and play this last click, which is something that's going to be a struggle. So this we're going to res early, so we might as well show it. Because I do think we're going to res this on turn 1. So we definitely hide the Diviner. We'll show the FUT. And so we'll put a Reaper on the table. And then we'll peer review and hide the Reaper. And then we'll put FUT in server 1. And then we'll res this so it gets a power counter and a turn. So now the first agenda is 2 net damage, which, mind you, doesn't give us 2 Oko counters, gives us 1 Oko counter, unless it's a sting. Wow, first run. No installs. Hey Despy, how's it going? Played a lot of games today, got my ass kicked in every game, but that's my game learning experience. Economy Management is hard to apply to practice. This game is really difficult, and it sometimes is. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Is this Knick-Knack, Lobi-Sobi, Orca? This game sometimes can be very, very hard to learn what is going wrong and what's not working, because this game, unlike a lot of card games, like in Magic the Gathering on turn 1, you usually have 1 play. In Netrunner, what Tehran can do on turn 1, he literally has hundreds of options. Some of them are really bad that the more you play, you don't even consider them, but there's hundreds of options on the opening turn. And that can make it very hard in Netrunner to understand, because obviously it's like a board game. Your early game compounds into your mid game, into your late game. But in short, yeah, it's sometimes hard to get your ass kicked. It's still fun to get your ass kicked in Netrunner, which is great, but to understand like, oh, what's going wrong. If you're trying to get better, I'd recommend getting involved in a community and like talking to people, whether it's getting in a game with a mentor, sharing your replays with friends, stuff like that, building your own testing group. It is a hard thing, but I'm glad you're enjoying it for sure. Neither says yes in response to so many choices. Hopefully you're having fun. Speaking of YouTube content, I really want to see more Netrunner replay reviews. Watching Sokka streams, for example, is super fascinating. Yeah, for sure. Trying my best to run R&D. It's too good. You'll get there. Turn 1 deep dive incoming. It's a possibility. Maybe Fut will have something to say about it, but I do think that we're going to Wizard's Chest on turn 1, probably for a Lobi or Orca. I've managed to get a pretty good Lu trashy deck going fairly well, but the meta right now seems to be so much Nebula. I think there's a chance that Lu works well into that. Like botulist, cheat through things, trash transactions. That's a nice way to interact, but yeah, it's tricky for sure. Please do net damage. Sting? Fuji? Awkward thing about Dewi versus Jinteki is that they encourage you to run last click. Sort of. Definitely want to avoid it. All right, no deep dive. We don't have the credits, but it looks like we're installing something big here. Nobody ever runs end of line anyways. I'll run last click all day into this. Let's see what the chest has. It's gonna be, okay, wait, there's no chance. This is gonna be like Coalescence and then also like 2 Coalescence, or it's gonna be Coalescence Lobi. Oh no, it's bad. Wait, why doesn't it show me? Oh no. So it was Ritual, Muse, Ritual, Pinhole, rigging up Coalescence. So this deck is playing Lobi, Orca, Knick-Knack, and Coalescence. And unfortunately, the 2 top programs were 2 Coalescence, which is unlikely. I think the chance of that finding out of, it's probably a 3 and 9 seeing 2 of them. Sick value. All right, so we can do 2 damage here. We won't. We definitely won't. This gives an Oko trigger, which is kind of nice. That was 3 clicks and 2 influence. Big bucks. Man, JNet. Okay, peer review. We definitely want to draw here. An ice on R&D, we'd appreciate it. Mitra, okay, doesn't do anything. I honestly think that we put Mitra in server 1 as like protection, and then we just put Moonpool on the table. We could peer review the Moonpool and have no cards in hand. I don't think we really want to do that. I'm hoping Oko fires like on a Sting so that we actually have cards to do with peer review. I think keeping peer review in hand is fine. We'll just put this on the table. I don't want to play this for the money. We don't really need the money. You're getting knife? Nah, I don't think so. Ultimate Shaper power play to Illumination, a Wizard Chest, and knife on turn 1, then trigger them both. So it goes the other way. I played Magic the Gathering again, not playing it for years, and I was surprised at how few actual choices I had. Yeah, I know. That is, I think, the issue that I run into a lot of times with those games. And sometimes it's nice that the early game, like, you just coast through and you start making decisions. But, like, you give 10 players the same Magic hand on turn 1, they all do the same turn 1. And, like, I'm not the sort of guy, like, why, if you can't lose the game on turn 1, why have turn 1? Like, I'm not a, whatever that magnate game is, where you build restaurants, but you know what I mean? The fact that runners could do and sometimes do stumble into turn 1 wins is something special about Wild about Netrunner. Yeah, it's always exciting even if you're losing. There's a super corridor in the bin. All right, dog. He cooked too hard. He overcooked. We're not drawing. Food chain magnet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, okay. We could actually use this. I'm going to hold it in hand and click for credit, because if this gets contested, we want to have more cards in hand, so it's not just a full axis. But we're going to put this hopefully with whatever we draw, whether it's an agenda, because like the next agenda we score out does 3 damage. Like, no matter what, 3 damage is pretty good. It also means that we can swap the Diviner for a barrier, but if this is going to be a Lobby, it doesn't matter. No, get out. I tried to warn you. Spark hits a Coalescence, so we see like no cards in the deck. It was Coalescence off the top. Immediately the next card was a Coalescence. Tron was in chat saying like, you could run some Coalescence. Trust me. It's like, dog, this will happen. I get the whole menagerie of opponents, at least, from flatlining turn 1 to Sisenton to foolishly stealing the threat 4 by accident to Acid Spam to Shaper Doomrigs. Yeah, it's really exciting. At least there's a lot of things you can do in the game, which is great. On that note, I watched Koga's tournament that he streamed on the weekend. Koga won on click 1 of the runner's turn. The runner ran through through a Doom Scroll, took damage, took a tag, hit a ganked in hand, and then a ganked installed in the root of HQ. It was a turn 1 win on game 1 in a tournament, which is definitely like a place you don't want to be in. All right, so we might just win this turn. I think we should appreciate having some money here. So I don't actually want to show any of these cards. Peer review is feeling a bit clumsy. Sting is like going to be a cool fork no matter what, so we could probably show the Sting. So we'll do new remote, we'll do new remote, and then I guess we will, yeah. We need some amount of money to res 2 ice. And then we'll peer review and we'll hide the Sting. Actually, no, that's pretty good. I keep forgetting how this works. So we'll install our secret Spin Doctor in the server. Yeah, you're right. I do not intuit how this card works. I'm way too used to Celebrity Gift. If you get to a 50-50, there's no information besides the other card. I think that's a worst Gachapon. Yep. Yeah. Peer review gain 1. Yeah, we definitely could have played peer review to give no information and it works. But the bigger thing is I wanted to have padding because I was worried about this. Yeah, that's a good pinhole. This is where in theory you could res the thing. But this is, yeah, that's not good for us. Double gank to Doom Scroll is peak content. And the fact that the subroutines get worse because you keep getting the tags, that's a good pinhole. This is a Reaper. Bummer. Oko not firing. I think we're still going to score the Sting. I wish we didn't have to. Oh, Bladderwort shit. We actually probably shouldn't have got the money. I forgot Bladderwort cares. This is like a really bad start. Bladderwort for no damage. Sting. Ugh. We cannot get our credits low enough. We were too greedy. We got too much money. We shouldn't have done that. I think we would still have an issue. Yeah. All right. The Lobby is finally down. That means some Summon. It technically is a Fractor. This is Fractor typed, which is unfortunate. You do break this for 2 credits. You break this for 2 credits. So that's okay. Diviner Mitra doesn't do anything. It gives us 3 credits, or we can force Toronto to trash it. Bladderwort's coming down. You do get the daily credit. Oh, actually, we're selling the Lobby. Okay, sick. Gain 8, draw a card. This seems okay. We paid 3 for that. Very funny. I don't know why we're playing Daily. Seems like we're just having blank. Ooh, Hannah's really good. We'll res the Spin Doctor. I think we'll use it. We'll res the Spin Doctor. We'll attempt. We tried our hardest, and that's what's really important. Can I res a second copy of Spin Doctor? Oh, right. Shut up. All right, that one's on us. So we'll put Joan back. Imagine Tron's economy is okay. Shut up, I knew it. I think we'll put Moonpool back in. Seems important. Actually, no, I like Cohort a lot. I think Tron can trash that. Spending 2 cards and 2 clicks to make 5 credits is mid, I think. Yeah, but it's fun. We're like Twin Doctor. Yeah, that stays. Wow, what a good pinhole. Just such a good pinhole, that's for sure. All right, so we can do advance. And then we can put a cohort in the Summon server, which seems fine. This will give us 1 Oko trigger. We hit a Lobby, that seems important. And then we'll put cohort in the bin. Or in server 5. We can throw out the Fuji. Reading is hard. I mean, there's a lot of words and the font is small, so let me zoom in. How's it going, Unstoppable? Corpse can't win turn 1 though, so each player is already able to at least have 1 turn to play. Magic tends to ban cards that allow for the turn 1 wins. Is that a real thing, turn 1 wins? In Magic? I thought that was like a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. I didn't know you can win on turn 1 in Magic. Alright, big 50-50 here. It will turn on Oko though if you hit the Fuji. They used to? Oh, well that seems like a problem for your game. I'm assuming we're going to see draw cards. Yeah. Can install a Lobi. Hits the moon pool, installs a silent chip. Okay, that's good. All right, well, cohort. I think we're throwing out the Fuji here. In Netrunner, you can win. You technically can win on turn 1 in Netrunner, at least in Eternal. I don't think you can do it in Standard. Topon can flatline themselves on turn 1. That seems valuable. We will cohort first. Top 3, yeah. Anemone, Plutus, Samaximum. So Plutus is a bit of a setup. Samaximum and Anemone are good. Anemone on Archives is fun. I think Plutus is the worst card here. That can be right. Samak is pretty good because it forces out a breaker. Oh, we have a Petty Cash. That's really good with the Plutus, but of course we wouldn't have seen that. So I think Anemone we actually want to throw out. Oh, we should have thrown Anemone out because we have Mitra. That was probably not right. But we can't undo that because we saw the Petty Cash. So I think we'll play the Petty Cash. Then we'll Reaper function to get a remote server working for us. And I think we'll do Anemone on R&D. We could do Anemone on Archives, which is also pretty reasonable. That means you end up taking 5 damage running this. Yeah, that's okay too. Triple Odyssey enables some wild things on turn 1. I don't think you can win. Pluto's awkward with scoring Sting. It's not the worst. We don't want to forfeit this thing, that's for sure. Knick-Knack Reaper. Knick-Knack Hannah's really good combination. Legacy and Vintage and MTG definitely had turn 1 wins. Oof. Inconsistent turn 0 wins? Alright, so running is going to happen. We can get the Sting scored, which does 2 damage. We can get it scored cheaply by revealing the Plutus. I think I'm okay with that. Otherwise, we can trash a card which fires Oko. I think it's more important we fire Oko here. So we'll cohort the Samaximum. Yo, TMKF, are you doing the thing with bot today? So we'll trash this draw. Nice. All right, so we had Kakarembo Pluto set up. We don't have a Regenesis in sight. We have a Divider. So we can just triple advance this and do, again, some damage to fire Oko. I think that's fine. It means that cohort isn't doing anything. I think we could single advance this because this, when scored, does enough damage because we have Mitra. We have a Diviner in hand to do Swippy Swappies. We have Samaximum to do Swappies, but we don't have a Sentry to do Swappies, which I don't love. So I'm going to ice up R&D, I think, and click for a credit. Devi hasn't met the triggers. No, but this deck is playing Lobisome Orca and like knick-knacking them. It's like goofy. I've like not been paying attention to this side of the board for better or for worse. Look up the deck Magical Christmas Wayland for a little turn 1 win. I think that was only Eternal though. Is that the JTFQ one? Yu-Gi-Oh's turn 0 have all Exodia pieces in hand. Yeah, you can mulligan into a win into Yu-Gi-Oh. There's some cards that allow you to win the game before the first turn even begins. Yikes. No idea what Ba's up to? Okay. Never mind then. Nuka's good. Start a turn. Okay, cool. So we can cohort for an advancement or we can cohort to throw out the Kakarembo. I'm happy throwing out the Kakarembo because it allows us to Oko and then we can use this remote server. Ideally, we want to throw out the last anemone so Mitra does something. So we'll cohort the Kakarembo. That gives us enough counters. We have a Regenesis, so we set up the combo. We'll look at the top 3. We'll trash one of these. Mitra, Urtica, Longevity. So I think we throw out the Mitra. Wow. Okay, so we score Sting. We try to score Sting. It hits a second Super Corridor. I think we either put the Regenesis in the server one, which seems better, and then we put the Urtica on the table. We're assuming the Tron will always check the Urtica with Hannah. And in terms of a never advanced trap, this is like really good for 0 credits. Not my corridor. I'm 2 for 2. Is it just me or do I hear anemone instead of anemone? Library. I think I say anemone. No, I say anemone. Anemone. I say anemone. I say it wrong. Nuka Nuka, full hand size. I do think I said it wrong. Quentin, how's it going? I think it's like library or like a bunch of those other words that just get said consistently and correctly. Rigging up. Let's see a big old orca. We're going to be on game point in a second. Yeah. Oh, poor big fish. I know it's not a fish. We don't have to res this. Yeah. It's okay. There's too many cards in hand. It's like enunciating the T in Toronto, but that's a shibboleth. You're allowed to do that. Urtica, Overclock, and Boomerang. Boomerang's a nice hit. So this is an Urtica, so we're not going to trash it. There's not a good reason to trash this in Standard anymore, because you don't have token removal cards or movement cards. Besides, actually, you do have Hearts and Minds, and in theory, you can park a Hollow Man on it, but it's less important as it used to be in Jinteki. Arano, welcome to Rana. Rana. All right, Hannah for clicks. So Simulchip now can reinstall the Orca if you do want to charge the server. If that's the case, we can actually like bring in a Samaksumun. Oh, wait, we can boomerang the Samaksumun here to force damage. This is really cool. I've never done this. So welcome to the Mitra window. So we'll res Mitra. Oh, wait, we can actually just flip for a breaker. So we'll trash Mitra. Wait, how does Mitra work? Hearts and Minds Noko. It might work. So we gain 3. So we swap this with an ice from the bin. If we go for Samaksumun, Tron has to install a breaker. We can also do, that's our only option. The boomerang gets trashed. And now you can't jack out. We do have Simulchip here, but I'm pretty sure if you Simulchip into Lobby Orca, this is going to be expensive. But it shuts down the Regenesis, which is really good. But we shot down 2 boomerangs. So you can Simulchip for a breaker here, or you can just take 3. And honestly, those are pretty good. I do think this is a really important run. Fire all? Yeah, let's see what happens. Going for it. This Regenesis doesn't do any damage. That's a really important steal. Good call. What do we hit? We hit Knick-Knack, Ritual, and a Nuka. So we're on 3 cards at hand. We're going to struggle to capitalize on that. I think we can't blood in the water here. Let's start with Oko and see what happens. A Plutus would be really good, I think. Fuji, Anemone. Oh, shit. Mitra Gaming. So I think we only have 1 more Regenesis in the deck. So not great to jam. We could just jam the Fuji, mind you. Measured response would not be lethal here. How many agendas are in the bin? 1. I think we throw out the Fuji. Will we trash a card? I think we have to. Hopefully this enemy comes back with a Mitra. Look, maybe the Tron expects you to use the boomerangs to break ice. The icebreakers are actually cash for KK. No shot. I think it's just hard to have Lobby and Orca. Okay, so we have John. We have longevity. Anything we put on the table is checked. So I think we can do John, Anemone, longevity. Anemone, longevity. I think running HQ makes a lot of sense. Don't look at our hand. We actually probably want to install on top of the Urtica to get it back into the bin so we have more options. Ooh, Kept a Ritual is nice. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Mind if I res my friend at end of turn? I don't think this changes Tron's turn. Thank you. But you need to res this at the end of turn sometimes, because it gets counters at the end of the turn, which means that they can react to it. That makes it more likely that server 1 is actually an agenda. And now with a Simulchip Coalescence play, I think there's a chance you run HQ here. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's bad for us. We have nothing we can do about this. It does 2 damage if we want to. Devi is just gaining credits. Not even. We'll do a bunch of damage. Hit a deep dive. Hit a wizard's chest. That's 3 chests out, I think. Or no, the second's on the table. Or the third's on the table. We are decking out. We're 16 cards left. I feel like we're not getting towards a win condition. All right, luckily longevity can fix everything. Everything. Knick-knack eating old failed boomerang. It'll happen sooner than later for sure. Okay, we're going to cohort to do the flip, so we should Oko first. Look at the top 3 cards. Fat Regenesis. Okay. So we'll trash Fut. We will turn a card face up. It'll be the Fut. We'll put an advancement on the longevity. We'll score this to do a bit of damage. So we'll do Fut first for information. Charges Oko. Okay. We hit a ritual that's good. We can choose to trash any number of cards from HQ. So I think we don't, and I think we just shuffle a bunch of cards back. And then last click, we can just put the Regenesis in the server. We can get the Blood of Water out of the hand, but I think there's a chance that's how we win. Should have been +1 damage. I don't think so. Why? I put the counter on it after. I did the manual counter, so we're on the right amount of counters. I did /counter P. That's why this one did more damage. Yeah, no, I fixed it, but I appreciate the check. Yeah. So we can shuffle cards back into our deck. So I want to shuffle back in things that really matter. So, oh, we've been forgetting we have petty cash to fire. I guess, yeah. So we'll put back in, I think a Plutus. I think a Moonpool. And I think a Mitra is fun because we have an enemy in the bin. And then we can put the Regenesis in the server. It kind of has to be ran. If not, it does some amount of damage and we might be able to win off of Blood Water to something. When does Ashes drop from the standard cycle? When the next pack or the one after that? Kenya, I'm not 100% sure off the top. You would have to check NSG's website. I think it's not after this one, but the one after it. I think it's a bit. It might change. They can always change their mind. But I think when they did an article announcing Dawn, there is like a preliminary chart, but it's going to be a bit. All right, so if you run archives, we lose the game. So I think we will use the Spin Doctor, but we're going to leave one Fuji in here. So we'll do one face down, and I think we'll do an Mitra. Yeah, the one after that, I think. Ashes rotation has not been announced. I'm pretty sure it was on one of their like rubrics to be like expected Ashes rotation, I think. But it's going to be a bit. It'll obviously be around for a while. We only know that it won't rotate after this one. Oh, maybe that's what the rubric says. Yeah, okay. Maybe they don't say, but we know it's not going to rotate on the next one. At least that's what their current plans are. But that could change. Maybe they like a smaller card pool. Maybe people are tired of Ashes. It's been around for only like 5 years now, which is like kind of long for a card game rotation for some games. The last sting is a really scary thing from Tron because it does 5 damage with Fut. Running without a breaker is also frightening because we can Regenesis into, or sorry, we can Mitra into any killer or any sentry. So we could just be like an enemy, here you go, Saisenton, here you go. Some scary stuff can happen here on face checks. It's really difficult. Even if the ice is res, like this can just become a Saisenton. Like I don't know how you measure that. 2 clicks left. Thanks for answering. Thanks for asking. 5 years when the standard rotation length during FFG. Admittedly, they were a bit more consistent than NSG when NSG started out. It took a while. We did have rotation eventually. I'm not sure what the longest card pool, but we've been playing with like, I feel like we were playing with certain FFG cards in the NSG era for like 7 years. Like Flashpoint was around for way too long. So I think you want to do faster. Okay, this run is necessary. We might see a simulchip flicker here, but you had to make this run. If Tron didn't make this run, he loses. Let's see if he takes 3 more damage, which might be a problem. This card's good. Okay, we're going to go get our Lobby. Break it for 2. Not long enough. Axu, how you doing? As much as I'm ready for half of Ashes to go, the game already feels kind of small. Yeah, the card pool is a lot smaller. But there's parts of Ashes I would be happy if it left. Like, it's fine. Good hit. That's our second Regenesis, so now we have to actually score. We'll do 2 damage. That drops Tron, so we can score a Blood the Water from hand. I think we can cohort here. Should we Oko? If we Oko, we flood up a bit. Running Archives is also now game losing for us. Yellow Oko. Fuji, Plutus, Petty Cash. We'll trash the cash. I don't think we do anything here. No, we can trash the John. So we might as well petty cash, I think. So now we have 3 clicks. We can install Advance Blood the Water. It puts us on 6 points. It does 1 damage. That might be enough. Have a full hand. From here, I don't know how we close the game out. It's probably the last Blood in the Water. I don't know if we're on a full play set. We might just be on 2. We're just on 2. This does a damage, which is okay. It turns on our ability. I feel like we're going to win the last points by Plutusing. So we probably have to get Plutus on the table. We can't, though. If you put Fuji in second cohort, you win if he doesn't trash. Put Fuji in second cohort. Oh, that's true. We can just put this on the table. That might be fine. You did this to yourself. Right? Like we can put the Fuji behind the Samak. And if you run it. Well, no, but if he runs it, we win. He wins. That's the issue. It's like it's a risk. I think we'll just go for this and take some cards out of the hand. He might transition to Deep Dive. I'm worried about the Archives run sooner than later. I don't know if I like this. I don't think it does enough for a board state. It gives him a turn to breathe. No counter on Lobby to break Samak. Oh, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Oh yeah, I wish I realized that. Whatever, putting it to 1 card in hand also helps, but Fuji doesn't have text if you win the game. It's not so much that Ashes is old, but the Ashes card design feels very different from everything Gateway. Yes, I do agree, Ryan. I feel like there's a bit of a whiplash between the 2 ideas. And the quality of art. In some extent. I think both of those makes it a bit awkward. 1 in 5 we lose. Knick-Knack giving you card draw while running's nice. The Muse at a minimum. Just don't score it. Yeah, it might have been fine actually just to greet it. Plutus, probably want to trash that one. I don't know how we're going to close the game out. Especially now that we have 2 Plutuses in the bin. Oh no, we only have 1 Plutus in the bin. Mathing? Yeah, do that. Oh man, it's the last sting. The last sting is so important. Can't believe we're losing to this. But the big thing is like Tehran did not run. In our last games, our opponents were running a lot and that was doing damage to them. Tehran's just been sitting up and like making the right run through the Samaxamon and we cannot close the game out. With this many assets, top-down solutions might be good. It's just influence. We have to make restrictions on influence. I don't think we have a problem drawing cards or getting our cards on the table smooth enough. I feel like that turn we were forked between Blood in the Water and other stuff. It might have been right not to do Blood in the Water because it just puts us on 6 points and it doesn't generate threat. We need to generate threat every turn. But it is, I think, 2 influence, which is hard. Activate grinder mode. Yeah, we're kind of there, but the problem is like we can't Fuji grind anymore. And we're on game points. So like the grind is not going to be that grindy. Ash's design catered to old FFG design. It was the first time to run a small card business volunteer. Yeah, it's like you can dunk on Ashes. It was a bit of a safe set because like the new first set had to be relatively safe, but it's yeah. There's definitely parts of it that don't align well. There's a lot of like value over time pieces, a lot of cards that say do this to gain a credit, and we've really kind of moved away from that. You are generating threat, went from 4 to 6. I think that's only threatening if we're playing like the hybrid release as the 2-1, which mind you, Loud decks did. Yeah. Tron's gonna run Archives, we're gonna lose. Are there moon pools left? Yeah, there's a couple. I think we're running all 3. There's only 1 in the bin. So we have 2 moon pools left. That actually might be our best way out. Moon pool into Sting is probably our best way out. Yeah, we lose. Good game, y'all. We lost to Lobi Orca. There's no reason not to access unless you think it's a Sting. But if there's a Fuji and a Sting, you hit the Fuji first. You get to see all the cards and then you choose the access order. So it's unlikely that Tron dies here. You have to respect Sting. If there's a Sting in the bin, you lose. And he knows that this is not a Spin Doctor. That's the only risk. Ask him, are you sure? I guess I'm going to, but I think that's actually going to encourage Tron. For as well as I know Tron. I think Tron will be like, okay, no, I'm really in. So you want to access? If it's a Sting, he dies. If it's a 2-pointer, he dies. But if it's a Fuji, he wins. He has to take that risk. That's all it comes down. Ah! Top deck Blood in the Water win. Let's go. Wait, we only have 2. I did not think that would work. Respect. Respect. Got him. We only have 2 blood in the water. Okay. So cards in hand. Yeah, exactly. I can't take that. Are you sure? You sure? I mean, let's start ripping. Do you do Oko first or cohort first? I think you do Oko first. No, if we don't like our cohort, we'll cohort first. Moonpool seems good. Plutus, Moonpool, Sting. I think we win, right? So we install Moon Sting, we install Moonpool, we advance, we flip 2 agendas. Yeah, I think we win. Double down advance Urtica. He's seen it though. It'd be funny if we cohort the Urtica because he might get scared. I think we just win here. Oh no, because we Oko, so we can't Moonpool. No, that's for Genesis. Never mind. So we install, we advance. Yeah, that's game. Yeah, Sting FA. I always like get confused. I conflate the Regenesis text with the Moonpool text. And you want to make sure if you're going to Regenesis, don't fire Oko. Advance. Res. RFG. Trash up to 2 cards from HQ. Flip to 2 face downs into archives. Flatlined as well. Wow. Yeah. So was there. GG. Yeah. Tron's realizing that if you read Arcos, he won the games. Just ask if you want to save good games. That was wild. 13 turns. 34 minutes because of JNet's being JNet right now, which is like, it's been better yesterday. It'll be better tomorrow. Thanks for the game. That was fun. Yeah, we revealed the Fuji in archives so you can tell. But this actually does like, what does it do? 3 damage? Mess with the JNet stats a bit. Oh, it's cool. It says do 1 or do less than that. Technically, you can do fewer. So if you have, it would show as many options as possible. Draw 6 next turn and run his way. So yeah, for sure. More proof shapers are cowards. Imagine that this was an ID ability that fired in this game. It didn't. Like Toronto was playing such funny stuff, and it was definitely helping us. But that was definitely tight. Thanks for the game, eh? 9 cards left in R&D. That's super notable. Essentials pressure does work. Archives pressure does work. Like we do mill ourselves. Our deck was mostly Fuji, so we did shuffle 2 back in, but like we were at 7 cards there, if I'm not mistaken. I would have been fired if I got on a free 2 MU card. Oh man. I mean, Daywee with Azamat does way better in this matchup. Yeah, for sure. And for what it's worth, Ice was never broken. I just think we threw ourselves into some maximums, and it was like kind of sustainable. Maybe the way that the stings had to fall were differently, but the threat for sting made accessing scary, not so much. It made us scoring out scary. Neat. Definitely neat. I think we'll do 1 more of this and then we'll try out some PT Untaian. Do we flip all this game? Hey, I played Daywee yesterday and I had a great time, and Daywee does flip, but like that's a different deck. Like Tron's doing something specific. Much as like the new idea, I think my go-to for Jinteki is going to be Iswak. Why do you think, David? What is with Iswak that's doing it for you? The click compression and threat, or the advanceable trap threat? There wasn't a single trigger in that game. I know, not even close to a single trigger. It's like, I think you hit 3 MU once. Good game, Toronto. That was really funny though. The opening was just like hella cursed. I think a turn 1 Orca or Lobi would have swept that game, I think. Yeah, you have a really good acid matchup, Tech. Lat. Okay, we're going to be on low hand size, so that shouldn't be a problem. Hey, Danielle. Stream yesterday was great. It was really fun. We had a nice little arc of like dooming into like, whoa, this is kind of fun, isn't it? Best of luck. Have fun. Thanks, you too. All right, I like this hand. It's fine. We can do Bladderwort, maybe behind a Sumexamon. I think we have to ice it up. Then we can do a Sting. Oh, we'll see what we draw into, but this is totally fine. I know, like you're in chat, be like, you can play Colossus, it's not a real cost, and then like every trigger whiffs. Oh, fat. Okay, that might change everything. So we could do Fat behind Samak. And then we could put Bladderwort on the table. I don't love that this gets trashed, but at least that like costs something from our opponent. I'm not worried about Shaper pressure turn 1. Like Illumination's actually kind of bad into us. Burner's a bit annoying. I think we can pre-res the Fut here. I think we can afford to. And that makes the Sting do 3 damage. So 3 click 2 Muse, 3 out of 3. Because you just need to fire the ID once, and I think there are enough cards now which can place advancement counters without advancing to make it work. Yeah, I haven't really evaluated the cards pool. I think there are definitely more cards that do that sort of thing, like touch-ups and all that. I think the reason that I'd rather play PT than Isowak is that my ID ability is relevant on more board states. And as you can probably tell, I like my ID ability to be a big part of my game plan. Does Bladderwort fire 4 or fewer? Yeah, it fires this turn. I'm an Isowak gal because I'm used to it and it's a fun challenge, but that's really, the new ID feels strong. Isowak is more my style. Yeah, no, I totally respect that. I just think, yeah, my problem is I want my ID ability to be like a thing that I'm planning and firing and my opponent's playing around every turn. I played Isowak games where I fired 0 times and I'm so avoidant of those negative experiences that even if it like works more often than not, the amount of times it does nothing, I just am like not interested. Propeller face check is incredibly aggressive. Okay, that's a lot better. But like us now going down to, okay, asking for triggered, fine. Yeah, all good. You got it. All the breakers on the table is pretty good. They're playing like a Dewey deck. Check. You always want to check here because we can res a Spin Doctor. I thought they were going to charge this. And I was like, you can't do that without a killer. But we were on not enough credits to threaten Saisentan. So we'll do Bladderwort first. Hit a Azamat. Seems like a really good hit as much as that can and will come back. I think we just do Sting an enemy credit. Keep low hand size so Lat can't do anything. And then this Sting does like potentially, what is it, 5 damage? We could, like, if they try to get Lat, they just flatline. They also have to be kind of concerned that this could be an asset that costs, I don't know what it would be. Nice. So we res the Samak-Samun, Bladderwort goes off. This is a good pressure. This takes 2 of the counters of Propeller. I think our money's not super important. If we res Samak-Samun, we can't res an enemy. When we res an enemy. So we res the Samak-Samun, they break it for 1 and 2 counters. And then 4. So they're on 2 credits. He can't do Trash Bladderwort. Oh, he can Trash Bladderwort. Yeah, I think we have to tax the Samak. Also, he wants to play the Plutus Biowak out of Isowak. Yo, that's wild. I think it's sometimes worth asking if the idea encourages the other player to act in a certain way, even if it didn't trigger. Oh, 100%. 100%. I think that's like a Leo thing. Like Leo doesn't trigger that often, but the way that people play around it, same like Ag Infusion, is like more important. It's a very good contest. But so many games versus Reyna where the ice being played and res changed quite a bit. All right, this gives us a Bladderwort, which is nice. That means we can fire Oko because we can do our trigger order. And with the Moonpool, we like Oko and care. We hit a Knickknack, seems really good. Top 3 cards of the deck. Let's go. I need to work out what to do with my old Isowak deck now Punitive is rotated. Measured response feels way rougher for an all 5/3 deck. Yeah, I could queue that. I think we throw out the Sting here. 3 cards in hand, slightly not enough. Not that much we can do with the threat here. We could score the Sting to bankrupt us. It only does 1 damage without our friend Batista. We could Moonpool in server 1. Ooh, we've flooded up a bit. I'll draw up once, I think. Hopefully install an asset, install an enemy. That's great. They need to figure out how to deal with the money because the Bladderworts are good. I think actually we put the Bladderwort behind the Samek-Samun just because it fires Oko all the time. Actually, maybe that's wrong because we're going to need this remote server to jam our, like, whatever the most important next card is. And we'll put this on HQ for now. Getting a hostile would be nice off the top because our Bladderworts will do a bit more damage. I wonder if he needs to stabilize at this point. Like, this is a really good hit because getting that down means you can run and obviously get card draw and credits, and you need the click compression in this matchup. I'm assuming Bladderwort number 2 will come down. Yeah, there you go. That's still good. We continue the misery. Click for credit, get lat. All good. Lose a random card. Bladderwort, no Oko. Hit a Hush. Okay. That's sometimes more powerful in the bin. I don't like this hand. I think we could consider jamming the longevity behind the Samak. I don't think it's likely to be checked. We could also like fast advance out, but it's like pretty expensive. I think just getting points would be fine. We might not be able to res everything, but if we have to score the longevity, as long as the Bladderwort is triggering, it's okay. Oh, actually, we might not want to click for credit. It might have been better to draw, because unless we res our moon pool, Bladderwort's going to be a problem. Yeah, it might have been strictly better to draw there, just because we want to, you get the credit first from Bladderwort, and then you do the damage. So on 4 credits, we're not threatening unless we draw something here. Can't quite afford that. Yeah, no, we can't this turn. Bladderwort firing here is more important. I think we actually do the moon pool, because it gives us an Oko. But 100% we should have drawn there, not click for a credit. Muse, I'm assuming it's for Coalescence. Maybe it's for an Azimuth, but then they have an MU problem. No matter what, they have an MU problem, so this Coalescence is going. Oh, that's good. That's really, really good. You got it. So I'm going to res the moon pool just to do damage. Hit a environmental. Nice. We'll Oko. Samaximon Fuji. I think we'll throw out the Fuji here. We have a Spin Doctor, which is nice. Just moon pool to ping Bladder, ping Sting? Yes. Moonpool, Bladder, ping, Sting. I think we're doing most of that. Hostile is nice. We are on 5 cards in hand, so we kind of want a table dump here. I don't think they're checking the table if we install a couple cards here. So like we could do Hostile, we need credits, so we can't really res it this turn. We could do Spin Doctor, Hostile, Samaximon R&D. Use Moon for value. I don't love Moon for value. Maybe Moon for value is fine because we already resed it. Fixed hand? I kind of like our hand, honestly. Maybe we do it and we just do Sting for value, or we could do Longevity. I think, I'm not sure which one we want to score out here, if anything. Yeah, I'm not sure which one we want to do here, because we can score the Longevity for 1 credit. We can score the Sting for 1 credit. Longevity is points, which is nice. It costs us 1 credit. It gets the Fuji out of, it gets the Sting out of the bin. Yeah, I think we can leave the moon pool. I don't think we're super incentivized to use it. I just want to get cards out of my hand to make Lat ugly or awkward. So I think we're just going to install Spin Doctor, Hostile, and Ice R&D. Or maybe we Ice Bladderwort. That might be better. Yeah, I think that'd be better. Here we actually might use the Spin Doctor to res if Daniela tries to drop down to 3 cards. Yeah, I like that play, London. I think we just get cards on the table. This is interesting. I think there's actually a case where we can do Sting damage into Blood the Water on certain board states. I'm not 100% sure. I'd like to be able to res the Hostile sooner than later, but Daniela has a credit issue. David's saying can't win on 0, but just to score 2-1 with a token, then Plutus if you're in Bioac. Oh, that's kind of cool. The Fermenter is going to be very important. We're not playing Mavirus anymore. I feel like very few decks are playing it. But like Fermenter is economy that we could consider purging on certain board states, especially if we're just picking consistently with Bladderwort. Running Archives. So we can give the Sting. We definitely give the Sting, but I think we take the Fuji back. Good check. Respect check. We'll definitely give the Sting, and I think we'll take the Batista back. I can't believe this is the flavor for this card. It is so good. I'm so happy they attach personal evolution to a person you can hate, and then it turns out it's a religious figure. It's like so wild. Like, what a choice. I'm kind of really into it. Mind you, I went to Catholic school growing up. Specifically in Ontario, Catholic school is public school. They lost the chromatophores. Like it is publicly funded. It's kind of interesting. It's weird. But I went to St. John the Baptist as my elementary school. All these like water themed cards too. Yeah, they're all water themed, and then we have the Baptist. Very funny. I didn't realize Fat was a religious figure. Yeah, it translates to like, well, Fat has a translation that has a religious term like Buddha. So I think it's Buddha John the Baptist. Jinteki, personal enlightenment. Fat means enlightened. Yeah. You got it. Yeah. Ooh, interesting. Thinking. So in theory, we could moon pool here. We can moon pool to get cards out of hand. To deny a card draw. Yeah, I'm kind of okay with that idea. I will respond. I can't do it during the lat window. Okay, so they're just declining. That's legit. So we'll throw out 2 Fujis. Putting them into R&D is a bit risky. I think we'll go for the sting here just to make the third sting kind of messed up. And then we start turn. We get a Bladderwort ping. Oko's going to have a lot of counters on it. We'll do Bladderwort first. Nice. Hitting credits. So this Fermenter is really load bearing. We'll do our thing. So it's Plutus, Divine, or Urtica. I feel like Urtica is probably the least valuable here. These other cards kind of slap. We have a petty cache we can play clicklessly, and so we can set up the Plutus fast advance. You can Moonpool off turn. Yeah, why not? It's a paid-ability window, isn't it? Yeah, Joel, you can do a really cool thing where if they commit to access an Urtica or a trap, you can Moonpool in response and move all the counters to the trap, and then they're committed to access it. Yeah, it's any paid-ability window. So there's a paid-ability window at the end of the turn. Technically, we'd do it before their last click, but on JNet, it's a bit ugly. But yeah, you 100% can do it. So a petty cache for some money. For card I made an altar, I didn't know this card. Yeah, it's good. It's really, really good. That's why we're playing 1 Urtica, just to put it on the table and if they run. So we'll do some damage. We need to make sure that we're sub 4 for Bladderwort, but if we're on 5, we can always duck hostile. Score. Sting, hit a ritual and environmental testing, just grinding them. So we have 1 click. It's probably the Plutus, but we don't have a good Plutus include, so it's probably the cohort. It's probably 2 cards. If it's Plutus, we have petty cache to gain 4 clicks. I think we can try the Plutus. Do we need cohort? Cohort's good money, but we have Bladderwort working. We don't have a duck here, so I think we're going to do cohort so we have a duck. It might be more important to ice up the cohort. It's a more powerful card in the matchup. But I think I want to have something so I can duck the Bladderwort trigger. Yo, Jad, how's it going? Where's the fully op? We had like a really good fully op turn. The problem is that we're only on like 6 or 7 ice, but I don't think we would mind it. I don't think we'd mind it at all. I think he needs a Fermenter here. Might be nice to have hostile, but I'm pretty sure Daniela, if Daniela doesn't take the Fermenter, we will take the Fermenter, if you know what I mean. Especially because we're dripping cohort Bladderwort, like we can afford to purge. And just say like, you have no money. Good luck. A cohort would also be nice that we can score the longevity. Which might be the play if we don't purge, is we cohort longevity and then score jam. Keep floating low credits. I'm just stressed that 9 points are in R&D, but the third sting is like the Chekhov's gun that we have to dance around. This is a cool matchup. Like, I'm glad I'm on this side of the table. I'll be very clear, but like this does feel like tempo Jinteki, and you have so many lines. You have 3 credits. Yeah. Is it good that you have 3 credits stack? Besides the hostile architecture, I feel like everything we can do is on 3 credits. Okay, they took it. Respect. You nailed it. We're gonna have no cards in archives. All you. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right, we'll cohort. This will fire Bladderwort for sure, and we'll get value. Value? Give me my damage, JNet. JNet, my damage. All right, hit another Fermenter. Good. So now we can cohort to flip a card up to put the advancement on the longevity. We can also Oko. Oko is going to put us on too many cards, so I don't think we Oko this turn, because I think we're just going to longevity and jam the Plutus. So we're just going to cohort flip. So we'll turn the Urtica. This does fear. This is very important. We'll put on the longevity. Start a turn, we could actually, if we wanted to, do the petty cache, but I think we'll hold the petty cache. Oh my god, we can do FUT into longevity. What a top deck. That's sick. And that means that we duck the Bladderwort. Oh, not that we wouldn't. We'll see if they respect Tithe here. I wonder if Tithe is worth something in this deck. We have no money, but everything hurts. They should probably like deal with the board. So we'll do the FUT first for damage. We'll do 1 net damage. It hits a third Ashen. Okay. Then we can choose to trash any cards from HQ. I think we won't. We can shuffle cards back. Oh no. Oh no, the grinder. They lost the Ashen, so that's their like anti-grinder button. And we can shuffle cards back. I think I'm just gonna put the Bladderwort and the Urtica back. Just have a healthy 31 cards. I like our hand. This turn they should definitely deal with the board, and they can. So they probably just trash everything. That'll be their whole turn. But yeah, not great. We might have overextended a bit. Especially because we can't defend the FUT on 1 credit. Oh, sorry, that's on me. We'll keep the petty cash. You know what? Actually, it probably was worth playing the petty cash to start a turn. Yeah, in hindsight, it would have, because we would have been on 3 credits and we could have rezzed an enemy to FUT. Okay, that's a pretty big misplay. I think we're going down too low on credits. We could put the petty cash back into the deck, which is kind of funny. But I think we just want to start our turn next turn with 3 credits with cohort Bladderword. Yeah, we definitely should have played the petty cash. I didn't do the math right. That's a really big optimization here. I think holding for Plutus value is a bit too greedy when we just needed the 2 credit button. I think using Oko to refill archives if the runner flips it for cohort. Yeah. And actually, in hindsight, we probably should have Oko'd that turn as well, just because we would have had more cards for longevity. And we don't mind discarding. Yeah, that turn was not as good as it could have been. Or should have been. Wrong server? Oh, we didn't see a run. It's all good. Yeah, they're taking our stuff down. Lag guys, you're back. Yeah, silver linings on the lag, huh? Yeah, this is bad. If we had 3 credits, we'd actually like threaten something here. It can break with the revolver, but like an enemy is just really good. So this was a bad turn. We definitely should have petty cashed. That's going to cost us a bit. Cool. They should deal with these 2 as well. Yeah, and we have no board state. Very bad misplay on our part. Yeah, we threw our whole board away for that. You gotta take the cohort down here too. Leave us with nothing. Oh, they didn't take the cohort down. They were going for not even lat draw. Wait, the cohort has to go down here. I'm gonna Oko first because I'd rather have options. Fuji, Plutus, Vertica. We have a moon pool. We definitely don't need another Plutus though. So we can trash a card to get the money. We definitely need the money. At all costs, we need the money. Vertica for cheap damage is like pretty reasonable. Okay, so this is good. So this actually gives us money to petty cash. If we hold petty cash, the Plutus doesn't do anything. We no longer have to be grinding. They have 1 good run through the Samax Moon. We need to get their hostile up. We might want to do double cohort, but that's greedy. So understanding whether we do the petty cash or not seems important. We have Regenesis in the deck. So we do technically have the Plutus Regenesis window, which we could probably pursue here. If that's the case, we should just install a couple cards. The Ghost Petty Cash is so odd. Yeah, it's just like, I like the idea behind it. The problem is like this art is like not particularly saturated. I think that's a really good user interface, but you just can't tell as easily because it's not super saturated. In a bigger hand is also a bit more apparent. But yeah, I feel like this needs a bit more something to it. It needs a bit more spice. Very, very cool way that they made it work though. So we in theory can win if we just top deck a Regenesis. When with Oko, it's like we see 4 cards, we're likely to top deck a Regenesis. Maybe you can make it 30% opacity. Yeah, maybe. I feel like there's a lot of options of what you can do. All we need to fast advance out is... Oh, we might have wanted to click for credit. What does it cost? It costs 3. We go up to 5. No, so we just need 3 credits. So we can't really res anything here unless it's a cohort that fires. Top deck Regenesis without firing cohort. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. We can't fire Oko, so we have to top deck it. Good call, Daria. Yeah, as soon as we Oko, we hit a card in the bin. So it's not as good. I've run Diviner Thunderbolt Arms. I'm curious how it works here. I think it's just like a code gate that does damage, which we like, or ends the run, which we like, or both, which we like, and it's really cheap. So we can play under Bladderword rules. Imagine if this ID could play Audacity. Imagine if anybody could play Audacity in the new meta. Oh my god. Oh my god. Audacity, you would Audacity out like next big things and like just refill your hand. It'd be so good. Audacity and Poetry, install 17 cards. Okay, so the chance of finding the Regenesis is pretty low. So I think we will Oko and set up. Simon Chip. I think it gets no breakers really. Chromatophores can be in a pinch. Azamat is probably the best thing here. But there's no console yet. You can't FA Regenesis here anyway because you haven't res the Plutus yet. Yeah, but we would res the Plutus on the runner's turn and then discard the Fuji. The thing is, like, we have to hope for the top deck. I think with the Moon Pool we could get away with it. Yeah, that's a good trash. The cost will prevent you from scoring Regenesis? No, we just discard our hand. We just do it on our opponent's turn, which fires Oko. We just need to make sure we do it on the runner's turn. Ooh, like here we could Plutus to deny card draw, which is so funny. Oh, good. Doesn't Plutus throw into Archives face up? Oh my god, yes. We need the Kakarembo for that. Oh my god, I forgot about that. So we need to get the Fuji in the bin. Okay, good call. Good call, good call. Walk over. Any significant changes to the deck? Since we started today? No, it's the exact same deck. Nope. Res your cohort. Don't start turn. Yeah, you're right. It throws a face up. Sorry. Res it. Give me cohort. Thank you. Is it going to fire cohort? I don't know. Nice. So I think we can throw out the hostile, so we'll cohort first. Jinteki having fun today? Yeah, this feels like it was on launch day. On the weekend, it got a lot better. So we're looking for a Regenesis, and we're looking to hit a Fuji into the bin. Does Moonpool say on a card that can be advanced? No. So there's no fail state if we have to Moonpool. Bladderwort, Diviner, Bladderwort. You know what I like? I like Bladderwort. Top deck Regenesis on Mando. Good to go. Oh shit, we have the Kakarembo. That's useful. Want to peer review the whole hand? So I think we do install credit so we can threaten hostile. I think we get Moonpool, Bladderwort. They don't have money to trash it. They could grab a Samaximon. Sorry, they could grab an Azamat, which they should. So this means we can throw out the Fuji. So we install Bladderwort draw. So we should draw first. Oh, with Kakarembo, it doesn't matter, actually. We can keep the Fuji in hand. Yeah. So we still need to top deck the thing, though. I think we click for credit, just so that we can threaten the hostile. I feel like if they're running, that much shipping on our turn? Fermenter? Okay, that tracks. That's good. I think the Azamat might actually be better than the Fermenter. The hand looks much fuller because of the petty. Yeah, as soon as you click one, it goes away. But when you start with like 8 cards in hand, you think you're going to YDL for $1 billion. Okay, respect check. I like that. It's not going to actually do anything, but that's good that they're keeping that in mind. It means that they're aware of Regenesis. You need to know your opponent's respect. On JNet, not sure all the time. Good play to check that early, I think. Kakarembo throwing out Fuji will mess up Regenesis. It's not that we throw out Fuji with Kakarembo, is we throw out Fuji with Plutus on our opponent's turn, and then we use Kakarembo to flip it down so that we can score Regenesis. It's not about the throw out, it's about the flip. Yeah, but very important. If we do Kakarembo the Fuji on our turn, yeah, we cannot Regenesis it. Ooh. Will we Moonpool for tempo? No. Good. You're good. It's a genius? Yeah. That was chat's idea. Good. Bladderwort. Cohort. I don't want the peer review. No Regenesis. I think we can now safely throw out the Fuji because we have the Spin Doctor. Top deck Regenesis. No, Reaper's actually really good too. Okay, so we need to put things on the table that we can duck. So I'm still going to keep the Petty Cache because we have Plutus. Spin Doctor, we can res on his turn to draw into the Fast Advance combo. I feel like here we should actually put agendas on the table to force him to interact. So we have Spin Doctor, Reaper, and we'll do I think we'll do another Bladderwort. This means that we can duck everything. We might just have like a lot of damage on the table, but yeah, this is where I think the Azamat's pretty good. 2 cards a turn is a lot more impactful than this Fermenter. As much as the Fermenter can be used for everything. They're on 10. Okay, we're going to start checking. 6 card in hand's good. With Peer and Bin, we can petty now. Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. I think we might not want to though. Copulation. Oh, sick. That plays around hostile architecture. That's really cool. No second spin for extra draws. I don't think it's super necessary. We have 2 and 16. We definitely could consider it, but they're sometimes ugly. HQ multi-axis with the copulation's a bit frightening, but an enemy is really nice. We can just throw out our agendas. Again, this does not trash. It takes cards, which means that you play around hostile architecture, which I think you're expecting on the table. It's really, really good tech. And actually recurring this with Simulchip is kind of cool. It saves some amount of money. You aren't allowed to res cards? JNet, let me do what I want. Only 2 clicks here. Trying, yeah, I know. I got it. No worry. Yeah, our opponent is trying to run. Bladderword, either they trash us for 3. I think if we res the hostile, we go down to 2 credits. I think we'd rather have money. If they trash us, no matter what, we're fine. Ochre Trigger messes up regen. It does, but it's optional. We don't have to fire it. If they cup this, I'm happy. I'm not going to res the hostile. Because it means they actually deal with the Bladderword cheaper. And like, imagine we had an Urtica on the table. They run it. We just throw out a bunch of agendas. They take 4 damage. Like, I do think Urtica is probably maybe worth playing another one, considering we're playing all the moon pools. Trash it for 3. Hey, Maddie. Do you vote yet? Nice. We're we democrated today. We did democracy today. The whole house, 100% democracy rate. Don't tell Nana. Yeah, she can't vote. Running archives. Respect. Might as well play Mitosis? Maybe. Ooh, this is interesting. Thinking. So we have to see what the lines are here. We have guaranteed Reaper into Bladderwort, which does 3 damage. The Fuji does 5 damage, so we have a flat line here. Reaper into Bladderwort, we'll be able to duck, right? We duck down to 3. So this does 1, this does 2. Then we can... Yeah, this is a flat line. I don't think we have to do anything very, very clever here. Yeah, what's up, love? Yeah, 1 sec. I don't think we do anything here. I might be messing up. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, I think we have it. All right, unless they have a steel skin. So now they're on 3 cards in hand. Wait, why do we have it? No, we don't have it. Wait, what are we doing? Why do we think we have it? Okay, let's try and fast advance a Sting, I guess? Oh, we win. We win with double blood. Sick. We actually could have even fed them more agendas. If we had a Sting in hand, we could res the Plutus to give them agendas. Now, he would win if it's a double Fuji, but this should be lethal. So we're just going to do double blood in the water. That's so funny. We don't have to do any of the Plutus tricks that we spent too much time. I think we spent too much time setting up the Plutus trick that we should have just tried winning. Unless there's a steel skin in hand, we have it here. Mandatory draw. We'll start with the Reaper. Yeah. Okay, 1 card in hand. Bladderwort. No cards in hand. I'm not going to fire any of these triggers. Let's just petty cash because it's funny. We're a scoring deck, y'all. Remember, we're a scoring deck. Fat blood is also a win, right? Yeah, if we get fat, we can install fat and score out blood, which is also a win. But like, we had all the things. Yeah, if that wasn't the case, we just can't find the Regenesis. I don't know where they are. Thanks for the game. Just don't yell. I thought you were going to kill with FUT. Yeah, it was an option. We could install FUT there, but I want to score to 7 points just to mess up the data. Really need the knick-knack. Yeah, the knick-knack early net damage seemed really good. Yeah, FUT would have been for the flat line. So Regenesis was the next card. So we were slowly getting there, but we had the threat to score at 4 points from fast advance hand. It's a bit more clumsy than we thought it would be. The FUT kill score would have been even better. I don't know, scoring double blood would have been fun, but we could have done blood, FUT, blood, and then like got the 2 win cons. Hey, cheers. This deck is exactly what I thought it would be. I do think we're going to see a lot of experimentation on what to do with Oko. I think the slots are not very obvious, whether Plutus is even just better than touch-ups. I do think the deck could easily be playing copies of Bring Them Home. I think that's just perfect for what you want to do. Doesn't Putt list for the first score steal? Oh, yeah, it is the first. So we had to do on the first one. Technically, we did agenda, FUT, agenda. We wouldn't have gotten it. That's really funny. We would have still won, but we would have messed the trigger up. So you have to do first agenda scored or stolen on that turn, not that FUT has seen that turn. But like the Plutus actually gives us the same power that Moonpool does, is when they run archives, like we could have just thrown a sting in there. We also would have won the game. So running archives is actually like kind of scary on a lot of board states, particularly if there's a lot of assets that you don't know where they are. If we needed to duck the Bladderwort, we could have ducked the Balloon Pool, which is pretty good. And otherwise we had a lot of ways out. I wonder if you even can play Kakarembo on some turns just to get FUT back in the remote server, because it seems that important. I can't tell. And I can't tell how good Mitra is. It doesn't seem like it's that good in this list. I think I'd rather have Bring Them Home or just more assets. Yeah, it seems good. Plutus just to pitch Fuji Sting into Arcus is kind of funny as heck. Yeah, you can still do that with Moonpool, which is very important, but like it's something people aren't going to play around. Like even running blank archives to like get a marker. I don't know what you're doing. And then suddenly, oh, here's 4 net damage and a FUT trigger. Like, oh, you lose. All right. It's 4:14. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I feel like we probably don't have enough time to build another deck. Plutus can do it at 0 creds. It's a big deal. Yeah, that does help. That on 0 creds, you can throw stuff away. Let's try and just build straightforward Jinteki, Glacier, and P2 and Chen. I don't think we have to do anything too flashy. We'll spend some time playing. We started a bit late, so we'll do a couple. We'll hang out for a bit more. Again, if you want to watch on Balram Moo's channel, I'll link in the description. They are doing live right now a tier list video. So you can go watch it, hang out and chat. Come back here for the VOD if you want. Watch that later. I don't know. I just want to let you know there's other options. You don't have to be watching the Metropole Grid all the time, but I'm very excited that you're here. But again, there's other stuff. Glacier PT does not compute. Why go slow when you go fast to do trick? I think going fast is an option, but I do think that once they get the breakers up, you're in a bad spot. I'm assuming this is the ID that plays like just classic Jinteki Glacier, which is like an adored archetype, and the ice is pretty good. I assume you know of the red level humanoid kickflip. I do, Manuel, and I'm not convinced it's even that good. I haven't done it myself to feel what it feels like, but I'd only do that in HB. But the idea is that you play red level clearance on click 1, on turn 1 potentially, to gain and click install a card. And then with 3 clicks left, you can fire a humanoid. It's like counterintuitive. You spend 2 cards and you spend 2 credits to gain 4 credits, draw 3 cards, install 2 plane operation. Like it doesn't sound worth it unless you really need to do something specific on the turn. I'm not convinced it's that good. I want to see what it feels like. But on turn 1, spending 2 cards and 2 credits to gain, you know, 4 credits, draw 3 cards, it's like seems a bit sloppy. As opposed to like having them have something in the remote server they run. It's fun. Yeah, I believe it. It's like full auto battler, which like I like the humanoid resources feeling like an auto battler. I think that's kind of neat. All right, we'll play PT and Chen. We'll play Jinteki Glacier. So that means we're going to score some 5-3s and some 3-2s. I think this is going to be a Sisyphus deck. So hold your, plug your nose. We'll probably only play 2 of them. I'm not sure how many of these we want to play. Otherwise we're going to be playing, I'm assuming not Sericulture, but we're going to be playing Propio Negation. So that is a good agenda. Here we have a bunch of slots left over. We probably want to play 2 5-3s. I'm not sure if we're playing Fuji or whether we're playing Send a Message. I think Send a Message makes a fair bit of sense considering we have big agendas. Sorry, big ice. We're going to be playing all the biggest ice. So that's probably fine. And then I think we close the deal with probably 2 off-world offices is my guess. I think that's an elegant enough agenda suite. We'll find out whether we need more money or Proprio Negation, and then we'll swap the 2 slots where we can play 3 and then 2. Maybe a Sisyphus will be a brick. I'm not sure. I feel like breaking ice is harder than ever. Not vulnerability audit. My goal is that if we can get everyone to forget that this card exists, I would be so much happier. The fact that this card actually seems like a 4-3 or a 5-3 option in HB right now is like the worst timeline. I just think this design sucks. I wish that this was an agenda that you had to install face up. I think just like, oh, it's a never advanced card. Oh, it's a 4-3, I lose. Like, is that fun? Are people excited to lose to a blank 4-3? Like, no, it just sucks. Can I demand that you play a single tier? It's very unlikely that we'll play a tier. It's a lot of influence and it's, oh my God. It's like our ices equally mean that we don't need to do this. Like we're going to play Cloud Eater. We don't need to play a tier. I'm sorry. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And Cloud Eater works even better in some ways. It's fun for me when I win. Ugh. I don't feel like it feels good. It's the sort of card that when I score out, I have to apologize. Be like, oh yeah, there's a blank 4-3. Sorry, you lost to a never advanced La Costa Grid. It's like, come on. I don't know. It's like none of the excitement of Netrunner, all of the just like slightly better numbers in a broken way. Tier's amazing. I don't even think Tier's that good. All right, let's put our stuff together again. Are we meant to have low hand size? I think this will fire sometimes, but not all the time. Things that we want in the remote server. We'll play our Spin Doctors. We'll definitely play our Charlottes. I'm not sure if there's anything else we'll play. Part of me wants to play the Idiosyncresis deck that we install and advance every turn. Then with Lacosta, we juice a bit of value. And if they don't run, they get Idiosyncresis to death, or like financial death. I think that sounds interesting. It might not be the right thing to do, but like we can try it. We'll find out. Feels bad as the corpse scoring off is about the same as a vulnerability audit. Yeah, but off-world office like is fun because you get 7 credits. I don't know. Blank 4/3 is like just the worst Netrunner, violating the sort of like agenda payoff. And for 1 influence, it's silly. Mersh is probably good. Oh, Mersh is interesting. Yeah. No Regolith. No, generally Charlotte is your Regolith. A lot of these decks don't play Regolith because you have Charlotte in the remote server and that works out better for you, especially because it works well with Lacosta. So my guess is no Regolith. If we need more money faster, and some of the Ag Infusion decks back in the day did, we could play Regolith for sure. PT is probably expensive every turn, -1 credit. I don't think we're firing this every turn. I think we only have to fire this a couple times, and I don't feel great about that. But does Marsha combo timing wise with PT's abilities? Oh, Conrad, good question. So when your discard phase ends, and Mersha's the beginning of your discard phase, so Mersha does work well with PT. That's kind of sick, actually. That's pretty nasty. I like that. I'm into that. That's really cool. Did anyone notice that Petty Cash trashing itself is not played first click? It doesn't trash itself. It just removes it from your hand, right? Like, so you don't show it from the hand, which makes sense because you can't play it, right? No, we were saying going +3 credits and scoring an agenda is cool, but 4/3s are unforgivable. Yeah, I just don't like 4/3s at all. Charlotte draws, which is a little awkward for PT. I don't think we need to fire PT all the time. I think PT Lacosta is just, sorry, Charlotte Lacosta is so good, and maybe with extra card draw we can Mersha, I'm not sure. I don't think we need to fire PT every single turn. Like, we actually might still play Anoetic. 5/3s or 4/3s anyway with Seamless? Yeah, but like having a 3/2 that's 4th, like I don't like it. It's not good. It's not fun to be like, oh, are you playing the blank 4/3 I lose? All right, we'll play hedge funds. We probably want to play Hanseis. I think there's a chance that instead of well, let's do our ice first, but I think there's a chance that we play peer reviews to get cards out of the hand. I don't know. Are we playing fair scoring? Yeah, totally fair. Jinteki Glacier. So 3 Empiricist, Mycoweb. I think we might play MICs or bronze. I can't tell. I feel like Vampranas is relatively good, especially because we are technically a Sisyphus deck. So this seems good. You nearly have tier influence. Not the way we're going. We're going to be playing Mana Garb and stuff. It just doesn't make sense to play it. It's way too expensive on influence. Do you also dislike Global Food? That was more egregious than Vulnerability? So I like Global Food because it had... I can't show you. So Global Food I don't like because it breaks the game, like it fundamentally breaks the game. But this is a 5/3 that actually feels like a cost. Like scoring this feels bad. The problem is like inherently this messes up the amount of access the runner needs. Like that's also kind of toxic. But I don't mind a 5/3 with a downside with an upside, right? Like this is fine. It being a 4/3, like the text on the 4/3 doesn't matter. No one's like, it's good that you can't fast advance it, but it's just like, ugh. It's like, are you excited for Merger? No, these are the sort of cards that I don't think I want to see. They're not fun. Not fun. No, don't want it. Messney's great influence spend when you don't have something you've jammed. We can only advance the Messney though when we're when it's not rezzed. I think that's interesting, but it's not perfect. My content creator stands GFI but hates vulnerability audit unsubbed. Look, GFI is messed up. I'm not gonna pretend it's not, but it's like at least you understand. It feels better than looking at the math behind it. I don't know. Jaden hides it once you've taken an action because it's no longer playable. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Sorry about the no tier. It's not happening. There's no way. Samac seems okay. This is a meta idea. I don't know. We're going to be playing like 17 ice. What else is like really, really good? I think, not a lot of ice in the format anymore. Sisenton's great. 3 Sisenton, 2 Empiricist is probably better. It's hard to tell what's more taxing. I guess because Cloud Eater takes one of the slots. We need to end the run code gate. Yeah, Botu, it's probably Brawn, honestly. Like, I like Botu, but Botu's a bit harder to play when you're playing with less cards in hand, arguably. I do think I ran into a bug potentially with on JNet with Petty Cache, where if you click Petty Cache in your archives on turn 1, on click 1, it removes the card from hand for no reason. Either Messney or Treeline. I feel like advancing ice with this is a trap because the only cards that are unrezzed, I don't know. Boomy is pretty taxing. I mean, it's more so I'd play it if I'm caring about Trojans, but like Saisantan is pretty taxing too, I think. I want a cheap code gate. Do we play like 2 fly swatters maybe? And then we play some big barriers. So I'm assuming we play like double brawn. I think the idiosyncrasis probably doesn't make sense. This leaves us with 4 influence. So what's Managarm? 2 or 3? 3. 1 Managarm. Not Botu. I think Botu is a bit anti-synergistic with our ID ability. If we're firing our ID ability. I don't mind Botu though. Think you're pretty Trojan proof. Most of the ice is multi-sub? Yeah, maybe. Seamless? Yo, how's it going? Sorry, yeah, I don't think a lot of times you play Seamless in Charlotte decks. Or sorry, in La Costa decks. It doesn't seem entirely necessary. We're going to have to play more operations. Let's play Hedge Fund. I honestly wonder if we just play Petty Cash, because Petty Cash is just more hedge funds, and this deck wants more hedge funds. Ivik is a barrier. Ivik should probably be reevaluated as a card, because mid-cost barriers are taxing, but like Ivik compares relatively poorly to the consistency of Brawn or Botu. MIC feels good at the end of the run code gate. I think MIC is really quite good. I like MIC a heck of a lot. Let's play some Anoetics. Just Hansei. I don't know. This card seems really good. It's also good with Hansei. I think Seamless Lacosta Sissy makes sense. The cool thing is with Lacosta is we can PT and like never like PT install Sisyphus with Lacosta score it out. Adrian, the problem with Adrian is I don't know what the text says. And like we only have another hour for the stream, so I don't honestly think we can play Adrian. Oh, Mitra. Mitra's interesting too. Mitra's not that. Mitra's fine. Like we can play one of Mitra. I'm worried about playing too many upgrades. What about Vovo? I don't think it's worth the influence. Seamless good, yeah, but not like I would play it more in a rushy deck. I think we're gonna play a bit slower than you might expect. Like we're gonna be like Mersha, Charlotte, grinding value. How much ice are we on? We're on 17. That's fine. Shylender is like 300 influence. I think we just played like Hanseis. I'm worried about Regalo because of Charlotte, but that might be like, maybe we play 1 Rego. This seems totally cromulent. I feel like we might want 1 more ice. I think maybe we do that. What about an Aket? I don't think I want to spend influence on ice. I don't think there's like, we need to find an ice slot that we really struggle with. I think Aket is like super comparable to the other berries we can play. Sericulture idiosyncrasis snowballs really quickly. It does, but I don't think we want to play idiosyncrasis. Or sorry, even Sericulture. Actually, Sericulture is not bad. I just think like if we're playing Glacier, it's probably worse than Proprio Negation. 3x Empiricist. I think there's a chance at 3x Empiricist. I like Vampire Nasa. But I'm playing 2 Empiricist, 1 Cloud Eater as our 3x Empiricist. Boomy is great. I've heard that. I'm not too concerned. We could try it. There's like, what do we do for 1 influence? What? Okay, in standard, what are the 1 influence options right now that are worth considering? Mavirus is fine. Obviously, we're Jinteki. We have Sprint is honestly probably playable. Yeah, Sprint is fine too. DRM is probably playable to get our Sisyphus. Like this actually is worth something. Tree Line's fine. I wonder if that's where the Samaximum slot is. We have Boomy, we have Kessleroid, we have Samaximum, we have Tree Line. Those are good options, actually. Assets, I'd be surprised. Powers is not what we're doing. We're playing Spin Doctor. Roughneck being 1 influence, kind of fun. I don't think we care about these, and that's all that matters. So it's like maybe a Tree Line. I just don't think we're going to do much with this. I feel like if we keep advancing with this PT, I feel like we're going to be advancing actual cards that matter. What are you hoping to fire with Microweb? I haven't considered it. I just think the numbers are really big. What are we hoping to fire? Cloud Eater? Trashed and installed runner card. That'd be sick. Code Gate and the run we need. That's why we're playing Fly Swatter. So I think that is a bit weird. We might not have good targets with Microweb Code Gate. Yeah, I actually like Sprint. I think flooding up is going to be a problem. Also, Sprint is like managing your hand with Mersha, which seems kind of nice. So now we have to cut some cards. So I'm assuming we cut the Michael Webb. I don't think it's worth the slot. We're on 17 ice. That seems healthy. So we cut a Hansei maybe? How about NAPD? I think that we're so Glacier that we'd actually be better off not playing NAPD. We'd be better off playing the Jinteki lockdown, which just gives us like a really strong scoring remote server. I don't think I mind you. The thing is like once your remote server costs so much to run, you probably have better scoring windows based off of like other abilities. Notably, when is Hyobu? It says when the runner makes a successful run this over, so you can't like fire anything else. But yeah, I would actually play this, I think, sooner. It's harder to trash as well. But if you're playing rushy and fast, I like NMBD Cordon. It's what we played in the last time that we did this. J Glacier. Isn't there any sort of absolute must-run asset that isn't Clearinghouse? Idiosyncresis like will mess the game up to some extent. Agendas. But yeah, Idiosyncresis and like obviously the one that you said, Clearinghouses, seems really important. New corp deck. And I want to see if PT and Shen's actually worth it, whether we should just play this in what's it called? Kind of spells GLC. If it's worth playing it in Restoring Humanity. PT Untaian. I think Maiko's better than Vampy as a one of. I really like Vampy. Maybe playing that much Vampy is bad, but Vampy is like really good with Sisyphus. This is like quintessential Central's Ice. It's nice that it also draws cards, which fuels up Anoetic Void. I think is important on the remote server. I think Vampy is just like a cracked card because you res it for 5 credits on most board states when the subroutines actually fire. And I think Michael Webb is going to be the card that's in our opening hand that we don't really care about. We don't have any ice that trashes itself, so getting the recursion doesn't really matter. But if we play against Ice Destruction, which is a bad matchup, maybe that's valuable. Look, I'll try the Michael Webb because it's a new card. But I am a bit like, that's the point. We should try it, but like I'm not incredibly stoked for it because I don't think we have that many good Code Gate subroutines we're like stoked to fire. But it's cool to see what it does. Corp, let's go. Let us play. Hyobu precog, protecting only one server means lose on centrals. Yeah. That's why we play Sisyphus. Running is for no one. I'm pretty sure I hit the button. Maggie, okay. I think playing like good stuff Maggie is going to be a fair matchup for us. Thanks, you too. I'm guessing this could easily be like the, what's his name? Whiteblade's posted list. I'm guessing that we want to mulligan into a turn 1 PT Enchant to Charlotte. Why playing so many Sice and Tons? I think the ice is really good. I don't know any icebreaker that deals with this relatively well. Like Revolver sucks. People aren't playing Hantu. If you're playing Carmen, whatever. If you're playing Echelon, it's still 3 subroutines. It's one of the worst face checks early. Only Orca. Yeah, Orca's the bad one, but like Orca's good into everything, so. This hand's not awful. We'll do better, right? That's the exact same hand? Okay, good. That's just a JNet bug. Oh, this hand's worse. Nice. After Image beats it? Yeah, sure, but after Image beats everything. In the format, there's no longer, like, what's it called? And big old spider, believe it or not. So we're not going to fire ability. We're just going to ice up centrals. This is what I mean. If I had a Vampy on R&D turn 1, a Vampy on HQ, would be gaming. Unfortunately, we have a Myco Web. Like, this is 100% what I mean. This sucks. This is really bad. None of these subroutines are going to do anything. It cost 8 credits. This is just garbage. If we had a Vampire Nasa, we'd res it for 5 and it would fix our whole game. A bit results oriented, but 100% this is exactly what I mean. I don't want to play Michael Webb. Unless we have some weird interaction where it matters. Notably doesn't need stealth credits since it's matched on base strength. Oh, that's nice. Don't you still need stealth credits to bypass though? Oh, if you're just breaking it? I guess it's the same amount of credits, right? The best case scenario is send a message, res the Michael Webb for free. So we'll put this on R&D, put this on HQ. But I do think this deck is on Cataloger, so having good ice on R&D is going to be worth something. Do you want a PT on Chen? Any of this ice? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Thanks. It has to be an ice you can advance or a card you can advance. Just to break size another normal way, yeah, it costs 2 normal credits, which is like kind of a bargain. We'll see as soon as the synth gland comes down what this deck looks like. Laser pointer Kappa bar in the table seems like a decent anti-big sentry tech. Yeah, it feels like a lot of the bigger sentries now are actually Destroyer or AP. So like you do have a bit of flexibility. I'm really interested in Madani. I do think I want to play weird Madani decks like Madani Criminal so you can play weird bypass stuff. I want to play Madani Viruses so you can like cookbook fire at the start of turn window. There's the Basilar hitting the lily pad. So yeah, we're going to be behind. They're going to get a lot more clicks than we are. Finding influence for Mesny, I feel like it's a bit, my guess is that making enchant fire on your advanceable ice is not worth it, because once it's rezzed, it's a blank ability. What else they had? DZ and Lily Badlow. So sorry. They're also not going to fire Maggie here. I think you want to discard the Basilar. But maybe that's hard because you have an opening hand. Do we tempo Petty Cash here? Yeah, I think we do. I don't know. I feel like if you want to spend influence, I think MIC works so much better with a lot of your things that you want to do. Like MIC works really well with whatever the new 4-2 is called, Proprietary Negation. It works really well with Managarm Anoetic. It works really well with he's failing, he's breaking. Whereas Sisyphus, like, it's a lot better. Let's find a piece of ice, kindly. I mean, there's a lot of ice in the deck. Looks like a Spin Doctor. They'll never run it. When did you add a Regolith? We added one Panic Regolith. Do you think Petty Cash is an auto-include in most Corp decks? I feel like it might be. I feel like if you're excited to play Hedge Fund, it's like totally fine as Hedge Fund 4, 5, 6. It's a bit slower than Hedge Fund, obviously, but it's a bit more playable than Hedge Fund in some board states. I do think there's a chance that this card is just too good. It does remove itself from the deck, so Recursion, not that Recurring Hedge Fund is like the best play you can do. Funny enough, the Managarm on the table would have been a bit better. I guess they would have bounced. But yeah, I think like if you're just playing an honest Netrunner deck, like this feels like IPO. And then obviously it has all this kick flips that you can do from that point forward. I don't think there's a world that they can give us this Regolith. They're definitely playing like the good we will ruin late game shaper. So the sooner we can score a Sisyphus. Yeah, okay. They only have 3 hand size, mind you, but they have a 5-click turn, and that's going to be a problem. So they get an install card, discard a card. They have enough credits to install something. I think Madani is not actually going to be played. Okay, so it's not Whiteblade's deck. The corpse that autoplay operations is definitely auto-include. Oh, yeah. There's like so much operations energy, and every operation carrying identity in elevation wants to play 3 copies of Petty Cash sooner than Hedge Fund in a lot of ways. I'll have a millisecond to crack the coalescence before my turn. Yeah, I believe so. The Sisyphus stack, you know it. Whatever the worst answer is for Sisyphus, the answer is yes. Don't like Sisyphus. They lost a deep dive, or they discarded a deep dive, more accurately. Oh, imagine we had a Regolith. If the legal, let me know you good. Losing. What does this do? Trash from installed runner card, feels good. Give the runner 2 tags, annoying. Do 3 net damage, pretty good. Yeah, now I missed the Regolith. Hopefully we top deck a Charlotte. I will bankrupt us to score a Cloud Eater and trash a Basilar Synth Clan. It'll be my privilege to do such a play. I don't think Jinteki tags is good. Everyone hits this and just takes 4 tags, and it's just like the worst. It's just the worst outcome. Like, it's not interesting. I don't know about this tag tech. I mean, I guess the game's messed up. I guess you face checked into the worst dice in the game. Oh no, my friend. You have lost your synth gland. Oops. 6-click turn, yeah. Snake. All right, I think we got rid of the Basilar. They took 3 damage. They lost a compilation of Fermenter. Now they pass this, which means they have to go take more tags, which if they're playing a Knick-Knack deck or environmental testing deck, which you know they are, the game's kind of cooked. They now have a 3-card hand size, but only 4 clicks. So installing the second Basilar seems kind of untenable. Yeah, game's bad now. And luckily we can just put whatever we want in the remote server and they can't run this over and over again. So we'll just put the send a message in there and then just start clicking for credits. Then we'll slow roll it with the Lacosta. Now the Michael Webb is actually kind of scary as much as we can't afford it. We are bankrupt, but If we're playing, technically, if we're playing like, what's it called? The thing that we're not playing, maybe we should change Hansei's for Mindscapings, just so that this actually has text. Yeah, it's a bad face check. I remember dying to this on turn, like game, day one, Izzy was playing Cloud Eater and we ran into it on like, be able to trash 5 strength ice and lesser, or and fewer with we were playing crew, Seb, and like just flatline to this. We're like 6 strength, there's only 1 6 strength ice in the whole card pool. Turns out we found it. I wonder what they're using for. Not allowed to leave early to vote, so now I gotta delay deck building or to even later tonight. Yo, they give you a pencil there, so like Solar Mirror, you might be able to do double duty. Just do it on the back of the voting card. Hold on, that actually might invalidate the vote. Probably shouldn't be supporting that line. So they can install something for 1 credit. They threw out their second Basilar. They're not installing their second Basilar. I wish Seraph was half as good as Cloud Eater. Yeah, it's interesting to see whether Seraph will see more play here. Alright, Tattoo's not bad. Saisenton face check is not huge. So we just install this and credit. I think it's safer here than anywhere else. A problem is we're credit short of Lacosta. I feel like the Saisenton kill is so much worse because it's way more common and easy to do than Big Snake. Yep, for sure. It's just like there's 1 6 strength ice. So I don't know. I just feel like everyone takes 4 tags on this and it's just like, imagine an NBN ice that just said when this is res, take 4 tags. All right, Fermenter's doing a lot of heavy lifting here. They could pressure HQ. I wonder if we top deck a Charlotte if we'll regret the install. I don't think we will. I think we'll like probably build another remote server. Nice, they're popping Fermenter early. Why not run Cloud Eater NBN? I think you do. You can. People do. I think Sarah fits that slot now, but Hydra leaving makes the Cloud Eater make more sense. Do they muse for Propeller again? I mean for... Oh, Echelon. What do you break Cloud Eater for though? Like 8 credits? Cool. Oh, Sprint's not bad actually. Yeah, let's do it. Let's find a Petty Cash. Oh, we can't play it, can we? Does NBN have another 10 cost sentry? I do think they do. It's not particularly good though. So we'll get rid of the send a message. We'll get rid of the Anoetic. So here we can do Tatabola Charlotte and then click for credit to advance the Charlotte. I think that's our play. We could also do Fly Swatter Charlotte, which might be better because then there's a Res Michael Web target. But we can fire PT now. Oh, we can't click for a credit. That's still fine though. So PT will fire. Rip Hydra, my beloved. Yo, Thumbs, how's it going? Hydra was really good. Hydra was like a 5 credit res in a lot of board states. So they can face check. We can immediately have 4 credits, but they can't even threaten to trash this. And so then we're going to use this money to res the Locosta. Oh, we can't actually. Yeah, we can't use this money to res the Locosta because the paid ability windows don't work unless we trash the Charlotte. We don't want to trash the Charlotte. I would love to draw a Mersha. Oh, Mersha would be really, really good. And just like setup. This is very, very slow. I do think we mismanaged the Regolith. We'd actually really value the Regolith. Yeah, I feel like getting the Cloud Eater, we should just... All right, they're threatening the Charlotte. We could res the Fly Swatter. I think we're better off just like cracking the Charlotte. Because then we can res the Lacosta. If they trash this, they won't have money to do their thing. And I think we'll just Lacosta to send a message. They could run this. We'll put a Tattoo Bola in front of it at some point. Or more likely a Managarm in it at some point. They are 3 Basilars and they've thrown out all of them. Sorry, we threw out one of them. That's going to be unfortunate. Fermenter's good for them. So now we'll res the Lacosta so it can start ticking and working away. Very ugly start. We can slow roll to send a message a bit more aggressively. They really need to pressure R&D here. It's our weak server. And we'll score the send a message hopefully for very few credits. I'm not going to pay for this. All right, Nuka, we got to remember they are tagged. We don't really have the money to like use that to advantage, but they can't really install environmental testing. So it looks like all their money's going to be fermenter, which like's not bad. Oh, we can always res fly swatter into the fermenter, which is cool. That's like one of the best ways to tempo purge. Not that we're playing virus. Just trucking along. 3 credits, discarding, getting the clickless installed. There's still only a 5-click shaper, not a 6-click shaper. Don't get carried away. I'm worried that this sort of like big rig setup, boring Eurogame shaper is back, which is wild because it seems really antithetical to what like NSG wanted shaper to be. Hey, music sustains me. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Watching your games has been fascinating. Most games have been fought at sub 10 credits all game. Yes, but I did res a Cloud Eater for spite. And I don't know if we manage our economy that well. So we can score, send a message, and jam something else. So I'm just going to continue to like push on. I think getting a fly swatter might make sense. Actually, do you know what's probably worth purging? I don't think we can afford to trash the Nuka. Imagine this was a Sisyphus. That'd actually be much better for us. But once we score the send a message next turn, we could have paid a credit here if we wanted to. We'll res the microweb and then just like top deck jam into here. I'm worried that we're not doing fast enough. Like they are doing more than we are. Corp is busted now with elevation and rotation. I don't know if I'd say that. I think Corp is going to be stronger usually when any set comes out because it takes a long time. It takes much longer for Runner to figure out and like land the tech cards and the play patterns. I think Corp is usually more powerful when any new set comes out. And then generally it shifts the longer the meta goes. So if you think that right now, like that's usually expected. Because I think Corps can have strong win conditions and people are face checking to ice and like not knowing what the traps are and like dying on turn 1 and shit like that. It only gets better. And then once you have a refined runner list, then suddenly you're leading the dance. So yeah, that's kind of what happens. We'll see if it course corrects. If it does, mind you, ban lists and stuff like that. Kind of upset that we played Phoenix on like day 1 because that means I'm not going to play Phoenix for a bit. And Phoenix, I think, has been the runner I'm the most jazzed to play. It just seems really fun. And then Baz. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow. I think tomorrow might be NBN day. Looking forward to it. Time to pray. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, cool. Gourmand. Nice. That's influence. Double card draw with Lily Pad. And it's text. All right, so they're running. I think there's a chance that they can't get through the Manic Arm. If we res the Tattoo Bola and they bounce, that's fine. But if this is where the Manic Arm is worth the res, because they're going to spend all the money on Cloud Eater and maybe not be able to deal with this. I'm not sure what it takes to break Echelon. I think it's very expensive. Nice, we get a Squip Swap. We're just going to do Bola for days, I think. Why not the other Tattoo Bola? It only said one Tattoo Bola. I'm assuming they're going to continue to take tags. Because like that subroutine now is just a lost cause. What about if we play IP enforcement as an option? Just because everyone's floating all the Cloud Eater tags. We just played like 3 Cloud Eaters, IP enforcement. Pay 9? Yeah, okay. Manic Arm's good, huh? Runner has spent 9 credits, 10 credits, gave us money. And all for naught. Manic Arm's still secretly just the best. And particularly the way that it compounds with everything else. Yeah, that's a good one. Anoetic would have been annoying for us, but that was a really good expenditure. Oh, bigger picture time. Yeah, that's much less influence. Yeah, yeah, that'll do it. They could run centrals here. We can't really res much on 3 credits. And then we can get some Gourmand value because now we're going to score at the send a message and get a Michael Webb. I'm really annoyed that this is not a virus, but like I get it kind of makes sense. But man, this should have been a virus. Throwing out EV testing, they're going to have limited economy. Coalescence, getting another program down. Let's see. Decoder. Ah, just little friends. Okay. If we top deck a Charlotte, we're gaming. Oh, Mersha, really good too. Very, very good. So we can advance this, score it, get a Michael Webb. Michael Webb is apparently pretty popular. Is that an actual person? It just is like a natural name. I don't know if that's actually like a person. So I think we do Michael Webb. James Webb's net bro. So they can res Michael. I think then we just get a Tattoo Bola on HQ and then their rig doesn't do anything. I feel like Mersha might be a bit too expensive for us. This is going to be like a Sisyphus nightmare if we can make it work. Okay, Michael Webb is sick. We can throw out an ice. If they trash an ice, Michael Webb gets better. So we can put Mersha in server 2 just because it's safer there. But I think we have to do Tattoo Bull on HQ and just click for credit. I'll keep the Sison Town around for later. We good. I don't like that we're not using Locosta. Timothy Internet. Good old Janet Internet. Look at our money. Look at us flying. Just 2 good credits to our name. Struggling to fire PT, but what a board state do we have. Just an absolute knife fight in the dirt, the both of us. Maggie with some core damage. Why? Not sure. No evidence why that core damage happened. A bunch of gourmands. How do you get all these extra animations? Ooh, pinhole. I'm not sure what you're targeting here. Wait, you have no money. Oh, I guess we gourmand. Sick. So I use something called Cyberfeeder. Cyberfeeder, if you search Cyberfeeder Netrunner plugin, is a plugin that Rahi makes. It's fantastic, 5 stars. That gives you a lot of like accessibility and animations and stuff like this. It's only for Firefox. You can find it. It's totally free. Huge fan of it. But that's what I'm using. That gives you the card animations. They trashed the Managarm. I think Locosta is a much better card. This is an econ card, click compression card. And currently running the remote server already seems hard. Playing Shaper doesn't make sense nowadays. I think Shaper is really good. I think Shaper is incredibly good right now. I'm sorry that's not working out for you. Tied, nice. Got rid of a burner. Okay. Top deck, something that Locosta's. We have the Locosta itself because it's not an optional ability. Weird text. Hedge fund. Not great. Iceland ID should be destroyed. Sorry? You think like ice will be destroyed? There's a risk. Gotta advance something. Bottom text? I don't know what the bottom text joke is. I've heard it a fair bit. I think we don't do anything. I think we just click for 3 credits so it can possibly hedge fund. Madani Mag is generally really wild. Madani Mag. Yeah, it seems very, very good. Are we doing the Glacier thing? 8+ credit ice and only 2 credits to our name? Yes, but we res the Cloud Eater on like turn 3 and we threw out a Regolith. It's kind of not good for us. I think here we are gonna recover. I do think they're in a bad spot too, but yeah, the start has been really ugly. We didn't stick a Charlotte. We put a send a message in the remote server, then we drew a Charlotte. We threw a Regolith away. Like we did bad stuff. I found that each faction plays quite differently between them, more than before Elevation. I think there's some truth to that. I think Hadaujin, I don't know if I've said hi. Happy election day. I do feel like the internally, like now every Shaper deck plays the same. That is what I'm worried. And I think it's just because the card pool got smaller. But like we lost Kit. So it feels like every Shaper deck barring Lat is just like a setup deck. That's what I'm like interested to see how it plays out. Is Joyride Madani a thing now? I haven't seen anyone play Joyride. I don't think you need it necessarily. They're down to 13 cards. Oh my God, they are. And we trashed the Ashen too. They might be on another one, but we did trash the Ashen. I'm pretty sure. No, that was a different game. Okay, no, we didn't trash an Ashen. They might be on Ashen. But yeah, they don't have a lot of cards left. Shaper should run RD, Criminal HQ, Anarch Archives, that was what FF inscribed on tablets. Yes, and since then, I think NSG has done a better job. Or well, we still have the payoff cards, but like Criminals are about running centrals in general. Like I actually really like how Zaya is different from Gabe. I think that's much more interesting. I mean, let's go. Res Mersha. You can Mersha before PT if you have too many cards in hand. Once all Fly Swatter, because it's an end run code gate. We'll put it on server 2. If we res this, we'll have more text from Michael Webb, and we'll place an advancement so we can score this and jam the next thing. Joyride's weird even to Mag. I'd rather just VRcation to overdraw. Yeah, I feel like I'd rather control my draw. And VRcation's like pretty playable. Were the Gourmands just cantripping installs? Yes. I don't know if they clicked install them. I think they might have. They were assuming the pressure. They used one Gourmand to trash a Managarm. Devi plays differently. Fun fact, I'm seeing quite a lot of players trying to make Pudma work. Yeah, I think there's like a lot of reasons why people want to make Pudma work, and I don't know. I don't feel like it's that different. So we score Propio. There's a Unity. Running last click is not impossible, mind you. I just don't know how they're going to deal with the Cloud Eater. They still have to break it for like 5 credits. So then Fly Swatter Tattoo gets a bit difficult. They're within running it. As soon as we score the Propio, the game is totally different. They might be actually able to steal this. When I play, I can't see tags on Jinteki the way you can. That might be Cyberfeeder. Sometimes, Emily, it gets a bit broken. And if you want to do that, you should probably like go to a different tab, refresh and come back. I think that kind of works. Try changing your language and then changing it back. Okay, cool. Apparently there's a couple tricks, but I've seen that before where certain things don't load and I have to like control F5. Yeah, usually. Yeah, that's usually it. Rising Tide's on 1 strength when they're down to 9 cards. No, it shouldn't be. Oh yeah, it is. What are they doing? Did they have a simul chip? Something's happening. Yeah, they're simul chipping. I'd be interested in trying Cacophony and Pudma, but I'd be out to sabotage into everything. I think that's one of the big ones, Sisig. How's it going? That people wanted to do is like Pudma Cacophony. And I'm not convinced that that's better than just playing like Wake Implant. They have to remember to reinstall their Unity. Tread Cacophony, Stargate, Pudma had no money. Yeah, Stargate might be tricky though, because they also ice up R&D. I still got no support from Elevation. What are you talking about, Diogen? You got Shred, you got Cacophony. Rising Tide is pretty sick. Actually, no, you play Begema. Who cares? I don't know if that's totally true. Like Rent Riders is a nice little install you can get out of the way. I think Essa definitely got stuff. That worked? Of course. Hey, great to hear. Oh, that's a great top deck. So now the game is bad because we have an end the run ability. If we want, we probably should put a single Bathinimus in the deck because it's good with Michael Webb and it's just good for archive. So now we have an end the run counter. So they have to get through Cloud Eater and run it back. We can put this in server 2. We can move Mersha somewhere else. I don't think we have to pay to advance the Charlotte. I'd rather have the money straight up. We're credit short of Fly Swatter Tattoo. We could put the advancement on the Charlotte. We could. I don't think we should though. Yeah, I don't think we do. I think we just keep our credits. It's not bad. Actually, no, it's fine. It means that we can trash the Charlotte if they run it. It puts us on 2, which is enough for Fly Swatter or Tattoo, whatever we find better. Keep 1 card in hand as a bluff? What do you mean? Charlotte advancement is credits? It is credits. But it locks us to trashing Charlotte before we have to res. So say that we had 1 credit and they're running this, I'd rather res the Tattoo Bola and then not trash Charlotte. So that's the difference, right? If it was free, 100%. But if it costs a credit, sometimes we need the liquidity on the turn. It's pure profit. It's like, yeah, but sometimes you need the money in your coffers. This sports day, we're fine. If we're on 4, we might have done it so we could res Fly Swatter Tattoo, but Fly Swatter's not that big. Actually, with the Fermenter's not kind of nice. Could have installed the Tattoo. I want a card in hand so we can flip the Tattoo. It's also not always great to play with no cards in HQ because then if you flood bad, but we want a card in hand for Tattoo. Yeah, do it. They're worried they're going to lose here, which is what this looks like, right? This also plays around them pinholing the Costa, which is kind of nice, but they have to run through this. So we'll get a bunch of Tattoo swaps, and I don't think we're going to use the Proprio negation here. If they trash all of this, it's fine. We could just top deck an agenda, install advance. This is where top decking a Sisyphus is actually going to suck ass and feel like a really big cost. Because I don't want to jam a 5-2 as their last 2-pointer. They're on 4 cards left in stack. We're on 30. We're on 30. They're on 4. Oh, man. What a world. What a world we live in here. Just grinding Lacosta value. All right, they're going for it. Again, they have to make sure they're not running last click because of Proprio negation. We're not going to res this. We'll res this for sure. Good old swap. I think in the art spec, the cactuses were meant to look like spiders, which I think is really sick. For those who don't know, the artist cat, they do not like bugs. And they've been charged with drawing a lot of bugs through the history of Jinteki Ice, which is good fun. No creds? Oh, it's fine. We don't need creds, right? No fly swatter reds? Oh yeah, we have no creds. Yeah, they might bounce off of this, which is kind of funny. Maybe we shouldn't have res this because they're going to bounce off of this. But it's still Charlotte, so we're back in the money. Actually, it might have been better not to res this so they spend their money on their Cloud Eater. Yeah, this might have been a wrong res. That's an armadillo? You're not a bug? Yes. But like there's a teeny and there's a bunch of other stuff too. But the background's meant to be spider-like. Yeah, it might have been better actually to force them to spend all their echelon money. So one more big ice on the server would probably be the best case. Even though if we get an agenda, they run the remote server and steal it, we will have a window to push the next thing. So we'll Charlotte first, doesn't matter. Lacosta after. Nice. Okay. I think playing Basilar and Maggie will be looked back as being funny and correct. I think the people were doing on day one. From what? I don't know, Whiteboy posted a list and feels pretty into it, which like I trust him on the matter. But it's going to be interesting, that's for sure. Did you trigger PT much this game? Pat, we triggered it like twice or 3 times, which maybe that's good enough. It's hard to tell. This is where I would like the current. If I had the current, either NAB Cordon or Hyobu precog, we'd be pretty gaming here. So I think we can just push it. We can do install Proprio, install Saisentan with Charlotte. I think that's enough. Click for credit. And we could play around Pinhole Lacosta by what's kind of influence? 2 Gourmands, 2, 4, 5. Copulation is 7. Fermenters 8, 9, 10, 11. On the table, they have 12, 13 for Rising Tide. So I think we're missing 2 influence. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, this is wrong too. Wait, wow. What? Okay. Wow. Wow, went to the Nether Realm there for a minute. Yeah, I think we can do this. Yeah, it was weird. I was not ready to come up on the other side of that. Oh, don't do that. So we need Mersha, yeah. Fly Swatter worth a credit. It's actually worth 2 credits for our opponent. If we advance this, we're on 6. This reses for 5. That gives us not enough money to score out. No, if we res this, we're on 6. So we res this, we're on 1. We get 2 advances to do credit score. Yeah, that's fine actually, right? I didn't do my math wrong. I didn't mirror Andre have a goatee. He's kind of charming, honestly. Jordan. Incorrect. It's wild. Jeremy, Basilar? I think the Basilar does seem like actually scary. I'm like not sold on the fact that having core damage makes you easier to discard with Maggie because you just still have to draw the same amount of cards. It's whatever your hand size is, +1. Like, I don't get that. But I do think having a 5-click is pretty good. And then you also install the hardware clicklessly. Like, that's worth something because Basilar sucks to install on the turn because you don't get the clicks. Yeah, do it up. We could probably overrun the Fly Swatter. Yeah, we probably could have. This extra credit might not matter though. It in theory scales relatively well on the run back because we can run Saisentan. When the Tattoo Bola swaps, we can install the Fly Swatter. So like sometimes the individual credit does matter. I think we could consider getting rid of this, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. It's worse for Maggie and worse for the console. Yeah, it's weird how it works for the console. Maybe that's the case that core damage works for the console well. What are we installing here? Coalescence? Okay, that's +4. It's not bad. I like to run Synthclan and the +2 hand Cybernetic. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Cybernetic. That does feel like negative tempo. Like, it doesn't really do much. All right, they're installing for, more breakers so that they can hit the breakpoint on the big old Cloud Eater. I think that tracks. The one reason also we don't want to rise the Fly Swatter is that if we do score a Sisyphus, okay, we don't have to play around that eventuality. They're in 15 credits. They have to run the server twice. But it's not exactly Cloud Eater on the first hit. Yeah, the Synthclan deck looks a lot worse when we trash the Synthclan on turn 2. I don't care. I do care. What have we not seen? One deep dive. I honestly, probably resource. We've seen very few environmental testings. I'll call resource here. Weird call, but I think that's right. That looks like more than 15 time for gambling. I'm not sure I follow. Maybe they don't think they can run this twice. This is 3. This is, you have to break at least, you don't actually have to break all of it. Gambling won't save me. Oof. Oh no. They can break this, mind you, but this is 3, this is 4, this is 5, 6, 7, and they have to run this twice. So there's a chance that they can't do this. So we're not going to res a fly swatter. We have to do the math and see if we can proprio negation to throw them out. I'll die flashily next run. Yeah, they can always run back and die to the Cloud Eater. Because the Cloud Eater, actually, they don't have to break any of the Cloud Eater. The problem is it'll break the rig. And so then it'll be a bit of a victory, but a Pyrrhic victory. I think we still fire the proprio negation here. It's hard to feel like we're going to get more value from this. Good old Bola. All right, Snake. Tags don't matter. 3 net damage matters. They have to break it once, not on the run back. If they... Yeah. Install 1 card. Can you proprio negate them onto Michael Webb? No, it's only specifically archives. It just moves them to archives. So we don't have any decisions besides firing it or not firing it. You can fire it during an archives run and puts them on the outermost, but that's all it does. It just throws them to archives. If we would throw them on Michael Webb, yeah, it'd be sick. I have an idea. Yeah, let's see what you got. Boost? It's 3 to boost? Oh shit, okay, I did the math wrong. 12 minutes later, you're dominating. It kind of happens when you have a Cloud Eater on their remote server. Trash installed runner card. Like, Jinteki Glacier is not about rush. It's about, like, eventually your ice is res, and that will be a problem. It's still too expensive back to plan A. Fair enough. Okay, they broke all of it. So they're down to 5 credits. So we're pretty confident we can just like proprio and just say, hey, check out what archives looks like. It's pretty cool. I think this is a nice, elegant reimagining of Null Signal Mark II. Oh, excuse me. Did I hit the button? I think I did. They're going back? I don't think they can do this. Well, they can let the Cloud Eater fire. I find it a little tough to figure out what to do with all the tutors and mag. Like the end of turn triggers? I'm going to go resource here. They have to break this or they can't break the Cloud Eater. They probably spent about 2-3 cards breaking the tag subroutine the game they didn't need to. Oh yeah, they broke it there too. Yeah, they definitely don't need it. Oh, okay. GG. Hey, thanks again. So did they have resources in hand? It was my call. It was environmental testing, Azamat, DZ. Okay, at least 1 resource there. So in theory, there's a chance they don't die. No, they always die. Oh, what do you get when you muse SMC? That is the trickiness of Shaper. Is understanding that the more you play, the more you know. But that is like what the Shaper faction is about, is understanding what programs to break and what bring in what order. I'm not the best at it. The more you play, the easier it is. But yeah, that is the hard thing. Generally in the early game, I feel like too many people do the muse into coalescence and just use that. Sometimes it's right to do muse into your breaker to pressure if you need to, but muse into coalescence is like the safe line, especially if you play knickknack. This server, they have to break this, they have to break a fly swatter, they have to break a tattoo bola. If we res all of that and they go through the tattoo bola, we can still score out. Even if they don't go through the tattoo bola, we're on 1 credit. So this goes to 2 from Lacosta. We do advance, credit, advance, we win. Yo, Stab, good game. That opener was weird. Deep dive, Basilar, gamble, DZ. I don't know. So you installed the Basilar, right? I think you're incentivized to just like keep drawing and discard it to install it. I'm guessing. Maybe that makes it a bit harder, but I think that's okay. I'm cooking up a poetry list. Have you run into any good ideas for yet? I've seen the poetry list that I was imagining we'd see pretty quickly. So the ones that play like somewhere between Asa and Sports. I don't think I've seen anything flashy. Like I don't think I've seen Plutus poetry, which I think is a legit deck. But I've just seen like auto campaign, aggressive trend setting, wage workers. Can't believe this game failed. Sorry. Like Netrunner? Netrunner didn't fail. Netrunner just had a licensing dispute in FFG days. Like it was just a financial problem. It wasn't that the game wasn't doing well. They were investing into it. Like FFG wanted to continue Netrunner. Netrunner was sick. It was also like getting around the FFG. There was like a bit of an ugly part in the middle. They were like climbing out of it. Just got out my games, take my bandwidth for the win. Hey, Jade. Welcome back. The click seems like I want it as early as possible to set up installs later. No, I think you're right, but I think you want to install it clicklessly, right? Like you're kind of incentivized instead of installing your hardware just to draw and then discard it with mags and install it with mags. So that's kind of the middle, right? I wonder if hyperbaric with other stuff is good in RE. My guess is it's almost never been the hyperbaric meta. Maybe ice is better. Maybe it's worth something. All right, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Let's do one more. Yeah, I want to see more of this deck. Hey, Maddie, do you need help with medicine? Can't help me. Can't hear me. Played a rough game in Muslahat versus Nebula. Almost ran out of gas. Are you playing Cheslas? Autumn Poetry is amazing. So far, I've seen it. It looks good. I don't think it looks amazing. Pull Myco, add Regos. We'll see. I don't think we have enough data points to know. I think we mismanaged our economy more than we were like struggling. Just want to say thank you for the great Netrunner content. Flake, thanks so much. That's very kind. I really appreciate the kind words. It does actually matter more than it might sound. Thanks, you too. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. I think for newer players too, we're going to spend a fair bit more time in the near future, like recording gameplay and focusing on like elevation and system gateway and doing some more like welcome to the game stuff. And then streams like this are more focused on like standard and stuff like that. Missing the needed load bearing Rego, we'll be fine. I'm trying Oppo Poetry. We'll see how that works out. Ooh, are you just like Conrad playing? No, Emily's gone. Are you playing, I guess, Greasing is your punishment? I like this hand. I feel like luing into a Cloud Eater is going to be pretty good. Ob Poetry. Your content is amazing. These things tend to not be say often enough. Thank you, Manuel. That's very kind. Emily, you coming back? I like our hand. You can't take 7 mulligans by just bringing it back. I'm kidding. That doesn't work. All right. Emily has rejoined. Hey, love, do you need help? Okay. I need to help Nana take her medicine. It takes like 30 seconds. I'll be right back, chat. Sup? Good call. Yeah, I forgot I muted myself. That was good. Emily got back in, which is great. Ooh, yeah, real bad. All right, so Lou is going to aggress centrals. Cloud Eater on HQ is like not the place I want to be. I honestly would feel okay about doing Cloud Eater on remote. We will probably want to Hansei the petty cache because it's better than playing it. And then we still get some good value. So we could do like Hansei petty cache, Cloud Eater, Sisyphus, advance the Sisyphus. The issue is like Emily will probably face check, and this is not a very meaningful face check on turn 1 because there's no installed cards. So I'm not sure I'm loving that interaction. The other options, we can just start with a sprint and try and find ice, but this would be our best first turn agenda. I just wish this was like a Samaxamun. I think that would be great to jam behind. So close to being able to build both HB decks I drafted. Only card overlap is Scatterfield. Yeah, that one's going to come up a lot. No, it's all good. No stress. Okay, interesting hand, actually. I think we're going to start with the sprint. Okay, so we'll put the send a message back in. I think we have enough money that we could get rid of the hedge fund. No, that's silly. We're holding a Cloud Eater. So maybe we throw away the Hansei. Because here we're just going to Saisentan HQ. Cloud Eater, Archives, Hedge Fund. Yeah, probably. Can't advance the Sis on 10? No. Well, cards in hand. So we would get cards out of our hand, especially Hansei helps. We could have petty cashed actually. Yeah, I was going to Hanse it. That's interesting because you have to petty cash first. I keep forgetting that. I think you can petty cash later. You can't. Yeah, I want to hold the Sisyphus because it's Sisyphus. And like, that's going to be pretty good for us. I want to make it so Lou can't get an easy face check without risking the Saisentan blowout. I'm worried if this is crew, like that's going to be a problem for us. Yeah, it's usually a problem for us. You know, with ice and all that. You know, to play Hanse, Cloud, Sis, Advance would be 9 since the Advance cost 1. Yeah, that's true. But it's the threat. Maybe you don't run. Solidarity badge without trashing stuff yet. I think just dumping hand. Run Saisentan. Oh my god. We will never financially recover from this. I'm calling program. 1 in 4 we get blown out. Oh no! Oh yeah. I'm calling program here, I'm pretty sure. Strike fund, okay. Calling event might have done something. Strike fund. Wait. Emily, why are you upset about this? This is sick. Chastushka. Wow, I wish I called an event. Okay, maybe we should call the event. All right, we're bankrupt. Oh man, we could have had it there. I thought it was smart. No! Why? No! So bad. I was sick. Click, there you go. Saw that coming? I mean, maybe she's feigned her, like, how scared she was because of Saisentan. I'm assuming, like, if she dropped this, she had, like, things in hand. Calling event is, like, usually right. I just assuming the Lou deck, like, after the mulligan, when you drop Solidarity Badge, like, it's an ugly hand. Maybe she would have dropped Gourmand before running. It costs nothing. I can't tell. Yeah, okay. This is where I don't like Michael Webb, I don't think. I think having a Vampy would be a lot better. Ooh, nice. Very good trash for 1 credit. Fire Lou, Fire Badge. Time Bomb? Okay. We are on a clock. That's a good draw. Start with Petty Cash because we have to. We have to. Spin Doctor, I think we'll start with drawing here. We want another piece of ice. At least the Cloud Eater is going to be relevant. We're not going to be able to get to 10, though. That's nice. I think we're just going to hedge fund here to threaten the res. And then we're going to do, I think, Brawn into Rego. Hedge, please? Yeah, probably should. I feel like we should have hedged on turn 1 because we were expecting to res the Saisentan. I think our turn 1 was really sloppy. I got overwhelmed. I was convinced that on turn 1 we could have played the Petty Cash, but I forget how it works. So this fires after 2 more turns because it gets to 3, and then on the start of the turn when there's on 3, which means Emily's actually incentivized to trash the Spin Doctor, so we might have wanted to ice the Spin Doctor. Price, it is a crew deck. Lost the Ashen is notable. So the buffer drive might matter more than ever, or the second Ashen. We've only seen Bravado Influence, actually, that's a bit luxurious. So I think you either put Botchus on the Saisentan or get the crew down. Crew deals with the Saisentan. Oh, Botchus on Cloud Eaters. That's going to deal with it. I think she does want to run the Spin Doctor, though, because it fires Lou, and it deals with it before the Time Bomb comes down. If we can ice up a Spin Doctor, we're in a good spot. The game gets messed up once we see a Devil Charm. Slow and steady. We have to remember, slow and steady wins the race. We don't have text. We just don't have text. Yeah. To run? Yeah, I've been there. Hey, no stress. Yeah, running a Spin Doctor, we don't want to let her trash it, unfortunately, because of badge. So I think we'll do Sprint is only from hand. Hedge Fund Anoetic. Can't possibly be right to cut Bravado Getaway Gamble out of my Baz deck, right? No. What? Why? How? There's no way. You don't have money. Wait, what is you? How hard are you cooking if you're cutting those cards? Those are like the reasons to play Criminal. I'm at 50 cards. Like, cut the bad ones. It seems really hard to think that's the thing to do. Okay. Won't res. Send a message would be kind of fire. I guess Stoneship is a bad card. I want to play more Stone Ship Bling and use it as like a diesel. I think that's kind of fun. All right. We're going to play the Petty Cash. She knows we're on Empiricist. I think we trade the Empiricist for the Cloud Eater. We can do Braun Rego. If she runs a click 1, so be it. Place 1 advancement. No, I'm good. Thank you. Cutting open market seems bad. Yeah, I like open market a fair bit in Baz. What was that ice? That's a secret. Maybe one day Mitra will tell you. All right, Time Bomb's next turn. So having a full hand would actually be kind of nice. I think I'm fine throwing out a Microweb. Lacosta, don't feel great about. But we're 1 Spin Doctor down. Do you still res the Cloud Eater with botches on it? Well, the thing is we couldn't res it then. Eventually, maybe we do res it. The thing is our deck has so much expensive ice. It's not the biggest concern. But resing the Empiricist that actually has 3 subroutines is going to be more impactful. Again, paying 10 for 2 subroutines and then tags that don't actually matter. I'm not sure. What is this? Oh, yeah, it's fine. But of course. This is still okay. I don't think we res it this turn because we need to protect our Regolith. We'd rather let the single go through. Because her good line is pressure R&D, potentially pressure server too. She's pretty sure this is an Empiricist. I think a botches on Empiricist is like still kind of annoying with only 1 counter. Because the last subroutine you probably break, but the middle subroutine still kind of sucks. And then the Axis is not very good if you don't break the first subroutine. All right, so I don't think we res this. I think she can Gourmand. I think we need to get our money up so we can res everything. Oh, Michael Webb could maybe bring back our Cloud Eater. And in theory, the Cloud Eater's res during the run, we actually get the Cloud Eater text. Unfortunately, Cloud Eater text doesn't matter. Charlotte, getting trashed. Overinstall with Myco. If they keep running it, you can install Cloud Emp from the bin. Yeah. I think we'll get our money here, though. Charlotte was trashed for a credit. Ooh, Rego at the top. That's really nice. So Time Bomb's going to fire. I think we're going to trash these 2 from my hand and some random cards. We could lose the game, mind you, but at least we have 18 credits. I'm good. Not feeling great. Good pressure. Our early game, we biffed it, and Emily got away with absolute murder. Stealing the 5-2, and we didn't get the flat line. So now Time Bomb is going to go off. So it's Sabotage. It's just Sabotage 3? Oh my god, that is so much worse than I thought it was. Okay, we lost Fly Swatter. That actually makes Michael Webb a bit better. We threw out Michael Webb. Might be worth going Rego, install spin. I'm not too stressed about it. We can throw out our hand. Be able to drop and save anything valuable. Yeah, drawing up is actually kind of interesting too. But yeah, it's a bit of a risk. That might have been fine. You're right. I think being on 15 credits is reasonable. We have to res now. So Empiricist has 3 subroutines. It's your choice which ones you want to let fire. Draw a card, add a card to the top of the deck is like kind of a non-bow because we have Gourmand on the table. At least they can make sure that we don't lose an agenda. As soon as you see like a Spin Doctor on the top, you're pretty sure there's an agenda in hand. This means that she can only safely run really every 3 turns. Man, our early turn is going to be really hard to dig out of this. So no net damage, no tag. She could take 2. Okay, no. So we're going to get the 2. So we'll draw 1. Fuck. No, get out. We have to put a Spin Doctor on the top. We are so cooked. Oh, you may add. No, we're good. Never mind. Card advantage. Nice. I thought this was going to be like not card advantage. May, yeah. Good. I checked. That was a good draw, though. Trashing a Vampy feels pretty good. Where's our bite when we need it? I don't think I want to pay 4 credits to do damage. She has like 17 cards in hand. It's hard to tell with this like kind of bug, but she has 7 in hand. You can see the number. I think there's a lot of board states where bite's like super overevaluated. This is definitely one of them. Fencer! Bueno! Devil Charm? Yeah, that's bad. For us. Void, not good for us. I think we'll start with options. Okay, Tattoo's good. That's annoying. I was mildly memeing. No, that's fair. I don't mean to call you out and be like, bad idea, but Are we going to crew R&D? It feels like she's tunneling the heck out of R&D. Should have run archives? Maybe. Maybe, yeah. It was only one from the top of R&D, so not huge. Hansei toss Sam, Rego Tattoo. I just don't want the Spin Doctor to be pressured that easily. Like, she can run the Spin Doctor, so maybe we do want to get this out of hand. Maybe that's fine. But she is tunneling the heck out of R&D. So I think keeping our agendas in hand makes sense. Now, if she installs a Devil Charm, like, the crew eats the Saisantan without support, but it looks like she really wants to tunnel this, and I don't love that for us. But maybe just getting more money is fine. I think she's going to run it immediately now, and I don't know if we want to be down 2 Spin Doctors. The Michael Webb actually would be really good. Stop it, PT. Why not start scoring agendas? Because we can't really behind a single ice. We need to get 2 ice. The send a message is like, okay, but I want to empty the regolith and then score. Like, we're kind of playing Netrunner like it's 2014, which I think you kind of want to do, which is like go a bit slowly. If I had a Proprietor Negation or the other one, I would do it. Devil Charm can eat brown? Yeah, exactly. We can't count on single ice holding. So Sam goes back. I think I actually like ice going back. Like Cloud Eater is a bit cursed. Fly Swatter actually might be one of the best ice. Yeah, I'm going to do Fly Swatter. We could do Michael Webb, which can get a Fly Swatter. I think just like a cheap end the run's pretty good. If it eats a crew, it eats a crew. I also think if you're playing around crew recursion, we should ice archives to Praxis, but I'm not sure if Lou plays Practice or Lou just plays Scrounge or Lou just plays like 2 Ashens. I don't have enough experience with what Anarch looks like in the new elevation meta. Michael seems good. It doesn't seem good when it dies immediately to Devil Charm crew for 8. Like, big ice is actually a bit of a liability. This is why like mid-range ice seems so much better. Like resing, imagine having to botchless through a Samak Samun. It's like, well, shit, that's good. But now we're going to instead lose our ice on HQ or ice on R&D that we paid 7 for, right? Like, don't really like to pay 8 for that. It doesn't do anything. Cool. She cruises Saisantan, we're happy. She trashed the Anoetic Void, we're not happy because she triggers Lou. All right, so she's not Devil Charming this. She's just taking tag, right? Oh, yeah, right. I was like, she's not letting us fire this now, but you have to do this. All right, taking tag. So the Devil Charm is a resource we have to play around. That's the second crew, which is nice. She has a tag. 50-50 here, really important. Good. And if she doesn't clear a tag, we probably can just regolith trash. Clear the tag, nice. Oof, don't love that. Okay, our ability matters. Cool. That's a cool thing PT can do. Not that we had to hit the regolith button, but like, fine. It actually might have been better to not click for 3 credits and like just advance the Propia one more time. But that's a nice recovery from this spot. Worst case scenario is like Anoetic and Open HQ. Fencer trashes that for free. You draw a card. But yeah, this could be worse. I just don't want to draw an agenda. Yeah, it might have been right to advance this again, because if we top deck an agenda, we have to score the Propia and pass, and that sucks. Jam the Void in there. That also is an option. It doesn't do anything, but it makes her scared. Ooh, Brown has good subroutines here. So she has to tattoo this, like that's totally fine, but then Braun actually installs something. So this is pretty good for us. Like, this is what I mean. Little ice, pretty good. Big ice, less good. Have to play more copies of Manuel. You just floating tags? I think you can do it. I like Manuel a lot. It's hard to trash too. It's all you. Might just be lag. Might just be the Mitra window. All right, Tatibola, you have to crew this for a charm, probably a tag. And that means Braun will fire. No stress, no worries. I was doing that so much my first couple games, just like hitting the Mitra window and like making a sandwich. But Braun here can bring back a lot of good stuff. Do you have 1 ice in hand? I don't know how she's getting through it, so I don't think the conversation matters that much. But like, Tattoo's actually really good trash. The best barrier in the game is a little 2 on Armadale. Yeah, Tattoo Bull is just kind of messed up. Maskarovka is getting there. I think Maskarovka actually might be one of the best ice in the format, funny enough. Just a little guy. A little guy. Man, this is why my Kessleroid rant always starts. It's like, Tattoo Bull, Ablative Barrier Pink, Kessleroid. It's like, okay. Oh, that got Devil Charmed. That's incredible. That is such a good use of Devil Charm for us. So we just don't want to draw poorly. She might be scared here. Like with 5 cards in hand, it's not too bad. Castleroid would be impervious here. Yeah, you're right. I am ripping on Castleroid, but it's actually like totally fine into this. That being said, I think I'd rather just have some Maximum. So if she wants to go for the end of the run, we get an ice from Archives. I think we shuffled away our end of the run. If we actually kept our, what's it called in the bin? If we kept our Fly Swatter in the bin, we'd be okay. I'm just joshing you. I know, but it's worth pointing out. This is exactly like the sort of situation where Castleroid does something. I'm just surprised, like, why don't people play a little Barrier Breaker? But yeah, it would have been perfect. 1 influence. Yeah, so she might just click the first. I think if she clicks the bottom 2, she has to be ready to eat something pretty bad. Oh, she's going for it. Shit, she's calling us. But we just put the Tattoo Bola back. I don't think you can do this. Sisenton wins? No, not necessarily. Yeah, I don't think you can make this play. You just trash the Tattoo Bola, right? Like, it's just an expenditure of resources and it costs us 2 extra credits. Yeah, it's really funny. He was like, wait, we don't have an end the run. Wait, we have an end the run. Now, if she knows what this is, she could jack out. Yeah. Does that change the turn? Like, she got a bit of information there. I don't mind rolling it back if you want to, because that feels like a really rough play from the runner. We could have grabbed any of these that do damage, but it's not that important. Yeah, little guy's back. Hey, little guy. Yeah, keep coming back. Okay. Okay, gonna jack out. Very expensive way to reorder your ice, yes. And actually, we'd rather have the tattoo on the outside. So the server might be safe, so that we can slow roll the Proprio. Yeah, that was not an optimal turn. In hindsight, I've done that. Where you trash the ice and be like, "There's no end to runs." They're like, "Oh, I did that to myself." Yeah, you learn. I don't mind JNet take back, especially in casual play. It's like, it's fine. It's up to you. All right. So top deck something okay. Ooh, that's fine. I think we just install these into server 2 and slow roll this. Obviously, this doesn't do anything. R&D is weak. But this means we can slow roll this and just click for credit. Obviously, this is a problem. But we get to like build our own Lacosta. And then we can score this and jam the next card. She doesn't know either of these cards. Yeah, the ID trigger is definitely like a value. We traded a click for a credit for an advancement, kind of. We pay for the advancement, but you usually do. Yeah, the Empiricist might fall apart. I think a Stargate would be really bad. Oh, fuck. I love calling it. Yeah, you would be really bad here. Like a Stargate? Oh, that's bad. Yeah, we could lose this turn. The top of the deck is actually safe with Empiricist, but if we draw the card and then HQ has no cards in it, like we lose. So if she sees 2 agendas here, we're cooked. If she whiffs though, like she's in a really bad financial spot. Okay, off-world petty cash. Okay, please trash the petty cash. Trash the petty cash. It's fine. All right, she's on game point. Hey, T-Leaf, how's it going? Charge a Solidarity Badge. Mind you, lose only on installed cards, so you don't get Solidarity Gate. Could have trashed the cash. Could have trashed the cash. Clean Getaway. Wow, she's spending influence on Bravado and Getaway, so just like good stuff. So that means we're top decking nothing of value. All right, we're on game point. Okay, Fencer Fueno, you gonna pay for that? You already paid. Oh, you didn't pay once. You just got the 4th counter. Fencer has left no value. I'm good. Good to hear. So we know the next card is an event or an operation. We are looking at 2, 4, 5, 6 points. So there's 14 points and 28. If she had Hermes right now, yeah. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So we can score this and just pass and put the Lacosta in the remote server. I think that's kind of fine. If that's the case, though, we could not risk it. And we could just put the Lacosta in the remote server. On 7 credits, it's really hard for her to deal with this. Sisyphus would be really good into the Empiricist. I wonder if we do play 3 Sisyphus. But I think we just like continue to slow roll here. I don't want to draw because it breaks lock. So I'm just going to do like literally nothing and score out the proprietary negation like I'm playing damn Iswak. Again, a lot of players are like quick to score out their gens on the table. There is some case that we're punished by this, but we're so far behind we have to take some risks. I don't want to draw because that means when she stargates, she sees 3 fresh cards. Here she only sees 2 cards. You know the top card is a Lacosta. I think that's all you know. Yeah, we get blown out by Hermes, but we'll take the risk. She is drawing really nicely, which is good. Like Solidarity Badge on turn 1, click 1, or like click 2. It's fired every turn. Yeah. She knows there's a Lacosta there, which we will probably res. Hey, Kobayashi, question. My buddy and I are getting back into Netrunner with this update. Is there a resource to find some fun decks to start us off? If you're playing just System Update, sorry, let me try that again. If you're playing just System Gateway, I have a series of videos up on YouTube that go through and build like a couple, like I think 2 or 3 basic decks from System Gateway, which is like the Learn to Play core set. You can find that on the YouTube channel. I think there is a playlist somewhere. When it comes to System Update, System Gateway, and the new meta, if you want to play Standard, nobody knows yet because the cards just came out on Thursday. But I do have this whole section called like these deck building 101 decks. They do build a couple decks from System Gateway. I think those are a great place to start. If you ever want to go bigger card pool, if you go down to Netrunner DB, you can go into the search terms and search only the packs you have. And then you can find decks that have like a lot of likes and people explaining the deck right up. There's also like the Learn to Play decks from Null Signal that use both System Gateway and Elevation, which I haven't tried yet. I haven't seen them. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the game. Bravado, where are we going? A little gourmand there. So we're not stargating? You have to Bravado R&D though. Been really enjoying those videos. Great help from learning from Gateway. I appreciate. Hope you glad you like it. Sorry, I struggled through that. We're going to be doing stuff for Elevation as well. Null Signal, where is that? So Null Signal is the name of the group that makes the new cards. I don't know where they post them. I think somebody else posted them. But if you go to Netrunner DB, you can go to deck lists. So just to show you, if you go to search, very importantly here, you can do filter. And if you do show card packs, you can hit like none and then just hit the packs you have. So a lot of people will have just like System Gateway and then maybe just System Gateway. You can add Elevation if you want and just hit search and it'll give you all the deck lists. I'm pretty sure the Null Signal games Learn to Play decks are somewhere here. Someone must have posted them. But this is like really young because this just came out on Thursday. So it's kind of a wild west. I'm not sure if NSG has posted their list. Okay, you can't Bravado HQ. We're just running HQ. I got nothing in here. You sure? Okay. What's going on? Are you installing a Carmen? Wait, why is she running HQ? Wait, what is this? Oh, time bomb. Yeah, bomb. Okay. Cool. That's a problem when we have no cards in hand, so that will punish us. I'll res the Lacosta. I think we can afford this. It does also save us the click and the credit, so it is like neutral to advancing to some extent of neutral. And now we have to draw jam or draw ice draw. We are only 1 spin doctor, so time bomb and Stargate is probably going to cost us the game. It's really hard for us to get out of this. Can I? Thank you. Oh. All right, we don't have to score this out immediately. We can draw. It's an unknown card for both players. I don't want to play the petty cash. That's okay. We still lose to Stargate, but there's only 2 and 26 that we straight lose to Stargate. So I'm going to, oh, we definitely should have played petty cash first click. Why didn't I? For HQ padding? I guess she's just going to gourmand it. Yeah, that was probably bad. I keep forgetting you can't play this. I think it's like subliminal that you want to play it late in your turn. You have to play click 1 or not at all. That's on me. So we're going to just score this. We can draw 1 more. It's a risk. If it's an agenda, we jam. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, that's a really interesting top deck. Losing the last spin doctor would be a disaster. So I think we have to forego the Charlotte. Oh, God, that was bad. Gotta jam Charlotte. I think with spin doctor is too valuable. Like, there's no shot she's not going to gourmand. And we're assuming the Stargate's going to happen. I have to do this. This is so much more valuable than the Charlotte here because it deals with time bomb, it deals with Stargate, it deals with gourmand. I put in Charlotte in just 50-50 deal with it. If we lose a spin doctor, we have no more spin doctors, and we're playing the rest of the game against Stargate, Time Bomb, Gourmand, and this deck has Chistushka in it. Like, I feel like we need it. She gonna Stargate with only 2 botchless counters? Yeah, I think so. I think you can. If it wins the game, it wins the game. But like, just take 2 net damage. It's not that bad. Draw a card. Who cares? HQ's uniced. Like, I do think you can go through this with 2 counters. I think letting subroutines fire is like not a problem. Yeah, okay. Let's see if she hits a 50-50. Yeah, she hits a send a message, we lose. That's a problem. There's 2 and 25. Charlotte, okay. So we will have lost it anyways. That means this card is better than Charlotte. End of message. All right, not using Gourmand, just using Lou. Trashing, pushing forward. The issue is the Spin Doctor is now going to keep the server busy sooner than anything else. Let's see if she Gourmands the Petty Cash. It like loses Lou value and it loses badge value. Does make Time Bomb a bit more disruptive. Charlotte would have been the spin. Yeah, exactly. All right, so she lost a bit of value. She should have known what that card is too if she was tracking. So unless she really wanted that, she might be just hunting cards down. So we have less cards for Chistushka or Time Bomb or stuff like that. I don't have any Chistushkas you're on. I'm not imagining 3. Maybe it's just 2. But like, I think she's going to keep the Chistushka until the Time Bomb turn. We are so cooked. We were just on the back foot the whole time. Best top deck might be a Fly Swatter for R&D. Charm, okay. We have only 1 more crew. I don't res the spin. Trashing Petty Cash seems really not worth it. You can play from archives too. It's more about getting cards out of hand, so when we top deck, it gets ugly, and so Sabotage is ugly. Like, you're right. But also, having less cards in hand does make other things work out a bit better. Right? Like, now what happens? Actually, hey, what happens now? Ooh, I hate this. This sucks. Oh man, we've been drawing like an absolute clown. All right, I think I'll do the Sisenton because it's cheap. I don't want the big stuff. I'll take the Vamp because it's annoying. She might be able to run down the remote server. We have to do server 2 advanced credit PT. Actually, it might be better to advance it twice because then it's on 3 and then we do advance jam. Yeah, I think we have to advance it once more. I don't think we need money. We just need to have a remote server that's ready every turn. Because whatever we top deck, we don't have a lot of flexibility. She can't get into the remote server? No, but she could. She just needs to drop a Botchless on the Tattoo Bola. The problem is she needs to like, she has to drop crew Botchless on Tattoo Bola and then run. If that's the case, we can always Proprio Negation it. We also can just Proprio Negation the Stargate if we're cornered. But yeah, we are definitely playing from behind. It does. I think it just eats the effect. I think it... How long have you been playing Netrunner? As a Netrunner player, I've been playing since before Honor and Profit came out. So I think that's like 2014. I don't think so. I think targeted runs if they're moved. Sorry if I should know who you are. No, it's okay. I've been playing for a long time. I've been making content since 2017. I think is right. What happens if you move a sneak door run? I don't think it works. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think you don't breach R&D. That's my guess. Yeah, I'm guessing it doesn't work because you don't breach R&D, but I don't have 100%. Hey, targeted runs imply successful run on the target. Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense. So if she does run the Empiricist, we can redirect it to archives if we want to. We have a lot of other problems. I think we're going to lose to Chistushka is my guess. We can Chastushka into archives. So we have one trigger to use really well. Now, if we do score the Sisyphus, that's really important because then we can throw into the Empiricist twice. What decks did we end up playing today? We've just been doing Jinteki. We played Oko. We built a deck. We played like 4 or 5 games with it. I think we went undefeated. Currently, we're playing PT. We're definitely struggling. It feels like a lot more work, but its win condition is a lot more honest. Did you play on Octagon? You know I did. There's no gameplay of me on the channel playing on Octagon, but I started playing back in the day when we used to play on Octagon. I have all the Octagon sound effects in a folder saved because they're so fun. I learned that playing Hot Pursuit against Egg. Yeah, run events against Egg. Diversion of funds, they put you on archives. Yeah, it doesn't fire for sure. What do you got here? An installable, huh? Cacophony. Yeah, that's a problem. That's not going to be good. Stargate. All right. Aries, did you play on Octagon back in the day? It's really cool because a lot of people you play into Octagon still play nowadays. Like, there's a lot of names that are still around. Wistful, nostalgic sigh. All right, the question is whether we use the Proprio negation on this. I think we have to. If we hit a send a message, we just lose. No, obviously we have to play kind of from behind, but I'm okay with this because now we have the Sisyphus. Enjoy your archives run. It also will turn on Solidarity Badge and Cacophony, so there's some extra triggers why we don't want this to happen. I played so much Octagon, it's such a memorable time. Yeah, Octagon, for those who don't know, is like a clunky interface. It's not like this. It was in no way rules complete, and a lot of the things that you did were all shortcut keyboards. Like, there's no way to run R&D. You had to like press, I think it was like F5 or F6 for HQ, and it was all but like really hackery. When you put your ice on the table, it was just like a JPEG you could move around, and you just put where you think the ice should be. Hey, John. Yeah, Octagon in the back in the day. It's like, you kind of miss it. Obviously, JNet's so much better. Yeah, that's very good for them. They can char Cacophony. We're going to get absolutely sabotage wrecked. Charlotte, no. The Octane login rejected sound was probably a non-zero factor making me fall in love with the game. Crank, how's it going? Man, Archer res sound really good. There's some really, really good sound effects. All right, let's get the Sisyphus and still lose. Okay, so issues are thinking. Shift and left click, draw an arrow. Yeah, you know. Man, Octagon was like really goofy. Like, getting into Netrunner was hard, and then learning Octagon was like really difficult. And there was not a lot of like user YouTube videos teaching you how to play. There can exist a better world than JNet though. Oh yeah. Hey Lucy, I'm really excited to see it work. It's been a while. Okay, so we can score Sisyphus. What are we gonna lose to? Time Bomb's gonna sabotage 300. Fly Swatter and Archives is actually kind of interesting because it stops Stargate. We can advance score. I think this will happen no matter what. Hedge, SWAT, R&D, advance score, Sys. I don't think we want to hedge. I think we want cards in hand. Oh, it turns off Gourmand, actually. It might be right. But I'm pretty sure we put Fly Swatter in Archives. Yeah. It might just catch a crew out. But now you have to go through Empiricist twice, which means that's a fair bit of damage. It also allows us to draw, which is kind of frightening. Yeah, I'll just get cards out of hand. I don't love this. Like, we feel weak this turn. It also might be better to put the Fly Swatter in front of R&D because it purges the Botulus. Boom gonna explode? Yeah, that's why we just have to rip 3. Actually, that's why we shouldn't have played the Hedge Fund. We should have boomed 1 card from hand. Yeah, sorry. Hey, sorry. Real quick. Oh, yeah. Never mind. It's all good. No, it's all good because Cacophony's end of turn. Oh, sorry. No, Time Bomb. Wait. Yeah. Can I not play Hedge? Not play Hedge. I'm gonna bomb it. Yeah, so we'll just take 3 fewer credits and add this to hand. Because this is not optional. Yeah, it's not optional. So she can't choose not to. So instead of taking 4, we click for 1. So this is just, oop, this is in her hand. Oop. Oop. Okay, cool. Getting big Mersha values game? Shut up. He looks like a man of Garm. Yeah, it should be good. Disbalancing Swatter turns off Sisyphus for a click and no money. Oh, yeah, you're right. Fly Swatter would turn off Sisyphus because, yeah, the ordering matters. That's actually a really, really big thing. No, it's all good. I fixed it. Bomb away. Hey, Ricketta, by the way. We showed a bit at the end of the stream. We did on Rigging Up channel on release day, a multi-month out-of-date version with just system gateway. Oh, very cool. Yeah, so importantly, Sisyphus is the first co-gator sentry, so if we put it in the way, so we're going to rip 2. Hopefully we don't lose. This charges Cacophony, I think. No, because we do the trashing, not the runner. We lost no points. That is frightening. There is currently 12 points and 21 cards. Okay, good. Sisyphus is on pass, yes, but it's on the past the first code gate. You're right. So if they don't pass the fly swatter, but like if she doesn't pass the fly swatter, it's still a problem. Yeah, you have to be able to break it. I don't know. I think the double empiricist is pretty cool. Clean getaway. Going HQ for another bomb? Or just getting 3 credits? Hard to tell. I thought that was the third bomb. Yeah, it's a third bomb, so we're fine. Just 3 credits. I wonder if there's an Ashen up in here. Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, right. This was going to happen sooner than later. I do think she was holding this for this turn. We lose no points. If we top deck a send a message, we actually win. If we legit top deck perfectly one of the 2 send a messages, we are cooking. We ripped so many points. And the fact that we threw out a card means that she cannot Cacophony this turn. Needed bois. Hey, Nanico the cat. 2 clicks. Is she scared to face check archives? Gourmand's getting trashed. Let's see if we get a real breaker here in Audrey. We'll be over MU for Audrey. Oh shit. Botchless and Fly Swatter. Cannot ask for a better interaction. We have no reason to res this. In theory, I actually can't even break it because the Fly Swatter will end the run twice. Kind of sick. Nice try. Top deck Sam. Install. Give us a send a message one time. We can still draw it. I mean, win in Rome. And we have to get this card out of hand. PT actually working. Res to clear virus on Empiricist. It's more important that we keep this because Empiricist still has a problem where even if she Stargates, she can't really run through the Empiricist that much. It might be right, but I think it's more important that she can't deal with this on the run that she gets cards in archives. There's something to it, but it might be wrong. We have to empty HQ here so Cacophony doesn't. We can still lose at any point. It's all about the Sams. Proprio is going to be sick. Sick nasty if we get it. I think she thinks this is just like a 1 subroutine ice, like that we have no reason resing. I don't know if she's playing around with Fly Swatter here. So if she does actually like find with a Stargate and agenda and throw it into archives and then runs archives, we like still have a problem because then she can run archives next turn. And the Proprio negation does not protect archives. Actually, it does. If you have 1 botchless counter, you can't. Hold on. So I guess we're going to fire Sisyphus. It cost us a credit. Was it last Chestushka? I think that was second Chestushka. Yeah, 2. Shred's not real. Shred's never real. Yeah, Shred doesn't do anything. It does something. Let's see what happens here. We are actually not allowed to draw. We have to draw, though. Oh, what happens if we see you send a message? I guess we lose. Yeah, this is going to Sisyphus. This still might be the play, though. She has a lot of cards. Fire all. So, okay. That's good. We'll add this back to the top of the deck. We actually could trash it. We hit a Steel Skin. She might not check HQ. I think she wants it with Lou, but I don't want to hold it in a HQ. Then we're going to pay a credit to do the whole thing again. God, this is so weird. This is so damn weird. Why not trash the card to Sisyphus? I don't think we need the credit, and I want to have more cards. Like, if we don't put the card back, she sees more cards with Stargate. I think we need to minimize the Stargate damage. We're going back in. I don't know how to spell Sisyphus. I tried my hardest. It starts with an I. Okay. Right, like, this just limits Stargate. I don't think the credit's worth seeing another card in Stargate. All right, we're looking at 3 here. That didn't feel like it was that bad. She's 2 tags in. Oh, fuck. Proprio negation, send a message. Oh, we're cooked. That's bad. Underneath the Samaximon is only agendas. Okay, send a message in archives. Funny thing, we can protect it for only 2 turns? Wait, we actually might win. So Fly Swatter purges. The problem is she can't beat Fly Swatter with 1 virus counter. She needs to trash the ice. Because next turn Proprio Negation, like she needs to tank Computer Assist and then run Fly Swatter so that we can't Fly Swat again. Because it'll be botchless at 1 counter. There's a bunch of ways we lose, but we can now score at the Proprio Negation and put the next Proprio Negation. So she has to run the Fly Swatter twice. She has ways to win. Stop that. But now she actually has to throw the Sisyphus on archives, I think. Oh no, with Proprio Negation, it's still pretty good. She has 3 cards. Oh no, our Proprio Negation. Wait, cacophony. Okay, all the points are in archives. We need a top deck and agenda. We need a top deck and agenda so bad. Just please get us an agenda. We still have a chance. She knows there's 5 points in archives. That's not an agenda. Okay, so we tattoo Bola archives. We have a money problem. This is correct. Yeah, she might just try and win, though, with Sabotage. Like, she might try to deck us. So we can do advance, go down to 2. I think that's acceptable. Okay. Okay. Holding on. She might be able to run the remote server. She doesn't know what that ice is. We're on 2 credits. We have both Proprio Negation to interact disfavorably, and we have Sisyphus to interact disfavorably. If we fire Sisyphus, we can't. So her line might be better off just to Stargate us to death. I don't know how many times she can go through the Empiricist. I think the answer is a couple. Big issue that this thing is not a Nancy. You like the funds, you can't run it? What do you mean? I think we can get decked out. Another Shastushka is going to be a problem. Really weird endgame. I feel like we've been on the back foot for everything. And the problem is once we get like to game point, you can't do Sissy and Res Tattoo? Yeah, for sure. But for what it's worth, we don't have to Res Tattoo this turn. Fly Swatter Proprio Negation works relatively well. Because if she goes through the Botulus, we can Proprio him back. It's interesting. We can't do everything. We're 1 credit short. No, I get it. You haven't clicked advance and instead click for credit and use your ability on your ID? What? We wouldn't have scored out though. I think we need the Proprio Negation as another tool. Because if we advance with our identity ability, we can't score the Proprio. It might have been okay to not score the Proprio and like roll it in the remote server, but I think we're happier with this ability, which makes it frustrating to deal with Stargate, let alone running archives. Now we lose Lacosta value. Ooh, that's cool. This is just a single axis. I think we'll take this. You would score in the next turn with 0 clicks? Yeah, that might have been fine, but I think having the Proprio on this turn is actually kind of valuable. Because it also protects archives. So we don't lose to like a crew. I think we don't force through the Empiricist twice. I think we'd rather have the tattoo credit. She might just win off of a single here, which would be pretty deflating. But I think seeing the top of the deck is important. Do you have clicks for petty cash? We don't even have credits, but we don't even have a petty cash in the bin. We're short the credit. You have to be a 3 at start of turn. Fire all, okay. All right, we're throwing that out. We are throwing the send a message out to the Sisyphus. We're throwing it out. All good? How many more agendas left? 1 Proprio, 1 off-world office. Sorry, 1 off-world office, I think. We lose if she gets into archives anyway, so like, okay. So how many points are in here? 3, 6, 7, 8. That's all good. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's only one agenda in 9. You can't score now? Yeah, we have to get the last off-world off-ways. Yeah. Yeah, we have 2 more points in R&D. I think we have to put this on the top of the deck. Maybe Empiricist should gain the text when an encounter with his ends, do 3 net damage unless the Brunner Rogue broke all 3 subs. Yeah, make it cost 1 more too. The biggest thing we're gonna lose to is if she can Cacophony. So now if I don't think she has the, like, does she have the last crew? Because no, she doesn't. She's been really aggressive. Like maybe she has to hope that she doesn't trash, that in her deck she has the Ashen. Mindscaping? Yeah, I wonder if we should be playing Mindscaping instead of Hansei or like Petty Cash. Because people are ending up tagged. I think Empiricist kind of does that because that subroutine in the middle is like seems the least bad. That being said, we should trash the Cacophony. I think we should have trashed the Cacophony. Is there breaker solution? Botchos and crew. We haven't seen any breakers. I'm surprised to see no Audrey. Maybe you can win by overriding the Pierces and installing the Fly Swatter above it. I feel like the Pierces is being really good for us. Okay, now she can do this twice, which is the issue. So she has to, if she wants to run Archive, she has to break the Tattoo Bola, she has to break the Fly Swatter, then she has to break the Fly Swatter again if she hasn't run the Empiricist, and then on top of that, she has to do that again because of Proprietary Negation. So she has to break the Fly Swatter 3 times. So our window is closing. We know we're top decking a Fly Swatter. We have to play this perfectly. We have a 1 in 8 to top deck to win the game, but the problem is we don't have money. So it might be fair to do credit, put the Fly Swatter on R&D. That will leave us on 1 credit. I think that's what we do. The Cacophony is not doing anything. This server is hard for her to deal with. Botchless check. All of them. You need 2 credits for the tattoo. On the remote server, we're fine. Okay, top deck off-world office is our shot. She can click through into the remote if you don't have 2 credits. If she runs the remote server, we're fine. We're going to need credits eventually. But if she runs the remote server and clicks through the run, that's when we use Proprietary Negation. But we're definitely on the clock here. This Mersha has been useless. Maybe we should have done the... Why install the Fly Swatter? Because we lose on the top of R&D, I think. It might have been better to put it on Archives and be on no credits. There are no more Gourmands, you can keep the ice in hand. Yeah, maybe we can. The action is in the bin, sorry. It is trashed. Maybe we could have kept that in hand or put it on Archives. I think putting on Archives might be more important. Yeah, I don't know if we like this R&D. She can always just send it through the Empiricist, which is scary, but going through it twice is kind of hard. That's like 5 damage, which she only has 4 cards. Yeah, this might be wrong. But next turn we just draw install credit. So we do install credit, hopefully putting us on 3. The Fly Swatter positioning might not have been perfect. Alright, draw. I think it was a double draw. That might have been JNet lag. No, that's single draw. If you kept it in hand for Tattoo Bola, it doesn't matter. If she gets through the Tattoo Bola, she wins, and we don't actually need more credits. Like, we need credits, but if she gets through the Tattoo Bola, I don't think the amount of money we have actually changes. We just need 1 money for the Fly Swatter. If we want to Fly Swat Sisyphus, which is so funny. But I'm not feeling perfect about this Fly Swatter install. I feel like this might not be right here. Okay, all her cards. Your Proprietor for if she gets through the Tattoo? Yes. But I think we want to get her through the Fly Swatter and then Proprietor back. Hour-long game of Netrunner, a lot of that is JNet lag, so. She gets through the Tattoo Bola, you pop Proprietor and swap, and you get a Purge. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, if we kept the Fly Swatter in hand. Yeah, Tattoo for Fly Swatter would have been sick. Oh, fuck, that would have been really, really cool. Yeah, I'm really regretting installing this Fly Swatter. We definitely could have kept it in hand and then done tattoo for Fly Swatter and then Proprio Purge. Oh, that would have been so good too. It would have been such a sick way to close the game out. If our agenda's the last card too, we also are just cooked, so we have to try it sooner than later. But if we draw nothing bad, we just click for 3 credits here. We actually probably, if we don't draw bad, if we drop not bad here, we just purge. And see if she can win with the last 4 cards. My guess is we can't if we keep purging every turn. She might have to just like force us to use the Fly Swatter, but I think we just purge if we don't draw an agenda. Yeah, triple credits, Paladin leaves. She's on 4 cards in hand. Name event in the first turn you would have won as well? Well, I don't know if that's a misplay. That was a gamble. We're not going to use her ability. I'd rather be able to res a Tattoo Bola and fire our ability. If she can run Archives this turn, she needs to run the Empiricist first. Problems if we res the Fly Swatter. We lose money. That Fly Swatter in hand was so much better here. I think we're going to lose because we didn't keep the Fly Swatter. Fly Swatter Tattoo Bola flip is kind of the play. Oh my god, it would have been so good too. She runs Archives. She needs to break a Fly Swatter 3 times. She can just do it. The question is, how does she deal with the tattoo on the outside? Yeah, Glacier does have a bunch of cool settle lines. It definitely does. It's really interesting. I worry that it doesn't set up that well against some of the early pressure and like Ice Destruction is going to be bad. Oh, there's no agendas in R&D. She needs to do this though to shut up the Empiricist. But the question is, if we res the Fly Swatter, can she run this remote server? I think we now res the Fly Swatter. We go down to 1 credit. If we're on 1 credit, off-world office, we can advance to 2. If she runs the Brawn, we have to Proprio Negation. Whoa. Holy crap. Okay, hold on. This is too much for the last game. So if we res the Fly Swatter, we go down to 1. That's a problem. Off-world office, we can't score. If we don't res the Fly Swatter, she goes in. If she breaks the Empiricist, that's fine. There are no more agendas left in the deck, so this Axis doesn't matter. But once she encounters with Empiricist, we can no longer Sisyphus the Fly Swatter, so she has to break the Tattoo Bola and then run Archives. We can only force her through the Fly Swatter twice. So some of our lines are, let her go through the Empiricist, don't res the Fly Swatter. She breaks it once. We Proprio Negate her into Tattoo Bola, it bounces. The thing is, like, she doesn't have enough clicks to run the Brawn. This is worth the purge. It might be worth the purge. It's probably worth the purge. The thing is, it drops me to 1 credit. And then scoring this is like really ugly. Because if we purge, then she runs the Brawn, and then we have to Proprio the Brawn. Because the Brawn's first subroutine doesn't matter if we're down to 1 credit. And if we Proprio the Brawn, then she can't run back. You need to keep this though, or else run Brawn and ignore the first sub. Yeah, exactly. But if that's the case, we use the Proprio Negation. But if we use the Proprio Negation, this Fly Swatter and Archives doesn't work anymore. She can double click and win. Yeah, but that's why we Proprio. I don't think we purge here. I think we'd let this run go through. Oh, maybe we don't actually. Hold on. Because if this run goes through, we can't stop the Fly Swatter interaction. Because if she has a way to break the Tattoo Bola, which like she needs an icebreaker. If she has exactly an icebreaker, she can run this. I think if she just tanks the Empiricist, figures out to break a Tattoo Bola. Yeah, it was a neat interaction. Man, if this Fly Swatter was in our hand, we'd be cooking, but we put it on the table. Alex, how's it going? Can't we just hard lock? We might be able to. We can let this go through. But the thing is, like, if she goes through this, she eats the Sisyphus, which means if she runs Archives, she can like break Tattoo somehow, like install a Fractor, run Fly Swatter, we lose. So if we purge, she can't run Archives this turn. Then if she runs a remote server, we trade a Proprio Negation, and then we click for credits. I think we have to res this. If she has her Icebreaker, she sure would have played it by now. Wait, what if she can still break Tattoo Bola? If she can break Tattoo Bola no matter what, she runs Archives, she breaks this 1, 2, 3 times. Yeah, it doesn't matter actually. I think we just let this through. Because she can already break this twice if she has a breaker. If she installs a Rising Tide, runs a Tattoo Bola, runs this, yeah. Yeah, I think we don't res and hope that we win. I'd have to spend a lot more time thinking about this. She'll have no cards if you sissy her? No, she'll have cards. She can break a couple of these. I honestly don't think we Sisyphus this. Fly Swatter purges, Fly Swatter 100% purges, but it puts us on 1 credit so she can run the Brawn. And then we have to use the Papaya negation. It might be right, and then every turn we just hard purge. Actually, resing the Fly Swatter, the more I think about it, the better it is. But I do think we might want to res, and then we just purge and hope that the Anoetic, the Lacosta wins the game for us. If she tanks damage here, we'll learn a bit more about her hand. Draw 1 for an Anoetic next turn. If it's a trashable, it's a bit scary. But we don't have the money for Anoetic. She has to be ready to break this twice. Do you run tag punishment? I don't think it's interesting. I think you just run mindscaping and say, like, if you float tags, you lose. It's like, ugh. Hello from Vienna. How's it going? How's it down in what we call Wien? Yeah, if she can break the Tattoo Bolo, we lose. So we probably should have res the Fly Swatter. Fire? I think she's thinking whether to break these or not. Fire all. Okay, we're doing 1 damage. No, you're good. Petty Cash, we'll put that on top. Do we need a card in hand? Oh, now that we have a card in hand, we can throw the Empiricist again. Okay, no, we keep this. Oh, Empiricist works so good with Sisyphus. There's no more agendas in R&D, so we don't have to make the top save. Wait, are we winning, Cat? It's hard to tell. I think so. But like, it's been exciting. In Canada, you say we? No, not at all. I've been to Vienna a couple times. We need 3 credits. We need 3 credits. Petty Cash, you're better in the bin anyways. Good old Sisyphus Gaming. Back into the Empiricist. She doesn't have to break this in theory. With you and Emily fighting for your lives with 3 credits each, 90% of the game. Yeah, it's been rough. I think she realized, yeah, we have a card in hand. Wait, yeah, for sure. I'm not gonna fire. Man, the Empiricist draw to Sisyphus is so funny. Especially because if we draw an agenda, we'll just chuck it. Saisantan will put that back, I think. Are we sure there's no points in the deck? No, there's 1 agenda in the deck. No, it's in the bin. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, we can let this access through. 1 card in hand. Hey, I don't know if I said hi, Damian. How's it going? Safe. She has a breaker solution. Get through a Tattoo Bolo. We lose the game. If not. Okay, good. Honest. Double click the Brawn. Legit. This buys her a turn. I don't think she has a way to break Tattoo Bolo. I think we just purge every turn now until we win. End the run. Okay, fire all. I think we just grab a... Is there any reason not to grab a Tattoo Bolo back? And Mitra would be really good. Oh my god, we should have Mitra in this deck. Don't we just pop and win? Oh, yeah, 100%. We're still going to do this. But yeah, we would just win. We just win. We win. Chat, I got it. Don't worry. I figured it out. No, I didn't figure it out. I would have messed it up. I would have res the Tattoo Bola here. I 100% would have res the Tattoo Bola. I want to be very clear. 62 minutes in, I'm resing the Tattoo Bola, just purging. You can figure out what Archives looks like. Nice little Tattoo Bola. Just like this one. 100% I would have res the Tattoo Bola. My mind is cooked. I'm trying not to make a mistake constantly for 63 minutes. What a game of Netrunner. What a genuine game of Netrunner. Just really cool J Glacier, and I did not play it perfectly. Yo, real talk. What a game of Netrunner. Petty Cash for vibes. We could end it a credit perfect. I like Fly Swatter. Hey, GG. Yeah, that Fly Swatter was killer. I put a second on R&D. Thanks, you too. I should have kept it for the rudest tattoo swap on Archives. Yeah, I was really, really close. Man, the early game we messed up. She absolutely blew us out early game. And then we got really lucky. We sabotaged like 7 cards in the mid game and found no points. But now Archives is just another server. It's just a remote server that has all your agendas in it. Man, still learning a lot. Well, you're doing great. You're doing great. Great fight. Really good game. Yeah, banger game. I don't think Emily's been playing for that long. That's sick. It's honestly also a Sisyphus game that didn't feel like hyper miserable. And maybe it's because Empiricist is not a Nancy. I don't know. That kind of felt like doable. And it's because the face check is not so awful. Yeah, for sure. Hey, cheers. Thanks again. Yeah, if she did more bid sabotage, we'd be cooked for sure. There was a lot of lines we got a bit fortunate on, but there's no more agendas left in the deck. So not that you can see them. Oh, no, there you are. So really, really cool. Watch that at 2x speed maybe because JNet's lagging, but such a game. Compared to RH, which was more valuable? Hard to tell. Really hard to tell. I think it might be interchangeable. I think the deck is not like polished, but we actually used our ability a fair bit and it helped us do like cool value plays. I think if we want to make PT feel like it makes a bit more sense, we might want to play a lockdown. Like maybe you play, I don't know, maybe you do actually play Corridon. Maybe you actually play Hyobu precog. It's hard to tell. Yo, Emily, that was a wild game. That was really, really cool. It was a very, very exciting game. I got a bit lucky in some parts. Your early game was incredible. And then how many points on Archives? Every single agenda. I was throwing out agendas. So when the Empiricist first subroutine fires, we drew a 5-3, and they were like, F it, we'll throw it out. Because if we run Archives, we lose anyways. Why not just throw them all in Archives? It was like really, really, really wild. Yeah, we almost ran out of agendas. We top decked the last agenda, which was the last 2-pointer. And if we lost that, obviously we lose the game, we concede. Because I don't think you flatline yourself. But yeah, we top decked the Empiricist, and then because we had Sisyphus, we could just get rid of it. I can't believe we actually discarded cards to Empiricist. Should have died turn 1? Yeah, maybe that was on me. Maybe turn 1 should have just been the game. I'm not sure what the odds were. But we did hit 3 events, and I called program like a schmuck. But I do think the programs earlier are actually really good hits. So I still think maybe we call event. I'm not sure. It's hard to know because your opponent probably face checks aggressively if they have events. I think if you do have raindrops, you play raindrops, so that kind of lowers the options. But I think if you're face checking on 5 credits into Jinteki, you are risking something. So I'm assuming you have steel skins. Maybe that's why we should call event. Games like this are cooler post-Anansi. If each central had the spider, none of that interesting stuff happens. Yeah, I 100% agree. Yeah, you can't do any of that fun stuff if there's a Anansi. You just can't run through it. Very, very cool change. Sick. Well, hey, that was our Jinteki day. We actually built 2 decks that kind of feel reasonable. None of this is polished. Mind you, I think you have to fight pretty hard with this one, but you can build board states that are really interesting. I think the Mersha Ballard, we haven't seen it do anything, but I think our economy sucks. I think we probably want to be on 3 Regolith Gaming. I do think it's probably worth it. We can cut the Hansei. We can probably cut something else. That means maybe you can play Idiosyncresis. It's hard to tell. It technically does work with Lacosta, which is kind of fun, but it's a fair bit of influence. That might be worth looking at. It makes PT feel a bit better. Figuring out when you want to play 3 Offworlds or 2 Propyos. Propyos have overperformed. They've been really, really quite good for sure. Yeah, I think Alex, you're right. Mitra is really, really good, especially because we're playing Fly Swatter. Like Mitra is economy, Mitra is flipping cards. Mitra does everything we want to do. I'm surprised Mitra didn't end up in here, but Mitra should be in the Mersha slot, and then we can just spend like more money or more ice or something. Like maybe we want to play the one where everyone's hanging out watching soccer together and they're friends or whatever. If it's Engram, it's reasonable to call program because the higher value hits, but when you just need to hit 1 to flatline, yeah, no, I agree. When it's just like massive damage, I'll probably should call event. Question from a total noob, I would say, is the idea to make a vid with all the slag and phrases in Netrunner would be possible just for the beginners like me? I think that's a really good video idea. I think I might put that together, but there's a lot of like verbiage that gets thrown around. A lot of it's like maybe even 20 plus years old, 30 years old. But if you have any words specifically that are catching you off guard, I probably should write them down and put a video together. Posted Turbine is a teeny better than Vampy. I haven't rezzed either of them. I think there's a chance. I just love rezzing Vampy for 5. Teeny is still pretty rude, and with Sisyphus makes sense. But I think if the code gates are working well, you can obviously play that. I think some Axamon would have been massive in that matchup as well, for obvious reasons. Maybe we should play more of those as well. But Tattoo Bull is hard to complain. Yeah, Soccer Hangouts, Corporate Hospitality. Thank you, Ryan. Saisentan, I think, was maybe not the best. Maybe we play 1 fewer Saisentan, 1 more Samak, or maybe in a Teeny. I need to test more. We played 2 games, right? Teeny's one of the more consistent ice you can res. I just hate rezzing a Teeny in the early game, where it's just like you paid 6 and then they just took 3 net damage. It's like, I don't care. That feels bad. But when I hit a Vampy and then I like draw cards and get this Vampy on the table, seems good. Sai seems good with Mitra. Yeah, with Mitra, Sai's a bit better. But I think people are running expecting Sai. I think the big thing with Mitra is like if people don't see like, oh, it's a res ice, I can run it, and then you blow them out, which I think will happen in the early days. Maybe from then on it will calm down, but I do think we can go for the blowouts. How many games do you play per day? On the stream, it depends if we're playing games. Today, I think we played like 6 or 7 games. I don't play that much Netrunner in paper. I don't make it out to the Tuesday regulars too much because I've already spent a lot of time playing Netrunner. But I mostly play online on streams or in paper on streams. But I don't actually play that much. Like, there's a lot of people that play more Netrunner than me, which I think is definitely worth noting. There's way more consistent grinders. But what we do is different. There's a lot of work attached to it, even that's not playing, like publishing, video stuff, all that sort of other stuff. On that note, too, that was a fun stream. I'm glad we played this last couple games and we pivoted to PT. Thanks so much for watching. My name is Andre. Been doing the Métropole Grid for a while. All these names and more help support the Métropole Grid so we can do stuff like this, stream in the afternoons, make video content, all the equipment, the motion graphics, all this stuff takes time, it takes money, and it would not be possible with all these names here and more. We also have a lot of daily cast patrons. If you want to support the Métropole Grid, you appreciate content like this, you can find a link in the description for the Patreon. If you want to take a second to hit a like on the YouTube video, that also helps a heck of a lot. It really does. Super easy. But if you want to get involved, also, if you find your name here and you want to put a little icon next to your name, please let me know. Send me the icon, metropolegrid@gmail.com. Hit me up on Discord. We'll get a little vanity there. I think it's really good fun. We're going to be streaming tomorrow, the next day. On Thursday, we'll do our regular stream in the evening. On Friday, we'll do a Marvel Champion stream on the sister channel, probably, and we'll do some recording, I think, with Jeff. But we are going to be streaming all week long in Elevation. I probably should end every day with a little recap of what we learned so far from Elevation. Once this finishes the scroll, we'll talk a bit about Jinteki. But so far we've been like focusing every day on trying different parts of the card pool, and Elevation's been like really, really exciting. That's for sure. So real quick recap. What have we learned from Jinteki? The IDs seem fine. I think Oko is cracked, like hella cracked. I do think you can build big forks on the table. The Plutus interaction with the rules change today, I'm not loving that in terms of it not lining up with playtest. That frightens me. I don't know how good it is, but it's something people are gonna kind of work on. But yeah, this is a good card. It's good. It's scary. It's fun. So that's been pretty good. I think, what have we seen? The new agendas are fine. I don't know where I'm playing Sericulture. I think you play Fast Advance Jinteki. I don't know what that is, but I do think you play it. I think Untaian actually is like one of the big winners from the set. And right now we're focusing more on the new identities, but Untaian has to be one of the big winners from the set for a couple reasons. But this is going to be a deck that's going to be very difficult to land on the proper deck, where it's really easy to put together a bunch of like Oko damage assets and be like, yeah, it wins. People just die to things. And this is going to be a lot more finesse. Mind you, I publish all the deck lists in the description of the YouTube video, so you can find them below. Just make sure you click the more button and you'll find all the links and everything like that. Maximum, I like this card a lot. It's pretty good. If you're playing into a meta with boomerangs and botulists, this does overperform. And then Glacier, like, Untaian is weird. I'm not like the Untaian advance your assets traps player, but you can do that for sure. I think the Jinteki Ice seems pretty good. I think Charlotte is a good enough engine. Lacoste is really fantastic. We haven't fired Anoetic Void, and it does feel like a bit of a Namba with our ID ability. I think you can easily trade this for Adrian. Even like you could, in theory, play Lethea. I don't think you do. I think you just play Adrian. And this seems kind of fine. I wouldn't skimp on the Managarms. They seem good. Emily, good game, by the way. And I think that's mostly it. Like, not a huge recap. Like, the things seem playable. I think we played most of the new Jinteki cards, and a lot of them seem pretty cool. That's mostly it. We'll see you next tomorrow. Bye.